The Montecito Planning Commission, February 24th, 2010, is hereby called to order. Would you please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The TV coverage announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSP-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSP-TV, Channel 20. And now for the roll call, Commissioner Gottstinker.
Here.
Commissioner Overall.
Here.
Commissioner Burrows.
Here.
Commissioner Idelson.
Here.
And Commissioner Phillips.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a housekeeping item to complete, and that would be the appointment of the second vice chair for the Planning Commission. I will entertain nominations. Commissioner Overall.
I'll nominate Commissioner Gottstinker.
Thank you very much. A nomination is in place for Commissioner Gottstinker to be vice chair. Do I have a second?
I second.
And second, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The motion passes, and Commissioner Gottstinker is second vice chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The agenda status report, Director Black.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good morning. This morning we have 12 items listed on your agenda, and with the help of the chair, we've done some agenda management. So we will be continuing item number 1, which is the speed limit briefing you had requested. We'll go ahead and continue that to your hearing next month on March 24th. We'll be taking up the Miramar Beach time extension, the annual work plan, the census briefing, because those are all time critical issues. Westmont College Master Plan we do each month, and we'll do a quick overview of that. Item number 6 is the Coleman Demo Rebuild Coastal Development Permit, and due to a previous action your commission took on this property, this item is being requested to be dropped from the agenda. It's no longer necessary. So we'll take that up as we make our way through the agenda. Items 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all permit matters, and we will be hearing those today. And then item number 11, which is the Stormwater Management Program briefing, is proposed to be continued to March 24th. I did leave the T-Fire rebuild process on. If we're too tired when we get to item number 12, we certainly don't have to talk about it. I prepared a very brief memo summarizing the status of the rebuilding, and it's in tab 12. So we'll take those individual continuances up as we get to them on the agenda.
Thank you.
As to the projection report, your next hearing is scheduled for March 24th, and you can see at this point in time we just have a few items on that day. The 2 items that we're proposing to continue, the 2 briefings, and then 1 permit item. And I don't know if other items will come on the agenda or not, but I think we'll go ahead and plan to have the March hearing to kind of get ourselves caught up and situated. April 28th would be the next monthly meeting of the Montecito Planning Commission. At this point in time, we only have just the Westmont College briefing on, and so we'll make a decision as to whether or not we need to actually conduct that hearing based upon any items that come on the agenda. That's really all I intended to go over in the projection report.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on items not on the agenda. If there are any speakers, if you would fill out a speaker slip and come forward.
Mr. Chair, I have no speakers for public comment. I have a couple of items on the agenda.
Thank you very much. I'll close the public comment period and turn off my phone. Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Are there any? Commissioner Overall.
I would just report briefly, and if it seems important, we can talk about it again at a future date, but Chair Phillips and I attended a retreat. I guess that's a workshop for the County Planning Commission. There were several items on that agenda, including some recent legal developments. I think the thing that was most relevant to us was a discussion related to the cost of appeals that the county bears, and the things we might do to improve that situation. That we had I thought, a good discussion on it, and there undoubtedly will be more to follow, but that was the chief takeaway. And as I said, if there's more that comes out of it that needs to be shared with the commission, we'll bring it back. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other reports, Commissioners? None? The minutes of January 27th should be considered. We just received a revised, some revised minutes. Is there a motion to accept, amend, reject?
Did that correct the item on the tolls lot line adjustment vote?
It does, to 4-1.
It addresses that, okay.
I'll move acceptance.
Motion to accept the minutes of January 22nd.
I second the motion.
A second to accept the minutes of January 27th. All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries.
And we now turn to the Director's Report and Board of Supervisors hearing summary.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm pleased to be here today. There have been four, to be specific, Board of Supervisors hearings since your last meeting of January 27th. And briefly, I'll go through them and tell you what transpired that would be, I think, of interest to you. On the 2nd of February, there was the second reading of the administrative fines changes, which we previously presented to you. We could review those again if you'd like. There was also, perhaps of most interest on that day, was a comprehensive report by Diane Black on the process improvements efforts that have been ongoing. In particular, it focused on the role of the PIT, the process improvement team, including the facilitator, and there was some discussion by the board regarding how or if that whole effort should be continued, and in a formal sense, whether it should be made less formal, whether there should be a facilitator, whether it should be raised in formality to some kind of a formal board. And in the end, direction was given to staff to return with recommendations regarding the structure and funding of the process improvement team. On the 9th, the CEO provided a presentation basically entitled Defining the Problem, which was set up the budget process, the budget hearing process, and basically laid out the problem being faced by the county in the upcoming fiscal year. In addition, there was a report on the state budget proposal, which is still largely unknown. On the 16th, there was a set hearing for an amendment to the building and safety fee schedule that would allow for the doubling of fines up to $2,000 maximum for building code violations in a manner similar to the already existing violations for the zoning code. Yesterday, the 23rd, there was a extension of the moratorium on medical marijuana dispensaries, while that's extended for another 45 days, I believe. And how long is it? 10 months. Now it's extended for another 10 months and 15 days to allow staff to bring back a proposal regarding the regulation of those kinds of establishments. And most of the day yesterday was consumed by the budget discussion, presentations by departments, starting first with those departments that stand to lose the largest amount of general fund in the next proposed fiscal year. Public safety was largely yesterday about public safety. The cuts that would be absorbed by public safety, the sheriff, fire, etc., a DA, public defender, if they were to be cut across the board equally based upon the reduction in general fund and the increase in the use of existing general fund for increased salaries and benefits as negotiated previously, those cuts would be absolutely devastating. And this hearing will continue next week. We'll be up, the P&D will be up second next week with our discussion. And the supervisors in their concluding statements made it clear that everything is on the table. They are going to look at significant structural changes in the way the departments are organized within the county. They are going to look at all available funding designations at the department level, above the department level, to see what can be used to mitigate what are truly, I think extraordinary is an appropriate word, impacts based upon the budget issues that are faced for the upcoming fiscal year. That concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding any of those or other items.
Thank you very much. Commissioner?
Dr. Russell, I have a question on the the pit process, having participated in that a couple times in the past. How are you going to get input? I mean, will this body, as an example, have an opportunity to provide input to that? Or is it a staff-driven recommendation? What's your thinking in terms of how that will?
Would you care to answer that?
You mean, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, do you mean how will we make recommendations to the board about how we should move forward? Or?
Yes. Where are you going to? What are you going to do to gather input in terms of how that might be structured?
I'd be happy to come to both planning commissions and receive input. So if that's a request, I'm happy to do that.
Well, it wasn't so much a request, although I think it wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. But I know, for example, going back a number of years, the participation of the Montecito Association and different from our little community, I think was important to them. And I just wondering whether or not that kind of input and what their thoughts on it, whether that's going to be something that's going to be taken into account, or just how that's going to happen.
Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Overall, at this point, we've sought the opinion and advice of the actual members of the Oversight Committee. So we have done that, and we received that before we went to the Board of Supervisors. The Montecito Association is represented. So that did occur, but I'd be happy to come to the planning commissions and discuss this further with them.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes, I would like to request a report on that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Before we move to our standard agenda item, Commissioner Gostinker, had you a informational report to provide, and I missed your light, perhaps?
Thank you. Yes, I just thought I should. I did attend both the Montecito Land Use Committee and Montecito Associations this past month, and were present to the discussions of anything of those items that may or may not be on the agenda. And then also in the last month, since we were last here, I'm pleased to announce that the community, which is now known as the Upper Hyde Tract community, yesterday successfully completed the negotiations for the road improvements that are needed with the Montecito Fire District, and has now signed and completed all the documents that are needed to move forward with that project. So it was a big day yesterday for the community.
Well done, thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Yes, I would like to disclose also that I did attend the Montecito Association monthly meeting, not the land use meeting, but the association meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Yeah, I would like to announce, too, that I attended the Montecito Association board meetings, as well as the land use and the special land use meeting.
Okay, thank you. We now turn to our standard agenda, and as Director Black has indicated, the speed limit standard agenda item number 1, speed limit issue, is moved to next month.
Mr. Chair, why don't we have David read that into the record, and then we'll request a motion to continue it to your March
Mr.
hearing.
Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a briefing on Santa Barbara County's legislative platform as it pertains to speed limits in Montecito.
And Director Black, do I now indicate that the item will be continued?
Just a motion and a motion for continuance.
You need a motion for that?
And any public, yes, and request public comment before you do so,
Yeah.
if there's any public comment.
And we will hear public comment?
On this item,
Really?
on the
Okay.
continuance, yes.
I do have a public, we will be hearing public comment, and we will have a motion to continue.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, on the continuance, you should request public comment
On the continuance, not to the substance of
Correct.
what we're not going to talk about. That would make
Correct.
sense. Okay. All right.
Okay,
All right, let's try this again. Is there a motion to continue the speed limit legislative platform briefing to next month?
prior to a motion, if there are people here that came here with the idea that it was going to be on the agenda, are we saying then that they cannot comment at this time?
They can comment on our continuance decision,
And Mr. Chair, they should do that before you take a motion.
and they should do that before we take a
Yes.
motion, of course.
Okay.
Okay. I have a speaker slip from Mr. Tilsher that will speak to that speed limit issue, but again, it is limited to the decision to continue or not. Mr. Tilsher wisely says no, thank you very much. Any other public comments on our about to be motion to continue? Seeing none, we'll close that. Is there a motion to continue?
So moved.
Second.
Motion to continue and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Well, that was artfully done. Let's see if we can do this a little better. Okay. The second agenda item is the Miramar Beach Resort and Bungalows time extension. And Mr. Villalobos, would you please read that item into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Matt Middlebrook, representing the owner, Caruso Affiliated, that the Montecito Planning Commission consider and adopt a recommendation to the County Board of Supervisors that they approve the following. 10 TEX 5 application filed on January 19, 2010. 10 TEX 8, 10 TEX 9, 10 TEX 10, and 10 TEX 11, all filed on January 19, 2010. And to accept 08 EIR 3 and 00 ND 3 as adequate environmental review for case numbers 10 TEX 5, 8, 9, 10, and 11 pursuant to Section 15162 of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ex parte and site visit disclosure. Certainly, I think everyone has seen the site, and I would guess everyone has spoken to someone about this item. It's important that we collectively share any information that we individually have that is not brought forward and considered today. And I will try to remember to ask everyone at the end if there's anything that you know that we don't know collectively, and we'll do that. Saying that, is there any disclosures anyone would like to make now? Okay, thank you. Commissioner.
Yeah, I did have a telephone conversation with Mr. Middlebrook, representing Caruso and Affiliates.
Thank you.
But I don't think that added anything. No, it didn't add, there's no information that I need to report out of that. I just did have the conversation.
Okay. Commissioner.
I had numerous conversations. If there's anything at the end of the day that isn't covered, I'll let you know.
Commissioner Burrows.
And I had a conversation with Mr. Middlebrook and a number of calls and emails from residents of Montecito.
Yeah, I had a call from Mr. Middlebrook and also calls from people in the community.
Thank you very much. Staff presentation.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I am Aaron Briggs, and I would like to quickly present to you the Miramar Beach Resort and Bungalows time extensions. As you may remember, the project site is located between US 101 and the Pacific Ocean on South Jamison Lane, just east of Eucalyptus Lane. And a little project background. The MPC approved the Miramar Beach Resort and Bungalows project on October 7, 2008. The project was then appealed to the Board of Supervisors, who again approved the project on December 9th, 2008. The project was then again appealed to the California Coastal Commission, and that appeal was resolved on April 6, 2009. So therefore, April 6, 2009 is the date of final action for the project. Article 2, Section 35-169 says that prior to the expiration of the approval, the decision maker who approved the coastal development permit may extend the approval one time for 1 year if good cause is shown and the applicable findings of the approval can still be made. Because the Board of Supervisors was the final local decision maker, the Board of Supervisors is again the decision maker for the time extension request. And because the Planning Commission typically provides the board with recommendation on land use matters, in this case, the Montecito Planning Commission will make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. The applicant requests time extensions for the approved coastal development permit for 1 year, consistent with the ordinance, which would extend that approval to April 6, 2011. And the applicant also requests time extensions for the approved conditional use permits. Those CUPs had original lifespans of 18 months, and the applicant requests time extension of 54 months to each of those permits to extend their lifespan to April 6th, 2015. In regards to the CDP time extension, and assuming the current extension is approved, prior to the expiration of that time extension, meaning prior to April 6, 2011, the decision maker who approved the time extension may approve 2 additional time extensions of 2 years each. So essentially, if today's time extension were approved and the developer were to request 2 additional 2-year time extensions, they could get a total of 5 years of extensions. So therefore, that would take the CDP's lifespans out to April 6, 2015. Granting the CUP time extensions today for 54 months from their current expiration date would synchronize the expirations of the conditional use permits with the maximum potential expiration date of the CDP. And then the final permit type that was approved with the original approval was the development plan, and that has an original lifespan of 5 years. So that goes out to April of 2014, and they are not requesting an extension to that permit type at this time. Environmental review of the project can be covered by the previous environmental review under Section 15162 of the State CEQA guidelines. And there are a few qualifiers for that, including that no new significant environmental effects would occur, previously identified environmental effects would not increase in severity, and no new information of substantial importance would require revisions to the previously approved environmental document. The findings for approval of the time extension request today include good cause. The original findings for the conditional use permit can still be made, and that they were timely filed. And in this case, good cause has been shown by the applicant, who states that unexpected delays have prevented them from completing the conditions of approval, including a longer than anticipated discussions with hotel operators and the severe downturn in the general economic climate. Staff's recommendation is that the Montecito Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors make the required findings for approval of the project, including the CEQA findings, that you recommend that the Board of Supervisors accept the previous environmental review as adequate for the current time extension requests, and that you recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the project, case numbers 10TX5, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Briggs, you indicated that the applicant could, if this extension is requested, could request 2 additional 2-year extensions. Am I correct in my recollection that requires that they would have performed and pulled the coastal development permit in order to get that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, no. The applicant is not required to complete any of the conditions of approval or have the CDP issued to request those time extensions. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Briggs? Mr. Briggs, it seems to me, reaching back now many years, we extended we made an extension for the Schrager project, I believe, before, and one of the issues was there any progress being made towards meeting the conditions?
Mr.
And
Chair.
that seems to be absent here.
Mr. Chair, I believe what you're remembering is something different than the time extension request that's before you today. In the Schrager instance, we were looking for a determination from the commission on whether or not the permit had been vested. It was actually a vesting determination, and that occurred prior to the sale of the property and was an important component of the sale of the property at that time.
Okay.
And that was actually not this sale, it was, I believe, the sale from Schrager to Ty Warner.
Yes.
And so what they were looking at is, had they done enough work on this site to essentially assure themselves that the permit
I
was
see.
in place?
That is indeed different.
operable.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of Mr. Briggs, or any questions of Mr. Briggs? Commissioner?
I'm not sure if this is the time to ask this question, but I'm going to bring it up and you can tell me whether I should table it for later. But you said that one of your good cause determinations was that Caruso affiliates had indicated that it had taken longer for them to negotiate with outside hotel operators. Now, as I remember, trying to remember all of it is really difficult at this point, but anyway, as I remember, when we were dealing with the parking, Caruso and affiliate said that in order to get the reduction of the parking that they were asking for, that the management or the operations of the hotel was going to be done in Los Angeles by them. So that was a reason for not, and so this whole idea of now slowing the project being slowed down because they're negotiating with hotel operators it's a little confusing to me, because we had granted a reduction of the needed parking based on that there wasn't going to be an independent staff needed. Is that clear? So it goes to good cause here. I think Mr. Phillips, we're all kind of, looking for, good cause reasons to grant this extension.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Godstinker, the question's pretty clear, and I would deflect that question to Mr. Middlebrook.
Okay, is it appropriate to ask? I mean, we can go through all the other. I just don't know if this is the appropriate, but it came up for me because you said good cause.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Godstinker, that's a perfectly appropriate question to ask of Caruso. I mean, you are making a finding of good cause. I think, that's one of the factors that Caruso affiliates indicated was a reason for good cause. We clearly think the economic situation is a reason for good cause, and in fact have adopted an ordinance in the inland area that would allow time extensions to occur essentially almost automatically for up to 2 years, and have that extension potential being processed with the Coastal Commission for the coastal zone. So we felt as a county, and the Board of Supervisors felt as a county, that the economic climate is so severe that essentially almost anyone could make that argument.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm not arguing the economic part. I'm just wondering where this hotel operations came into, outside operators came into being, And I'm concerned because I just don't want it to now affect the whole project as we move forward. If the extensions are granted, that an assumption is being made that this now is going to be operated by an outside operator, when that was not the understanding when the project was approved, And, as we all know, these things kind of layer on top of each other, and then we wind up going, well, how did that happen? So I just don't, I just want that one. I mean, I don't know I think that should be, I think that good cause can be shown inside of economics, and that doesn't need to be part of of our reason for granting time extensions if we grant time extensions.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions of staff? Hearing none, we invite the applicant to make a presentation. Mr. Middlebrook.
Thank you for your time today, Commissioners. Glad to be back. Again, I'll extend Mr. Crusoe's regrets that he was not able to be here. He had a last-minute family engagement that came up, and I think he communicated directly with all of you about that. We're before you seeking your support for an extension of our project approvals, as was discussed by the staff. We are disappointed, as we are sure you and the community are as well, that we're here seeking an extension without more visible progress on the site. That being said, please just grant me a few minutes to give you an update as to where we are with respect to the project. As Aaron covered, we received approvals for the project from this commission in October 2008, and then following an appeal, we received approval from the Board of Supervisors in December of 2008. Immediately following, a lawsuit was filed by local residents challenging the project's environmental documentation. Additionally, the same residents appealed the project's approval to the Coastal Commission, and at that time, any work by us on the project ceased since its fate had suddenly been thrown into jeopardy. For a number of months, we'd negotiated with the litigants and reached a successful resolution in April of 2009, which resulted in the withdrawal of both the lawsuits and the Coastal Commission appeals, thereby allowing the project to proceed. And we believe it was a very positive resolution for all parties and the community. Since last April, we've taken a number of significant steps to move the project forward. We negotiated new easement agreements with Union Pacific Railroad, whose tracks cross the property. These negotiations took months to complete, but the updated agreements have now been recorded with the county. We completed the historic documentation of the property. Though we disputed the property's historical value, it was determined that most of the buildings on the property at the site were potentially historic. Thus, as a condition of approval, we were required to complete a costly and detailed documentation of the property, which included nearly 200 photos. We completed the documentation, and it was validated by the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission in December and submitted to the Gled Hill Library for preservation. We began the process of allowing interested parties to remove cottages from the site. This process has been lengthy and time-consuming and ongoing. We first conducted an environmental assessment of each of the buildings in order to provide interested parties with necessary information about mold, lead, and asbestos in the buildings. Once the documentation was completed, we placed the required notice in the paper and posted around town notifying the community the cottages were available for taking. The notice was posted on August 20th, 2009, and was required to be posted for 90 days. That period ended on November 18th, 2009. More than 30 interested parties sought more information, and once the parties reviewed the environmental and other documentation, 3 parties moved forward with interest in locating up to 5 of the cottages. There was actually another party that was interested in taking a larger number of cottages, but they ultimately deemed that it was going to be sort of too time-consuming and expensive, and so they recently dropped out. So there's 3 parties looking at 5 cottages currently. We have unilaterally set the cutoff date for removing the cottages on April 1st, 2010. Whether that cutoff date is acceptable to this commission is something we'd be interested in hearing. We've just sort of picked it. We thought it was a reasonable timeline. In addition to these significant steps, we have also been meeting with numerous hotel flags, and I'm happy to discuss your question, Commissioner Gottsinger, when we're done. Numerous hotel flags to determine whether we should engage an operator. These discussions have led to the sharing of many ideas, which is one benefit of the economic downturn is the hotel flags have been much, in pursuit of our business, have been much more willing to share their thoughts on our design and than they probably otherwise would be, which is, got us thinking to a lot of, potential refinements within the context of the approvals. We've done a great deal of work over the past months to refine our plans within the context of the approvals. We clearly recognize as well that some in the community are concerned about the site's appearance and condition. We met with members of the Montecito Association last week at their request, and they shared their similar concerns. It's unfortunately a shuttered hotel. It's been that way for 10 years, 3 of them under our ownership. To that end, we have tried to be diligent in keeping the site clean and responding to concerns as they arise. Graffiti is usually painted over within 48 hours of it being reported, usually faster. Approximately quarterly, we do an extensive weed abatement. Large trash has been removed from the site. We walk the fence line around the property weekly to inspect for holes and have them fixed, and we maintain an ongoing pest control contract. We will be doing a large tree trimming in the next few weeks as well. There are piles of lumber on the site near the railroad track that are still viable building materials. Habitat for Humanity, after we've been discussing them for a period of the last few weeks, has expressed an interest in the material and will be taking it off the site in the next couple weeks, as well as numerous other usable materials. And we've already donated 11 tractor trailers full of blue roofing tiles, and they were removed from the site a few months ago. Frankly, though, I was out at the site again this morning, and there are some areas that we think we can remove some additional debris. So once we work with Habitat for Humanity to remove what they think is usable and get that off the site, which will be as quickly as we can coordinate with them because it's a large amount of material, we'll go through and do an additional thorough scrubbing of remaining debris on the site, because I think there's a few places where we could do a little better than we have, and we'll coordinate that quickly here. We also continue to make a portion of the boardwalk available to beach club members, and if other issues arise, we urge the community members to contact us so we can quickly address them. All of these steps have moved us in the direction of breaking ground and building the hotel. However, as you know, we're not prepared to do that today. As each of us is aware, the economy has not been worse since the Great Depression. The nation's economy ran off the tracks at nearly the same time we received our project approvals, and by the time we had settled the litigation, we were mired in the deepest recession in 80 years. As you may or may not be aware, the hospitality industry, particularly in the luxury sector, has been devastated. Hotels including the Four Seasons Biltmore in Montecito, the Four Seasons San Francisco, the Stanford Court Hotel in San Francisco, and the St. Regis Monarch Bay in Laguna Beach, among many others, have all declared bankruptcy or face some form of default or special services in recent months. Despite the extreme challenges facing the industry, we have maintained ownership of the Miramar, continued to move forward in the areas that we can, and during just this past year spent over $4.1 million on the property. And let me make one point that's been raised to correct factual misstatements. We are current on our loan on the property. We recently received an extension of its terms, and anyone who says anything to the contrary is either grossly misinformed or is purposely making a false statement to that effect. Trust me, we share your frustration about a lack of movement on the site. However, the tide will turn in favor of this project. We will build it, and it will be great for the entire community. We remain convinced of that. We'll get there, not tomorrow, but hopefully sooner rather than later. And we hope you will support our request for an extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middlebrook. Any questions for Mr. Middlebrook? How many projects have you presented in your career with Caruso affiliates, do you think? Have you been, have you worked on? Have you been before planning commissions and?
Me personally?
Yes.
At least 3.
In those situations, did the community want to know how you were going to pay for the projects?
It was never typically a topic of discussion, no.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't something we asked you either, which I regret now, I think. Your reputation is so much a part of your presentation, and we so relied on that, that I think at least a few of us are probably a little surprised that we're here today. And it seemed to me there was a sense of self-financing, or at least money's in place to make this happen. So I guess my question was, do you think we missed that opportunity to ask you that, and have other people done that?
No, not at all. I don't think you missed an opportunity. I think circumstances changed. I mean, I think, frankly, if you had all the money in the world, you would probably not go out and buy a company that sells mortgage-backed securities, and the reason being that there's simply no market for mortgage-backed securities. At the moment, it is less an issue of financing, but we have to look down the road to when we open this hotel, are there going to be customers and a market to support financially the project? I frankly think a situation worse than what we're facing today would be to open a $250 million, $200 million hotel that becomes a white elephant because it fails. And as we look down the road, I mean, part of this is looking in a crystal ball because you have to look at the market as how it looks 3 years hence. We don't see the market there. We talk to these hotel flags, these hotel operators, hotel consultants constantly. If we saw the market being there at the end of the day, that we could open this hotel into a market that would support it, we'd start today. But we don't see that. So it's not a matter of resources. It's a matter of, are we going to build something that the public will want and use? And that market and that sector is not there, as demonstrated. I mean, your biggest hotel in Montecito is in default at the moment, from a man who has $6 billion in net worth.
Yes. Do you see is there any visibility from your desk as to when all this might change? It's an ongoing debate. We're hopeful that 2010 looks better. We have our own financial people and our company have arguments over that with respect to, we keep an eye on all sectors. I mean, we have housing as part of our portfolio. We have a lot of retail, obviously, and we would like to build a hotel. So it's unpredictable, but we are committed to this project. We remain committed to this project. We've spent a lot of, we do not enjoy the situation where you spend $4.1 million in 2009 and don't get anything done. I mean, nobody would enjoy that. We want to take that day where we open the hotel and are actually cashing checks and move that closer, but we just don't see that market right now. But you're confident you are going to do it, it sounds like. You will be coming forward and building the hotel. You still believe that?
Yeah, I think the things that we talked about, the historic documentation, the negotiations with the railroad, if we didn't see any opportunity and we're not hopeful that we would move forward on that, we wouldn't have done any of that stuff either. There would have been no point. It was an expensive proposition to negotiate with Union Pacific because there's a lot of engineering work that goes into those types of negotiations. But those were types of things that we were hopeful that we could do now in this space, that we could invest in and hopefully have in place that would better position us if the market turned and allowed us to go forward.
Do you think demolishing the buildings and clearing up the site do you think it's a responsible thing to do from a business point of view for Caruso affiliates?
I think that cleaning up the site, yes. We're not prepared to demolish the site at this point until we're prepared to go forward, but cleaning up the site, yes. And we've done that to a degree. I think there's some more things we can get off the site. Clearly, the habitat collection of material will be helpful to that end.
Assuming the worst case and you decide not to go forward and you would sell the project to somebody, that property would be sold to somebody. Wouldn't the demolition be such a small number that it could be passed on and the subsequent owner would be happy to pay it? It would be something they would have to do anyway.
Hard to predict. Sale price is going to depend on market conditions.
Okay. But there's going to be some more questions. Hang on. And Commissioner Idelson.
Yeah, thank you. I can understand the financial situation and the lack of desire to go ahead with a building project. That makes a lot of sense, and you're right. I think anybody with any amount of resource, doesn't matter, would stop at this point and not continue the construction. But, and I can understand your frustration in that. My personal frustration is a little different. I can understand your situation, and I would be willing to support that situation to extend it. But my frustration is the impact this has on the community to have the buildings in the present condition. You mentioned about $200 to $250 million to develop the project, and then I think you mentioned at the land use meeting it would cost as much as $1 million to clear the property. So that's like 1/2 of 1% of the cost to develop the whole project. But we're looking at something that is very, very difficult for the community to deal with. I'm thinking in terms of a 16-acre ruins of demolished buildings with broken glass. Some buildings are propped up on stilts, all kinds of things. And I know of one person that goes in there and repairs fences almost daily because he said it appears to him that somebody's going in there every night. There are transients going in there. And it would be hard for me to understand this sort of a 16-acre blemish in some place like Beverly Hills, Brentwood, Bel Air, Santa Monica, Malibu, and a place like that. So to me, I'm having a very difficult time understanding why we can't move at least to that one stage of removing the buildings and cleaning it up for the community. And this would not be just the Montecito community, but this is the whole South Coast community, and certainly for the city of Santa Barbara, because it's the incoming area. It is really something that to me is quite severe. But again, I can support the extension. I think that makes a lot of sense under the economic times. We've overbuilt the high-end hotels. We really don't need any at this moment, but let's clean it up.
Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Middlebrook, you opened the door on this, so I feel like I need to walk through and ask the question. You indicated that you spent $4.1 million on the property last year. I think for the benefit of the community's information and for this commission, it would be good to have some sense of where that money was spent. Was it project design? Was it interest payments on the, was it property tax? I mean, $4.1 million is a significant enough number. It would be nice to know how that was put into this project.
I can cover some of it. I don't have it all broken down in my head. Property taxes and carrying costs are the vast portion of it. You know, we have, like I said, all the things that I went through cost significant amounts of money. Probably UP easements probably were $250,000 in and of themselves.
Okay. A question related to the negotiation with the railroad. When the project was before us, it was represented in the project that you had existing agreements that actually had been negotiated, I believe, under the Warner ownership, although I'm not absolutely positive
Right.
of that. So the fact that you chose to go forward with additional negotiations with them, A, comes as a surprise, and B, certainly had nothing, was not factored into our calculations.
It was, in fact, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
It was. I mean,
It
it was a condition of approval that we had. That we'd reached preliminary agreement as part of it. A condition of approval was that we would have to come back before the project and we received the land use permit with final approval from UP Railroad. It was, in fact, discussed.
What was represented, though, was that you had agreement with
We did.
the railroad at the time we were going through the permitting process.
We did. But the thing is, and I can explain it to you. We bought an existing easement agreement for the use of the 35 feet of land on either side. The easement exists, and we have agreements to cross. What we had to negotiate with them, which they expressed in letters that are in the record as part of our discussion, open-mindedness to, they'd reviewed preliminary drafts and we had to work through details, and as a condition of approval on the project, we had to come back to you to planning had to sign off on them before we got the land use permit. But the negotiations, because what we had to do is that the easement agreement did not change, but there are attachments to it, which are the physical diagrams of what is to be built in those areas. They had reviewed our plans, given us an okay about that going forward, and then we just had to show them updated plans. Most of the discussion was, in fact, had nothing to do with what was in those 35 feet. They were fine with that. But we were going to dramatically improve the crossings for both the road crossing and the pedestrian crossing from the current conditions and what had been proposed under Schrager. Railroads have very specific guidelines in terms of crossings, and so in terms of getting the types of flashers right that they wanted, the types of gate, the direction that you would walk to the gate, it was all discussed ahead of time. They were very open to our plans, and just the fine details were what had to be negotiated. But it was simply the attachments to the existing agreement, and the existing agreement did not change.
Okay, would it be fair then to say that in looking at the issue of good cause, the fact that you had to complete that level of detail with the railroad really didn't represent that was not something that changed. That was something that you may not have anticipated it properly, but it was something that you knew you had to do. So
I don't think we cited it as a condition of cause. I just was discussing things that we had.
Well, I believe it is in your letter, but okay. I think that's all the questions I have for right now. Thanks.
Commissioner Gottstanker. Do you have? You're off. Very good. Any other questions of Mr. Middlebrook? Thank you very much.
No problem.
I would like to now open public comment, and I have some speaker slips. And the first slip is Richard Tilcher.
Morning, Chairman Vic Phillips and Commissioners.
Mr. Tilcher, I want to mention that we miss you up here. We wish you hadn't left, and it's good to see you again.
Well, it was a lot of fun, and it's fun to be back.
Good.
See some familiar faces. If my own house had broken windows, a roof caving in, weeds up to the windows, vagrants living in it, and so close to my neighbors' houses that it was a fire hazard, I would be tagged by the county and forced to correct the problems immediately. The community has put up with this situation for 10 years. Mr. Caruso's neglect, the 3 years that he's owned the property, has exceeded the previous owners by a long way. Their team will tell you that they have a pest control service, a weed abatement service, and that they walk the property once a week. This is not enough. Last fall, they said they would demo the buildings January of this year. Now they say that they must give those people who want certain cottages until April 1st to take them. Now they say that the economy has changed, that financing for hotels is not available, and that they need 4.5 years more time on their CUP approvals. This property is an accident ready to happen. There's a huge fire hazard to surrounding homes, one of which is less than 20 feet from one of the buildings. One of the buildings close to the hotel, one of the neighbors close to the hotel, called me Saturday and said he talked to a dozen kids who had been spending nights there who said, "The word is out, this is the best free housing in town." It is now a huge health and safety issue. Someday their insurance carrier will make an inspection and cancel their policy, which puts their loan in default. Carriers cancel policies for simply a trip and fall hazard. Their loan has a very strict clause regarding the requirement that they maintain the property in a satisfactory condition or they're in default. With 100% financing of $50 million against this property, no one out there developing hotels to sell it to, estimated carrying costs of $4 million a year, many hotels in foreclosure across the state, and the possibility that it will be more than 4.5 years or more before it ever gets built. Does anyone worry about this going into foreclosure? If it goes back to Barclays Bank, you can be assured the bank will not spend money cleaning up the property. Banks typically do not put good money after bad. The community should not have to put up with this for another 4.5 years. Enough is enough. We understand that their request, prior to the expiration of their CUP approvals, allows you to table it beyond its expiration date without losing the ability to extend it later. I would like to suggest that you not deal with their extension now and ask the applicant to bring forth a schedule for demoing the buildings, scraping the property of all the weeds, and replacing the dilapidated dilapidated old wooden fence. This will avoid the insurance being canceled and the loan falling into default. They should start April 1st, which is the last date they've given those interested parties in the cottages to remove them. Mr. Middlebrook has said it will cost $1 million to demo the buildings. People I've talked to say it can be done for $250,000. If they are spending an estimated $4 million a year in carrying costs, they can spend $250,000 after leaving it a mess for 3 years. When they have done the cleanup, the Planning Commission can then consider their request for an extension. Because the possibility of foreclosure is a real possibility, any extension should be 1 year at a time. I think the Commission's first obligation is to the community which it serves and not to an out-of-town developer who comes to us for approvals and proves not to be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tilsher. Commissioner.
I have a question in regard to Mr. Tilsher's statement. He stated that the applicant had agreed to demo the buildings by 1/09. Did I hear that, and was that the agreement?
Mr. Middlebrook, we're directing this to staff.
Sorry.
We'll call you up in a second if we need you. Director Black.
Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Burrows, no, I don't believe there was ever an agreement to a specific demolition date.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tilsher. The next speaker is Greg Hooglin. I just butchered his name, I'm sure. Hooglin? Is it Hooglin?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Good morning. My name's Greg Hooglin. I'm the president of the Miramar Beach Homeowners Association. Our association supports the extension of the building permits for the new Miramar Hotel. I agree with everything that Mr. Tilsher said, but I think in this tough economic times, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt here. I do think that the unoccupied buildings on the site are a fire hazard, and I wish that the Caruso team would voluntarily demolish it. I think it would be a good idea, but I don't think we can compel them to it. And thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Peter Van Doenwyk.
Chairman Phillips, members of the Montecito Planning Commission. My name is Peter Van Doenwyk, and I'm representing the Montecito Association today on this very important issue to our community. And I want to offer my thanks to you for giving us the forum to voice those concerns. I would reference our February 16th letter to you that I assume is in your packet or could be made available that runs parallel to what I'll be addressing today. The Montecito Association normally does not, in fact, we're normally in opposition to extensions of time for permits. And if you look at this permit, we're talking in one case of 1 year followed by a double 2 year, which logically would happen. And in the case of the conditional use permits, the applicant is asking for 54 months. So clearly there's a lot of time out in front. But this is a double-edged sword when we talk about time, because we also have a view backwards of the last year and evidence that we've seen of a deterioration, in fact a downward spiral, slow as it may be, of the shuttered hotel facility. As we're speaking right now, the showers up outside are further deteriorating the site. This weekend, the next rain will take it a step or two further. Vagrants coming in and setting up for 1 or 2 nights add to that deterioration, as well as the youngsters that take full advantage of a wonderful place to have a party. The bottom line is debris is accumulated, the site is deteriorating. And what's interesting about that is the first rumblings in the community started with the neighbors a while back, within the year. Following that, we began to sense rumblings from the neighborhood. Since then, via news articles, telephone conversations, as well as conversations in social settings, the community has become involved, and therefore the Montecito Association. So I would respectfully request from you that the precondition to an extension of this, and by the way, we do recognize the fact that there are extenuating circumstances, and we would grant that the economy certainly would justify an extension, time extension of the permit. So we certainly go along with that. But we respectfully request of you that you attach two preconditions to the application for extension of both permits, the CDP and the CUP. Number one, that the site be cleaned, that debris be removed. Number two, that all buildings on the site are to be removed. And with that, I would also offer, as I did to Mr. Middlebrook earlier, that our good offices are always available to the Crusoe folks to ensure that we can achieve that goal. So I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Any other people who would like to speak on this issue? Please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment period. Commissioner? No? And we are in deliberation. Commissioner Gottsdenker.
Well, it occurs to me from both the public comment and comment that the commissioners that no one is opposed to granting these extensions. We all, and my question inside of my deliberation is now going to be directed to staff and county council and anybody that can figure out how inside the project that we've approved, the extensions that we're clearly trying to approve, we get the project cleaned up. And in speaking with county council and planners over this last couple of weeks and in going through all of the materials, we seem to be kind of in this catch-22 situation where, one thing can't happen because, the demolition permits can't be issued because we've got a coastal commission thing in here of $1.4 million that has to be paid before this is done and that's done. And it's so convoluted, that I, as a commissioner, are asking staff to tell me how to get these buildings demolished. That is the only issue with the project moving forward at this point. And at the point that we wrote all of these conditions, we didn't realize that this was going to be a problem, and somehow now it's a problem. And as Montecito Association is saying, well, don't grant the extensions. Well, but we're constrained by the time that the extensions have to be recommended to the board, and they have to happen before a certain date. So we can't recondition the project, the extension, to say, well, that everything needs to be on hold till for me, it's just kind of really constraining, and I don't have any really good ideas as for the community as within the parameters of the project of how to get this done. And this is the issue.
Director Black, do you want to speak to that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gottsdenker, that's a question. I'm going to take that as a question.
It was a question.
Okay.
But as you know, I always like to I always got something to say inside my questions, so.
Okay. I wish I could tell you that there is a way for you to require demolition in the context of this time extension. I do not believe there is. I think if your commission wants, first of all, you're not making a decision on this time extension. You are simply advising the board. So my recommendation to you is to forward this matter to the Board of Supervisors with a positive recommendation and request that they look at ways to incentivize demolition. But the way the permit is written, there's no timing on demolition, and at least in our collective review of this matter, we don't, including county councils, we don't think there's been a change in circumstance that warrants a condition. So that's my recommendation, rather than continue to struggle with this, and I know it's been a struggle for the commission, is simply to forward your concerns to the board. They are going to be taking action on this, and they'll consider that.
Commissioner Overall.
In addressing Ms. Gottstanker's concerns, I think the goal here is to not condition an extension on an action, but rather to take an action that will make it more possible for Crusoe affiliated to take the step that the community would like them to take. And with that in mind, I would like to, there are two conditions of approval. One condition, I don't have the number right in front of me, but it requires any demolition to take place when All Saints School is not in session. As a practical matter, that means it needs to take place during the month of August. Clearly, we're quite a ways away from August, but a 6-month extension would get Crusoe affiliated through to that time period and slightly beyond. So I guess I would make a recommendation, if I could write it, to the Board of Supervisors that first of all, they grant a 6-month extension so that time frame from demolition is possible. And then the other thing, I think it's condition 81, the requirement for the payment to the low-cost visitor serving overnight accommodation fund of $1,440,000 is required before the issuance of a coastal development permit, which would allow for the demolition permit, the grading permit, and all the other items. I don't know how council is going to do it. I don't know how the conditions would be rewritten, but clearly that, if I were in Crusoe's affiliated shoes, that payment of $1,440,000 prior to doing the demolition would be a severe impediment. So I think that payment, how the Board of Supervisors does it, how the condition is rewritten, I think it needs to be rewritten in a way so that that fee is triggered when they actually start the project-specific work, which would be the grading, and not have it as a precondition to the demolition. That 6-month extension and that change in that condition would create an environment not compelling Crusoe affiliated to do the demolition, but it certainly would seem to make it more user-friendly and possible to do it. So that would be where I'm coming from in terms of a recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry.
If I could just comment. First of all, if you only extend the, first of all, I'm not sure that the ordinance allows you to extend the coastal development permit for less than 1 year. I mean, it simply states you may grant an extension for 1 year. If you extend it for 6 months, this coastal development permit will expire in 6 months.
I thought based on Mr. Briggs' presentation, they could come back for two-year extensions.
So you want them to come back in 6 months for another extension?
And I would not extend the CUPs at this point in time.
You can only extend the CUPs once.
I know, but they're not due until October, which would be at the same time that this 6-month extension would expire. If at the end of 6 months, and Mr. Middlebrook, I'm addressing this to you, although I happen to be looking at Ms. Black. At the end of 6 months, we would have made a concession to Crusoe affiliated, which would have said, do the right thing by the community. We've made a concession to you. You don't have to pony up this $1,440,000. If at the end of that 6-month extension in October, you've chosen not to do that, then I think that sends a pretty straight signal to the community about how concerned you are about the community. And at that point, if you were to come back in 6 months and ask for an extension and a CUP extension and you hadn't done the demolition, then if to the extent that the Montecito, my vote on this commission has anything, I'd vote against it at that point. But we can't condition, or I think county council feels it's inappropriate that we try and condition it, that you have to do the demolition in order to get this extension. And I think the terms that are in the condition right now are onerous on you. I think we ought to make it easier for you to do the right thing. So that's my logic behind it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. I have a statement to Mr. Middlebrook and to Montecito. And I also have a question. Do I understand that this commission cannot condition our recommendation to the Board of Supervisors?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, your role in this process, what's before you is a recommendation for the time extension.
Right.
So you're making a recommendation for the board's decision on the time extension. If you would like to make a recommendation that conditions are changed as part of that approval, you have the discretion to do that. But I agree, and I just want to make it clear, I agree with Ms. Black that I believe that your commission, the board's discretion on changing conditions on the original project is limited here, because the project that is before the decision maker is just the time extension on the permits. And if it's okay, I'd like to go back to Commissioner Overall's
Sure.
issue, or just question on the 6-month time extension. I believe that the ordinance does allow for a 1-year time extension to the coastal development permit, and there are not any provisions to make a shorter time period for that. For a conditional use permit, you're not limited to the amount of time that you can do the extension, but there's only the option of coming back one time for the time extension. So if you had a limitation on the amount of time for the CUP, it's possible that the CUP would expire before the other permits, even if those were extended.
Well, if we are in a position then of being forced to grant a 1-year extension, the relevant part in terms of demolition is the month of August. We've got to give them the month of August because, in practical matter, that's when they can do it in an orderly way. If we have to give it to them for a year, fine, but have them come back on the CUP in 6 months because that's after August. If the demolition hasn't been done in August, when they come back for the CUP, I would say extension, I would say no. That's
We can't.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, I believe what you're suggesting is that you would make a recommendation on the time extension for the CDP now, and then that the CUP time extension would come back in 6 months before it had expired, and you would evaluate then whether or not to extend the CUP.
If they come back, yeah.
And I do believe that that's possible, and you could add that into your recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
Commissioner Burrows, you had your...
I did. Thank you.
Lino.
First of all, I intend to support your request for an extension. I think it's what the people of Montecito want. We want that hotel there. We've looked at it for too long the way it is. But I do think that you owe the community, and the community needs some improvement to that property. Demolition would be very good. To me, it's a health and safety issue as much as anything. I was there yesterday and walked around the property. The property's filled with broken glass and broken windows that have not even been boarded up. The children that live in that area, as kids do, especially teenagers, are in there. It's just a matter of time until there could be a possibility of a very big lawsuit. I don't think that's something that you want to contend with. I think that if you clean it up, it's good news to hear that the Habitat for Humanity is coming in. I did see all of that stacked material there. We need to find a way for you to demo those buildings, clean it up for us. We want to wait for you. We want that hotel there, and we absolutely believe that Mr. Caruso's team can do that for us. I think it would benefit you in the long term to go in there and clean that up, and it would certainly benefit Montecito. The property values, the parents would feel more comfortable when their kids head out on their bikes. They're riding bikes in there, by the way. I did hear that. We need a lot from you. We have given you, our community has embraced you. We need now for you to embrace the concerns of the community, and we hope that you will work with us in finding the best way to do that over the next year.
Thank you, Ms. Burrows. Mr. Middlebrook, I don't think there's This is probably a little unusual, but would you like to have a comment before we go to motion? Is there anything else? No? You're good? Okay. Any other observations?
I have a couple of other related items. When this goes before the board, there are a couple of conditions in the, that were, when they were written, that I believe were not written in accordance with the wishes of the Planning Commission, and we didn't, either we didn't see them or we didn't read them carefully or whatever, but there is a condition where it makes reference to the county BAR rather than the Montecito BAR. There is a condition that was initiated, the thought behind it was initiated by Commissioner Gottstanker, where we wrote a rather lengthy description of what we thought constituted an acceptable definition of cottage style. 87. The intent behind that, and I had this reviewed again yesterday, was that design work would come back to this commission, and we would look at that, and then the whole project would go for preliminary and final approval to BAR. But the way the condition is written right now, it says it goes to MBAR rather than back to the commission. I don't know what the exact language ought to be, but it was clear understanding, I think, and the intent that it would come back to us. So I think those two housekeeping things need to be cleaned up.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, I don't know what the first issue is that you're referring to. It doesn't help to clean up an issue if I don't even understand it. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out, your commission sees the full set of conditions when you approve the minutes, so it's very important for the commission to review the minutes.
It's easy for you to say after we had, what, 24 inches of reading on that thing?
Not when the minutes come back, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall.
Okay.
You just get the minutes.
All right.
Commissioner Idelson.
Yeah, I would like to ask, we have two people from the Fire Marshal's Office of Montecito. I would like to ask one or both of them to come up and find out their comments on the condition of the buildings and what they've experienced.
Very good. We'll do that in a second. Let's exhaust this issue or finalize this issue that Mr. Overall raised, and then we'll get him up here.
It's condition 5, I think. We will not take this to the county BAR. It would go to the Montecito BAR.
Yeah, just, you know.
There it is.
Actually, I think it's just cleanup things.
The other issue is important. We all contemplated that the community plan call out for cottage style would come here. We talked a lot about it. It was certainly everyone's intention, and I think they agree, I think.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
So we'll just correct the conditions to reflect that, Mr. Chair, separate from this particular action. And we'll correct it for the other as well. Because I think there's no controversy surrounding that. In fact, when we reviewed the conditions with the Miramar team, it was very clear that this would be coming back to the Montecito Planning Commission.
Thank you. There was a request by Commissioner Idelson to hear from the Montecito Fire Department on the condition of the property. Is there a spokesman, if someone would come up?
Hi, my name's Brett Kepke, the interim fire marshal. For this,
What is your last name again? I'm sorry.
Brett Kepke, K-O-E-P-K-E.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, I had personally gone down to the properties and actually photographed and listed all the violations around each cottage. Yes, there are numerous fire violations down there, from the weeds to the buildings. Again, the buildings now is going to be a building department purview. I'm not going into that, but we do have extensive amount of debris and waste that's accumulated on that property.
Let me ask you this. It's a hypothetical. Mr. Tilsher testified earlier and raised, if this was his lot, have you seen this issue handled in a residential context? If it was Mr. Tilsher's property, what would happen?
Typically on the fire side of the violations, we would survey the property. We would...
You'd survey the property?
I would typically, in plain view, go down to the property, look at it, see if indeed there are fire violations. I would write up and photograph the violations and present that to the owner.
And
so it'd be an inspection.
And you have some enforcement remedies available to you?
That is correct. And the enforcement is our 2007 fire code, California Fire Code. We have some Montecito standards.
And it results in a fine? Is that how it works?
Yes, it ultimately can go, there is grace periods. You give them a warning. They have a certain amount of days to acknowledge the violations, to take action. If that doesn't happen, go back down, survey it again. They have X amount of days to complete that. If that still does not happen, it goes to the district attorney.
I see. If in fact there is an abandoned building in question, would your direction be to remove it, or to what would it be that poses a fire issue?
My issue with the abandoned buildings, there's firefighter safety issues there. If they do catch fire, without going in with a search warrant and checking the interior of these things, there could be floor openings. Could be, again, we had mentioned asbestos, mold, and so forth. That's a hazard to our firefighter safety. Going back to your question again.
Would the remedies available to you, to your group, include demolish this building, or is it simply a fine and the fine continues? Do you have the authority to ask for demolition?
Okay. Actually, my purview at that point with the buildings, it's not my purview for the buildings. It would be the building department. But I would recommend the fire spread materials to be removed. What would cause fire to spread to those buildings?
Mm-hmm.
And again, the rest of it, due to the condition of the buildings, due to possible collapse, will be a building department purview.
Okay, Mr. Idelson, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I think Brett did cover the bases. I guess my other question would be for the building department. In other words, let's take, I know the sheriff isn't here, but that is an issue of the hazard of the property and supervising break-ins and things like that. But do you have, I don't expect you to speak for the sheriff's department, but have you had any interaction with them over this issue?
Not with the sheriff's note, but one concern with the buildings being open and people able to occupy those buildings is it's historically documented as far as arson cases. You get warming fires, people just go in there and just light off buildings. Now, it hasn't happened in this instant down there yet, but that is the threat to open buildings, is arson case, which ties it into the sheriff department.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Have you been in communication with the applicant in regard to the issues that you have found there?
Not yet. I just, in fact, I'm open to meet with him, and I'd love to discuss the possible, or the fire violations down there. But I had just recently, due to we have sent one weed abatement letter to him in 2009, in October, and I did not personally send that. We had one of our other captains that's in charge of the weed abatement area send that, so I have not contacted him personally if he received that. However, I have seen on our database that we have sent a letter out to him on that. But again, I extend my my cooperation with him and to do a site visit and go over what my findings are on that property to mitigate the circumstances.
Would you be able to brief us next month on your progress
Yes.
somehow? Would your department be able to do that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your input.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. We are in deliberation, and we continue. And Mr. Middlebrook is not interested in responding. I think you. Oh, we have a question for you. Okay. Would you mind? Thank you.
And we did receive that 2009 letter and went and abated the weeds immediately, so.
Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Middlebrook, do you know how much you're spending each month down there at the site? On security, on repairs, on that kind of thing, a total?
You know, it varies. It's
Ballparking. What's a ballpark figure?
yeah, you know, it can be $10,000 to $20,000 in a particular month. A significant weed abatement effort's probably $8,000 to $9,000 or more. For it's a large site. Disposal fees are significant for all the material when they go out and hack the weeds.
Yeah. Of course, you wouldn't have that cost if it was all leveled and
Weeds still
all the
grow.
debris
Weeds
gone.
still grow.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be hauling stuff off. I mean, if you did it in one big fell swoop of a couple of months down there.
I know we do
it
that
would
though. I
really
mean,
make a
we're out
difference.
there hacking weeds probably, depends on how fast they grow. The rain.
Yeah, it looks
make-
good now with the green coming in. If we can just get it cleaned up, it'll be beautiful. Something you're proud of, and we certainly will be.
Any other questions for Mr. Middlebrook? Thank you very much. Whoop, Mr.
Yeah, I do.
Edison.
Have you been contacted at all by the building department for
No.
any building violations out there?
No.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middlebrook. Have we concluded deliberation? Would there be a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Overall.
I would make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they grant a one-year extension of the coastal, what is it? Coastal development permit, thank you. That they modify condition number 81 so that the payment of the, I can't repeat it again this morning, the overnight accommodation fund or whatever it's called, that the triggering of the payment of that be moved to be subsequent to demolition, not prior to demolition, and that the conditional use permits not be extended at this time.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overall to extend the coastal development permit for a period of 1 year, to modify condition number 81, and to delay the payment associated therewith to after demolition of the building, so that those buildings do not trigger it. Can you restate that one more time? Yeah.
Ms. Black?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, I think the intent was that condition 81 be modified to allow demolition to occur prior to payment. And I don't know exactly how we'll word that because.
Correct.
But you don't want it to hold up demolition, and we understand that.
Right.
And the conditional use permits, I believe there's 4, not be extended, and that would be the recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Discussion on...
Not be extended at this time.
At this time. And Commissioner Burrows.
Yes, in regard to the extension on the 4 conditional use permits, how do you recommend that we, Commissioner Overall, do you have a recommendation on when that would be extended? Is that conditioned on an event?
No, it's not conditioned, other than the applicant needs to come back before they expire, which is in October of this year. So their application to extend the conditional use permits for what would be at that point for 4 years would happen after the month of August, in which presumably demolition would take place or could take place. Does that answer your question?
It does. So then we would consider the extension of the 4 CUPs in October.
If they come back, we would be
If
denying
they come
it
back,
now.
and that would be predicated on leveling the site, demolishing the site?
I don't think we can predicate it on that, but that would certainly be a factor in our consideration.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Any other questions about the motion?
Yes, I do have a
Yes.
question. Could I please ask staff or council, by delaying action on the 4 CUPs, is there something that we should consider procedurally? Is there any compelling reason why we should not do it this way?
It's a denial.
Pardon? Sorry?
It's not delaying the extension, it's denying the extension on the 4C.
No, it's delaying consideration.
No, it would require a denial, but there's another opportunity to come back. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, if you deny it
No.
and the board denies it, it's over.
Yeah.
I
Oh, I
don't think
thought
they can
that-
request it again.
But we can defer until October, therefore taking no action until October. Is that correct? I think it's important that we understand the consequences of what we're doing, unintended or intended or otherwise.
Oh, that's silly.
Sometimes we don't.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner
Yes.
Brills, what I'd actually suggest, if that's what the majority of the commission is interested in doing, I'm not sure if there's a second to the motion yet.
There is not.
I would suggest that we take a short break, and I just want to make sure that procedurally how we would do that, whether we would be recommending to the board that they request that the applicant come back.
Can the board delay?
Ms. Black is correct that if we deny
Sure,
the CUP
yeah.
time extension, then they would not be able to,
Mhm.
it could be procedurally difficult to come back to get that extension. So we want to make sure that we wouldn't be cutting off that opportunity. So if that's what the majority of the commission would like us to look at, I just suggest a short break.
I'll second the
Before-
motion so that we can move forward, and then we can take a break and you guys can figure this out.
Yes, before we vote and before I'm willing to vote on this, I would like the a full understanding of what the motion means procedurally and legally, so that we understand what we are recommending to the board. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second, and we're going to take a 5-minute break and figure out what it means. Oh, a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Deliberation on standard agenda item number 2, which is the Miramar Hotel request for an extension of time for permits. There is a motion and a second, and the motion is for a 1-year continuance of the coastal development permit, a modification of condition 81 regarding fees to be paid, and we will precisely articulate that and before we're done, and a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to continue the conditional use permit until a time certain in the future. Is that Mr. Overall's motion?
What I said was not take action at this time, but I think we're about to hear from county council how it needs to be worded.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for giving me that break to look at this a little bit more closely. Yes, I believe that Chair Phillips' description of the motion would be what I would recommend. That if your commission would like to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to basically split the approvals, that would be the effect of it. You'd be recommending that the board take action to approve the coastal development permit at this time for 1 year. And adding to that part of the motion, I'll just go ahead and mention it now, that we'd want to add 2 pieces to that motion for recommendation, which would be to make the required findings and then to take the action on the CEQA as recommended in the staff report. And then you'd be recommending that the board actually continue their decision on their application for the extension to the CUP to a date certain in the future before its expiration. So it would be sometime probably in August or September. But we'd leave that to the board based on their schedule. That's what I would recommend. But one thing I did want to clarify procedurally is that application, should the board choose to make that decision to go with your recommendation to continue the decision for the extension of the conditional use permit, that would come back to the Board of Supervisors for that decision. It wouldn't be coming back to the Montecito Planning Commission for another recommendation. And that's just pursuant to the Article 2, which says that the decision maker on the permit would be the decision maker on the time extension.
Commissioner Burrows.
So basically, if we take this approach and split the consideration of the issues, basically we would be denying this commission any input in regard to whether or not to give an extension on the CUPs.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, you would be preventing it from coming back again. I mean, today is your opportunity to give your recommendation. So you have the opportunity to make a recommendation on whether or not to grant the time extension for the CDP and the CUP today. So you're not preventing yourselves from giving that recommendation because you have the opportunity to do it today. But you are correct that procedurally it wouldn't be coming back again for you to give another recommendation based on the changed circumstances or whatever has occurred between now and then.
So I understand, may I? So I understand if today we take no action but recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they delay consideration of the CUP until later in the year at a time certain, then that decision would be theirs, and our only recommendation would be to defer or delay consideration of extending the CUPs.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, that's correct. I mean, the only thing I would add to that is it is a recommendation of your commission. So if you would like to make a recommendation on the board's decision on the conditional use permit, you can add to that recommendation today, whether it is to do the extension or whether it is to consider other things that have occurred. So, I mean, you would want to make your recommendation on the extension of the conditional use permit, whatever that recommendation is, you would want to make it today, whether or not they're going to make their final decision at some point in the future.
Yeah,
So this is our input.
I'm trying to get my arms around it. Then, in other words, since we are just a recommending body, we're not a decision-making body. If we make a recommendation and we want to have it, come back at a future time, it doesn't have to come back. I mean, the applicant didn't have to come here. This is it. The applicant didn't even have to come here today.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Adelson, that's correct.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes. Commissioner Gutierrez.
Within the procedures, could we, at this point, recommend to the board that the time extensions on the CUPs when the CUPs come in for time extensions not be granted unless significant good faith actions have been taken to demolish the site. In other words, I mean, having I'm inside the recommendation saying, we recommend to the board that in October, when these time extensions have to be requested, that if nothing has been done, that we're recommending that you don't grant any time extensions on CUPs and at that point in time. Can that be added as a recommendation to the board at this time?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottstinker, yes, if you would like to add, further input for the board to consider when they make their determination, you can add that into your recommendation today. But I did want to clarify one thing, that basically, I believe what you would be recommending is that the decision on this application be continued to a later date, that the board continue it for their determination at a later date, but the applicant wouldn't be filing a new applications.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, given we know that there's some time here for them to,
Correct.
that the CUPs are not going to run out.
Right.
And so there's time for the community and there's time for the county to get some good faith here from Caruso and affiliates. If they want time extensions, then they got to do something to get them, is where I'm coming from.
Council, that recommendation would be inconsistent with the board's ability to deny the permit. They can't say, you didn't demolish the buildings, we're not giving you an extension. They can't say that. So our recommendation isn't going to help them as to that.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. I mean, I don't believe that the board can use lack of demolition, which is not required by the permit, as a basis for denying any of the permit extensions. But, that being said, you're free to express the concerns of the commission to the Board of Supervisors, and they will deal with those as they see fit.
And that's not inappropriate.
That's fine.
Commissioner Gottstinker's view can be forwarded in
I
a
think-
formal motion, and
Mr. Chair, I think it's fine to forward that view. I just think you need to understand that the board needs to operate within the parameters of the law in making their decisions.
okay. Commissioner Berth.
It's not clear to me, if we want to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they consider the health and safety issues there that are caused by the property and its current condition, do we attach that to the what's it called? Coastal development. Or do we attach that to the CUP? Or can we attach it to both?
We can, but it won't matter.
Well, I mean,
And it's advisory.
Mr. Chair, I'm simply trying to express to the commission what I believe we will be recommending to the board. I cannot tell you what the Board of Supervisors will do. I mean, obviously, I don't know what they'll do. What I guess I'm trying to say is, I think the condition of the site and the extensions on the permits are really separate issues. Now, if you want to advise the board that you feel strongly that the extension should only be granted if the condition of the site is cleaned up, regardless of other tools that might be used, like the fire district's abatement procedures and the like, that's fine. I just can't represent to you today that will make a tremendous difference in their decision. But I think it's fine for you to express, the concerns that you have.
Good. All right.
And I don't think it matters whether it's the CDP or the CUP. I mean, the way you've structured it is you've tried to provide the Board of Supervisors a way to incentivize demolition. I understand that.
Okay.
That's fine.
Excellent.
I don't know that they'll carry forward with it, but that's fine.
Yeah. Mr. Roper.
I think in the portion related to the conditional use permits, I think we should insert some language there that indicates that in making a judgment whether or not to extend the conditional use permits, the condition of the property, health and safety issues, and fire issues should be taken into careful consideration before extending those permits.
Very good. We have a motion to continue the coastal development permit for 1 year to modify condition 81, to extend consideration on the CUP to a time certain, and that there will be a recommendation from this commission that health and safety issues and the condition of the property be considered in the extension, if any, of the CUPs. Let's get a new second.
Well, I was the first one. I think that there were a couple of other issues. There was to clean up the issue, to clean up the language. No, that's not as part of the whole thing?
The
clean up those
condition 87 and condition 5, we will handle separately. I don't want
Okay,
that to
fine.
get mired in this.
In that case, I'll second the motion.
And Mr. Chair, I had mentioned a couple of other items just in staff's recommendation about recommending that the board make the required findings, including CEQA findings, and also taking the CEQA actions recommended in the staff report.
Can you write that into our motion?
If it's written in the staff report, so you can do, it's paragraphs 1 and 2 in the motion, so if you just want to amend your motion to add those 2 items.
That's
and
fine.
with a
We'll
So
do that.
amended? Mr.
So
Overall?
amended.
Second.
I do.
Let's get a second on this.
Oh, you
Yep.
just got it.
You did? I'm sorry. It is now seconded. Discussion.
I have one discussion item related to that. I want to go on record as saying, as it relates to the good cause issues that were raised, if as the Crusoe affiliated goes forward with this project and they select a hotel operator, I think that has the potential to change the project description. And I think if it does that, in terms of parking requirements, the number of employees, all the things that relate to that, I think that's a change in circumstances. I think it needs us to revisit the CEQA implications in that very selected area. So I want to go on record as saying that, and I haven't read the findings carefully enough to know whether there's a conflict with those findings and what I just said. But is what I said clear to you all to help me find it?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, we will look carefully at the findings and conditions of approval to see if it was tied to Caruso operating, and if it was not, and there are changes that would occur as a result of having an independent hotel operator, we'll take note of that and do what we need to do.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Any other deliberation, any other points to be made? The motion is for a continuance of the coastal development permit for a period of 1 year, a modification of condition 81, and it's a deferral of fees paid to the county, and a recommendation that the conditional use permits, 4 of them, be extended as the board wishes to a time certain in the future, and that it is our recommendation that health and safety concerns and the condition of the property be a consideration in the extension, if any, of those permits at the appropriate time. And council's insertion as well as to CEQA issues and other things. Paragraphs 1 and 2.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just add one clarification. It is paragraphs 1 and 2 in the recommended motion as they relate to the conditional, or the coastal development permit, and not the conditional use permits.
Okay, very good. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion passes unanimously, and we are so recommending to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much. We'll take a few minutes and prepare for standard agenda item number 3. Presenting would be Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Before we get started, I want to have Mr. Villalobos read the item into the record.
We keep jumping over your important parts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Office of Long Range Planning to receive and review the 2010-2011 Annual Work Program and Mid-Year Report for Land Use Planning Projects and Policy Initiatives, and direct staff to forward any comments to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Phillips and members of the Montecito Planning Commission. My name's Derek Johnson, and I'm the Director of Long Range Planning. I have with me today also Vicki Parker, who's the Deputy Director of Community Planning. And this is the first time that we've brought the annual work program to the Montecito Planning Commission for your review. And so we're going to give you a snapshot, a little bit about our organization, what we do, what we've been working on, and some ideas of what we'll be working on for next year in these tight financial times. We have already made some contact with the Montecito Association and have come up with a preliminary scope of work on one project that may interest you that we'll talk about in some detail. Just by way of background, this is the 11th annual year that the Long Range Planning has developed a work program to be considered by county decision makers. Its purpose is really to provide a framework for decision makers to look at establishing project and resource allocation priorities for the upcoming fiscal year, and to receive an update on how we're doing on the projects that they've assigned to our division. This program for next fiscal year has been prepared in accordance with the Board of Supervisors' adopted budget principles. Every year the board sits down and takes a look at, in this case this year, some pretty dire economic conditions, and says to departments what type of assumptions you should make in preparing your budget. And we've incorporated those into our work program. And we started with a 7% reduction in revenues for next fiscal year, and we think that our division can do that through some cost-saving measures and leaving some vacant positions, eliminating some vacant positions. Your recommendation today will be transmitted to the full Board of Supervisors and will inform the development of the final long-range planning budget. So I'm going to go next to slide 2, which is going to walk you through the overall timeline where we've been and where we're going into the future. As I mentioned, there were the budget principles, and we had to submit our budget to the CEO's office back in January. We met earlier in February with the regular Planning Commission, and they provided us with some recommendations. We're with your commission today. We're meeting with the Ag Advisory Committee next week. There are some projects that are in our work program that touch on the big business of agriculture in Santa Barbara County. Following that, we'll be setting the hearing on the 9th with the Board of Supervisors, and as currently is projected, we'll be going to the board on the 23rd of March to present that work program. So the recommendation today is that you receive and review the 2010-2011 annual work program and mid-year report for land use planning projects, and that you recommend and that staff continue work on the current projects, required services, and operations management, and initiate any additional projects for the 2010-2011 work program. Before diving into the details, I think it's important and helpful for the Commission to understand the framework for which this year's program was developed. As you may or may not know, in May of 2009, the County Executive Office developed a strategic plan for the county operations and management as a component of the 2009-2010 budget. A cornerstone of that strategy is to provide the citizens of Santa Barbara County with government that is accessible, that listens to the needs of its residents and responds to those needs. Our office, Long Range Planning, is in a unique position to hear those needs and desires because of our ongoing workings with the various different communities that are scattered throughout Santa Barbara County. The general plan and community plans are often the custodians of the community visions, and through our development of policies and action items, we hear the community's priorities and develop means of implementing their vision. Today, we currently have 5 active planning advisory committees working to just do just that. A second principle which cannot be ignored are the economic and budgetary constraints and realities that face the county, realities that are faced by every level of government throughout the country today. One of the principles that we look at is, how can we afford to look ahead when we're challenged to meet today's needs? And certainly we think that advanced planning is something that is wise for the county to invest in looking at economic and future opportunities for the overall county. In the overall strategic plan of the county, long-range planning has particular responsibilities to further this strategy. Specifically, our mission is to develop land use policy that meets federal and state mandates. There are a lot of mandates that come down that we need to comply with. We're going to talk about some of those today. But also foster economic, social, cultural, and environmental prosperity. Our goal for the upcoming fiscal year was to develop a work program under these guiding principles, which furthers our mission in the county strategic plan in the most cost-effective way possible. Our focus was to deliver on pledges already made to the community through a continuation of our current and ongoing projects and previously adopted action items to respond, and also to respond to new legislation. Something that I always find curious when I talk to commissions and boards is that in the various different community plans that are adopted, there are over 600 action items that the county has committed to, whether it be commitments to look at ongoing monitoring of roadways, specific programs for trails in the future. So the county has made a tremendous commitment already to the communities in the community plans of what planning it's going to do into the future. Now looking forward, just to talk a little bit about our division and what we have available for new projects in the next fiscal year. Long-range planning staff is comprised of about 14 3/4.75 full-time planners. This is a reduction from last year's staffing of about 15.5. Approximately 8.47 is subscribed to long-term planning projects. And that's the result of our commitment to ongoing multi-year projects that require significant staffing. Approximately 2.21 is utilized in providing required services to other county initiatives or departments. Approximately 1.95 is available to manage division operations, and this leaves approximately 2.11 FTE planners available for new projects. For next fiscal year, consultants' expenses have been reduced significantly and to about $138,000, down from almost $500,000. And again, this was to meet our target for next fiscal year. And you can see from this chart that really what we have available is really bodies to pick up new work. There isn't additional resource to hire consultants to do any particular studies. And the last column I want to bring your attention to is the potential projects, the short-term list. This is the table that was found in the attached work program that lists the projects that the Planning Commission and the communities have identified as being of priority. Those projects total about 6.54 FTE, which far exceed the amount of resource that we have available to initiate projects for next fiscal year. I'd now like to focus and shift our attention to the mid-year report, and Vicki Parker is going to provide you with an update of the status of existing projects and programs, and then from there we're going to go to a discussion of potential new projects.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. For this discussion, I'd like to direct your attention to Section F of the work program document, and specifically Table 4, which can be found on page 16. For fiscal year 2009-2010, the Board of Supervisors adopted a work program which endorsed the continuation of 9 existing projects and programs and initiated 5 new projects. And during the course of this past fiscal year, 4 additional efforts arose which, because of their nature or timing, became new projects for us. 2 of those derived from existing projects and 2 of those from an expansion of required services.
I think you want to look at page 14. Yeah.
14 here?
14 in this book right here.
Where is that book? I don't have it.
Oh, my page.
So page 14 of section 2, is that what you said?
Not.
I must have that somewhere.
Is this Is this what we're looking at today?
Mr. Villalobos, did you just give us these, or did this come in our?
They came in your packet.
Really?
Oh, they came earlier.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Is that all right? Okay. We're on page 14.
Okay. So with the addition of these 4 projects, it brought the total that the division was working on to 18. And I'll just briefly explain those 4 additional projects. First, from ongoing discussions with State Housing and Community Development Department on certification of our 2009-14 housing element, HCD expressed a desire for stronger regulations of some of our programs and policies that were included in the housing element. HCD prefers that whenever possible, policies and programs be upgraded to the level of ordinance. It gives them more certainty. So as part of the element certification, the county has agreed to accommodate this request. So the implementation items that we've titled those housing element implementation, and that will consist of the creation of those ordinances. So that was one of the new projects. The second arose from efforts on a related project, and that's called SB 375 pre-planning. And it derived from our work on the climate action strategy. SB 375 ties housing and transportation planning together by syncing 2 4-year regional transportation plan cycles with a new 8-year housing element cycle. And it establishes the regional metropolitan planning organizations, in our case SBCAG, as the agency responsible for developing regional sustainable community strategies. This is a significant change from the established paradigm that we have of land use and transportation planning. And if I could stop for a moment, if there's still confusion, the table that I was directing you to is table 4, and it's a list of our total projects for 2009-10.
Oh, okay.
Sorry if there was any confusion about that.
All right, we've got it.
Okay.
And could I ask both of you from Long Range Planning, a lot of this information is really kind of the logistics of it all is really very new information for this particular planning commission. It's not something that we deal with normally and that we've dealt with in the past. And so a lot of what you're saying is just, at least for me, is just going right over my head. So I request that you, as much as possible, put it in really simple language and not assume that this commission has any idea about what you're talking about. You know, I apologize, that's my lack of education. I'm really willing to own that part of it, but that whole thing that you just did, I didn't understand a word you were talking about, okay? I don't know what all those words mean. I mean, I just don't have anything to relate them to as far as Montecito is concerned, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I can back up and restate that, perhaps a little more clearly. Every year we do, in the past 5 years, we do a housing element update. The housing element is one of the required elements of the general plan. And that element, as part of its normal process, would be certified by the state. And there's a process in which the regional planning authorities, in this case SBCAG, works with the member jurisdictions to develop a regional housing needs allocation. So it is a number that is given by the state to the regional councils of government, and those councils of government work with the member agencies to spread that number out to the various member jurisdictions. At the same time, there is a requirement for regional transportation planning, and that effort is also headed up by SBCAG with participation from all the member jurisdictions. So a significant change that has come out of AB 32, the climate change bill, and follow-up legislation, SB 375, has required those two processes and long-range plans to be more closely linked, so that housing was located next to transportation corridors and transportation facilities. So SB 375 was follow-up legislation to the climate change, which created that linkage. And so that was part of what I was getting at with my most recent statements. The earlier part of that was during our certification process for the housing element itself. There were several changes in state law that our housing element was in the process of addressing. They desired those to be removed from the status of a housing element policy and an ordinance created. So that's kind of the short version of what I was saying.
Really good. I now understand what we're doing.
Okay. Please feel free to stop me if I do that again.
I personally, I like your extended version. I like to see where we lie as far as Montecito in the whole picture of the county and everything, so I guess I'm taking an opposite position.
Well, no,
I'm not disagreeing with that. It was that as she was presenting it, you know, she had her head down and was reading, and it was just like kind of just going, you know, it was going, I mean, and having a brief explanation of the whole, you know, all I'm saying is I now understand what we were talking about, and I didn't understand at the moment she did it, you know.
And Chairman Phillips and members of the commission, I think there's a lot of projects that are going to be new to you, and probably what we probably need to do at some point in the future is come back to your commission and probably brief you on SB 375 and AB 32, because Montecito and the future planning that'll happen under 375 will impact, it may have the potentially impact Montecito, and you should be informed as what those bills are and what is the process moving forward.
In the interest of time, is it the sense of the commission that we want to be briefed on Montecito items, or is it, should we hear the full presentation? Do you have an obligation to tell us this, or are you just being nice to us?
Well, Chairman Phillips and members of the commission, we felt it was important, given the trend that we're witnessing and the confluence of different discrete planning areas coming together under SB 375, to inform you as to what's happening in other parts of the county, so you're aware of our activities, and then draw those linkages to some projects that are on the short-term list that really today don't really have much relevance to 375, but may be of general importance to your commission.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman Phillips, I would agree with that. I don't think that, although sometimes Montecito seems to think it operates unto itself, I do think we are part of the county, and that, you know, those things that happen in other parts of the county are directly related to what happens to us, you know.
Well, but, you know, the Ellen DeGeneres show is on, and we don't want to lose our viewers completely, so, you know, we can. But why don't you go ahead, and we'll...
Okay,
we'll be quiet.
I will be concise as much as possible, and you can interrupt me if I need to go into more detail. Okay, just to finish up the explanation of the four additional projects. The third developed out of the expansion of our what we call required services. Census 2010, which you are going to hear a brief update on just following this item, developed out of originally limited efforts of the LUCA process, the local update of census addresses. And the census outreach was determined, the outreach that we undertook was determined to be important because of the ramifications of undercounting for the county. So for those reasons, we decided to make a new project out of it. It has its own timeline, and it needed, we thought, additional staffing. So it grew larger than the originally scoped LUCA process, and I'll save the details for your next presentation. And then finally, as part of one of the services that long-range planning normally provides to other county departments and operations, we review annexation proposals, and we provide feedback to the CEO's office on those, on the potential issues and impacts associated with those annexations. And those reviews overall identified the need to create a standard set of guidelines, which could inform the county's decision-making, represent the county's interests, and result hopefully in annexation proposals that would achieve the county's support. So that effort is titled Annexation Guidelines in the work program, and that is being completed in collaboration with the CEO's office. So of the 18 projects that Long Range Planning has worked on during the first half of this fiscal year, 4 of those have been completed, and we anticipate continuation of 14 of those into fiscal year 2010-11. So just briefly, I'd like to give you an update on the completed projects, and I will go through those very quickly. The Montecito Growth Management Ordinance status and our general plan update projects. Following the series of 6 Planning Commission hearings, the Santa Ynez Community Plan was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on October 6, 2009. Over the next 10 years, the plan anticipates an additional 555,000 square feet of commercial space and 704 additional dwelling units. The plan applies new mixed-use overlays to the Los Olivos and Santa Ynez townships and puts protections in place for the rural areas by pulling the plan boundaries in toward the townships. As indicated by the completed stamp in the lower right-hand corner, the community plan is complete through implementation training that we do as a additional service to our colleagues in development review. And out of that developed the Santa Ynez Transportation Improvement Plan, which is also one of our ongoing projects. The housing element, we are in a draft review with Housing and Community Development, State Housing and Community Development. We are hopeful that this project will be completed through Board of Supervisors hearings by the end of this fiscal year. And going back to HCD for certification may trail the beginning of next fiscal year, but the county's efforts would largely be done at that point. This element draft demonstrates that the county does indeed have adequate capacity with existing zoning designations to accommodate our share of regional housing needs that I mentioned earlier. In anticipation of HCD's approval, we've already drafted the environmental document, which we have a firm draft of, and we can review and modify as necessary depending on the feedback we get from HCD. So we've tried to get ahead on that as much as possible. And we're anticipating HCD's comments on or before February 28th, so next week we should hear from them. And we're anticipating public review of the environmental document to occur this spring with adoption hearings as soon as possible thereafter.
And what your commission probably needs to know is that compared to the last cycle, the county negotiated a much smaller regional housing needs assessment. We were successful in arguing that jobs need houses, and so that future houses should be placed near existing jobs and future jobs, and those are largely not in the incorporated areas. And so from what your takeaway is that we believe, based upon our analysis, is that the county has enough zoning capacity countywide to be able to accommodate the need that was given to us by SBCAG.
Thank you. Does that take into consideration what we commonly know as affordable housing?
I think that's, Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Burrows, I think that's one of the misconceptions about the housing element. While the housing element, it does look at providing, and one of the main tenets is to provide housing for all economic segments. When we look at capacity, we're looking at capacity in terms of densities that the state has determined under their formula that provides a housing at affordable rates under market conditions. And we have other policies in place, whether it's our inclusionary housing program or state density bonus law, which incentivize actually restricted housing, but nonetheless, the housing element per se doesn't zone specific areas as affordable housing.
Okay, again, just briefly on the census effort, I will leave this to the next presentation that you'll hear, but we are anticipating that our increased efforts associated with the census will be complete by the end of this fiscal year. The Orchid Community Plan amendments were a focused set of revisions that were done to the plan itself for three main purposes. The first one was to respond to a court order to remove wetland delineations from a key site in the community plan, which the court found were not applied according to accepted protocols. Secondly, to revise drainage implementation plans to remove a series of large regional basins in favor of solutions which could be designed and implemented by individual property owners. And thirdly, to reduce the level of service standard on Clark Avenue for a segment of Clark Avenue from an LOSC to an LOSD, and that would be together with street improvements that would allow the creation of a more pedestrian-focused, pedestrian-friendly downtown area in Orchid. So this project is on track for a hearing before the County Planning Commission in June, followed by a Board of Supervisors hearing in August. The Montecito Growth Management Ordinance, as I know most of you, if not all, are aware, is intended to balance permitted development with available resources and service levels. It limits annual residential permit allocations to a rate of 0.5% or 0.5%, resulting in 19 allowable primary dwelling units per year. The ordinance was originally adopted in 1991 and has been extended twice since then, once in 1999 and again in 2005. It's due to sunset December 31st of this year, so staff is working to ensure that all the final adoption hearings occur prior to that expiration. As you can see by the timeline here, there are 4 primary phases that must occur prior to that date. And we are in the middle of environmental research and analysis right now. And our implementation may carry over into early 2011, but that will not affect the sunset date.
So Chairman Phillips and members of the commission, you may have seen just about a couple months ago, there were a lot of rubber hoses that were put throughout the Montecito planning area. You may have wondered why that was happening. That was the comprehensive traffic analysis that we were undertaking to update and prepare a model for the area to inform the issues, and one of the issues for the MGMO is traffic and circulation.
Mr. Overall.
I actually have two questions, and I'm looking at table 4. Very, very simplistic questions, but in looking at what are there, 18 projects here? What I'd like to know is how many of those projects are state mandated? You're doing them in response to a state requirement. And then this, along the same line, is how many of those are being done in response to our county requirements, like the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance would be, I think, an example of that, because it sunsets in a particular year. Can you give me some sense of that?
Sure, Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Overall, I think the answer would about be 5 that would be a result of state mandates, and the rest would be as a result of communities coming forward, talking to their respective supervisor, or action items that came out of a community plan where there was a mitigation measure, and we amended the plan to say the county's going to commit to do this as a part of our mitigation measure. So we're carrying that out as kind of future added on planning items.
I think then I'm going to ask the second question I have relates specifically to the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance, and I would echo what Ms. Godstanker said. We're new to this, so I'm just curious, how much did this, I don't think we have the budget for this. I thought originally we did, but it's a different item. How much did this growth management ordinance study cost?
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Overall, the estimate, if I recall, is about $100,000 for the MGMO. Ms. Parker's bringing the number to my attention right now, and it's about $120,000, and that includes the technical traffic study that we had to undertake, which was a sizable amount of the work.
Then a question, I guess, related to that is, it was due to sunset at the end of this year. I mean, it's too late, but this is an example, I guess. Is there any way around, short of doing, in a time of no money, short of doing this study, would there have been any way to extend the ordinance until such time as more funds were available?
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Overall, the answer to that is no. The time horizon that was looked at in the EIR had now elapsed, so it had been extended enough as it could with the environmental document that was prepared. And so in order to extend it any further, we needed to refresh the environmental analysis and take a look at the factors that supported the development of the ordinance in the first place.
So that becomes a CEQA requirement in response?
That's correct.
So was this one of the 5 state mandated items in
no.
your thinking? Okay, but in effect, it really is a state mandated.
The decision to extend the ordinance was discretionary, and the board did decide at the end of the day to extend that. So the requirements to extend it were both CEQA, and then there's also additionally a government code provision which requires that we take a look at these issues.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just for
Excuse me, Ms. Parker, 1 second. There's a question from Mr. Idelson.
Question I have is, on these projects, like take the Montecito one, the growth management ordinance, there are so many parts of it, and some are not too complex technically, that is, do not require really a planner to determine, but I'm wondering if you've ever looked into subbing some of that job out, contracting, because I noticed, I guess it was several weeks ago, you had a report to the Board of Supervisors, it's $180 an hour for planning department charge for projects, because you got to figure in the health and retirement and vacation time and all that stuff to go together with salaries, that contracting a certain part of these projects to get the price down a little bit, because you say like 125,000, maybe you could bring it down to 100,000 or something that would be affordable so that they would get approval from the supervisors in the total budget picture.
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Idelson, that is one area we do take a look at it. In this particular instance, we felt that the most cost-effective approach was to contract out the traffic piece and the traffic modeling. That was where there was some areas of expertise that was not available within our shop. So we are always looking for those opportunities and seeing where we could be cost-effective.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Were any of the state mandated projects funded by the state?
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Burrows, oftentimes these requirements don't come with additional funding from the state, though in these tight financial times, one of the things that we are looking at is grant programs. There may be some grant programs to fund all the climate work that we're working on, so we're going to be aggressively pursuing some of those state grants.
Thank you. Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, for the Commission's information, if you have the bound booklet, the budget items are there in case anyone wants to look at them. They're behind the tab that says current projects, so they're there for your information if you want. All of the necessary studies for the environmental document are being completed by county staff with the exception of the traffic study. I would also let you know, Commissioner Idelson, that a large part of the information that we needed to complete the environmental study, we think we've been able to glean from other county operations and district operations that exist. They've done master planning studies that have helped us so far. So we are taking advantage of those existing studies and only augmenting them as necessary, with the exception of the traffic study, which we did feel was technical enough to warrant outside consultant services for that. A consultant has been retained for that traffic study, and work initiated this winter, and we're expecting an administrative draft of that analysis actually within the next several weeks. next few weeks. Staff has completed the build-out analysis and has been working on the initial study research and analysis, and so you can anticipate release of the notice of preparation of that environmental document in April. And we're estimating that the project is now nearly 25% complete. The research needed for the initial study has been completed, and so our analysis, you'll see this number spike in the next 90 days as we really begin to dig into the environmental document and incorporate the findings or the implications of that research. We're anticipating that hearings before this commission will occur this summer, followed by board adoption in the fall. And just real quickly, I'd like to turn to the countywide general plan update projects that may not have as much to do with Montecito, but they are ongoing long-range projects that are countywide in nature and do ultimately affect every community in the county. The annexation guidelines I mentioned earlier was a project that was initiated by the board in 2007, 2008. The guidelines are used in response to city and special district annexations, detachments, formations, and other reorganizations, and are meant to ensure that the county is positioned to maintain its financial health, as well as the long-term integrity of public services to those living in the unincorporated areas. The resulting guidelines will inform the CEO and the board by identifying priorities for negotiation during review with LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission. We're anticipating that this project is now about 36% complete, and we expect it will be over 99% or 95% complete by the end of the current fiscal year, with just a little bit of implementation that will carry over into next fiscal year with implementation. The update to the required seismic safety and safety element, mandatory element, was driven by AB 162, which required local agencies to update their safety elements to reflect revised FEMA flood insurance rate maps. This element update is a relatively narrowly focused update, but we have narrowly focused on the flood issues, FEMA issues, but we have included recent state map updates to the fire severity zones, as well as references to maps and policies from the county's multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. And this project is now nearly 50% complete. Environmental review is anticipated to begin in mid to late March, followed by Planning Commission and board hearings in the summer, this summer. Housing element implementation, these are the items I mentioned earlier that arose out of the primary housing element update. As I mentioned during their review, State Housing and Community Development commented that the county's ordinances did not include standard permitting allowances for two state health and safety code mandates, and those are the allowances for the modification of housing units to accommodate disabled persons, regardless of conflicting zoning or development standards, as well as an allowance for an administrative processing of farm worker dwellings for agricultural operations which hold a state-issued agricultural permit. So the implementation piece, this project, will consist of the development and adoption of those two ordinances, plus removal of the county's existing inclusionary housing program from the housing element itself, and create a third ordinance for inclusion into the LUDC. And we have not begun work on this project yet, as we won't start that until certification of the housing element itself occurs. The climate action strategy is one that you've probably heard talked about a lot. It's for the county, our climate action strategy project is a coordinated effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the county's various roles as a producer, a regulator, and an incentivizer of greenhouse gas reduction efforts. The scope of this work program item includes development of a comprehensive set of best management practices and a ranking of those practices as they're best suited to county operations and conditions. The Central Coast Energy Independence Program was developed out of a result of the enabling legislation of AB 811, and resources were committed to this early implementing effort based on the availability of both state and federal funding. So now that that program is in its adoption phase, its development has been shifted to the county Housing and Community Development Department, and long-range planning has gone on to create the other pieces of it that will be necessary for the county to achieve the mandated greenhouse gas reduction targets.
And Chairman Phillips, a member of the commission, I think one of the things for your commission to understand, and we can come back and talk to you about AB 32 and SB 375 and in greater detail in our climate action strategy, but in the next couple of weeks on March 18th, of some follow-on legislation, Senate Bill 97 does require now the change to the CEQA guidelines to require that projects do take a look at their contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. So part of what this project is meant to do is to come up with a comprehensive strategy, a programmatic strategy, so that projects are not encumbered and tasked to do that on a project-by-project basis, incur that cost, but can take advantage of this overall program to make sure that they're streamlined through in terms of your review and county review.
Thank you. Commissioner Idelson.
Yeah, how many bills do you estimate you have a year that come through either the Senate or the Assembly that have an impact on this county that you have to deal with?
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Idelson, that's a really good question. We spend a fair amount of time commenting on bills, and through our legislative advocacy through the CEO's office, we do comment on a lot of bills, certainly with the intent to make sure that we maintain local control. But to specifically answer your question, I would say there are dozens and dozens of bills. It depends on the atmosphere in Sacramento, to be frank. Right now, the atmosphere in Sacramento is largely dominated by budget discussions, but climate and energy has been another area that has caught the attention of Sacramento legislators, and there have been a lot of bills that have come down that we've had to monitor and comment on to make sure that the county's interests are and local control is maintained.
I guess my issue is there are always so many groups that think, oh, this is a good idea, and so they'll push for their assembly person to push it, and this is a good idea, but who attaches dollars to these that affect us? I know we have our legislative advocate, but it's almost an out of control thing. It's been that way, I think, for many, many years. That it's like running the wrong way. It's killing the county. It's hurting the economy here. It's devastating to try to comply with all of these.
Thank you. We have now actually issued the contract for the consultant that we've retained to complete a countywide greenhouse gas inventory, and the work has already begun on that, background materials, et cetera. This greenhouse gas inventory will inform development of the appropriate strategies and BMPs that we develop as part of the overall climate action strategy. It will show us where the emitters are, where the travel patterns could use help, where it'll also, we've also sought to establish a climate action plan, which will be informed by various county departments as to ways to reduce the county's own emissions through its operations. So it's a fairly comprehensive, it's a very comprehensive approach to achieve those state mandated reductions in greenhouse gases. And finally, as I mentioned, we will develop a climate action plan to satisfy the requirements, as Derek mentioned earlier, of SB 97 by providing methods for reducing overall greenhouse gas emissions and provide an opportunity for projects to take advantage of those predetermined mitigation measures that result in better conditions for the county overall. And this plan will undergo public review in spring of 2011, followed by environmental review and adoption in summer and fall of 2011. Senate Bill SB 375, as I mentioned earlier, is an implementation tool for AB 32, the climate change bill. And again, just briefly, this is SB 375 is an alignment of housing and transportation planning that is again a way of intended to be a way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And our goal in this, our scoping of the SB 375 efforts are that we are recognizing that we are going to have to staff this significantly because of the efforts that will be required to coordinate with the member jurisdictions, other member jurisdictions with SB CAG to develop regional land use classifications and an update of the regional growth forecasts that will inform the required sustainable communities strategy.
And this bill is impacting not only the county, but all the cities, all the 8 other cities. So this is quite an extensive work effort that's being undertaken to develop this strategy along with SBCAG.
So in our time frame for this, just briefly, in late 2011, we're anticipating a drafting of the regional sustainable community strategy. That is primarily the responsibility of SBCAG, but as I mentioned, will require significant staffing from the member jurisdictions. That will be followed in 2012, with the actual new regional housing needs allocations for the new 8-year housing cycle that will begin. And in 2013, by the SBCAG board, adoption of the final sustainable community strategy. And again, just in a nutshell, the sustainable community strategy is a regionally focused plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that concludes the update of the projects. We now just will shift to potential new projects. As Mr. Johnson mentioned earlier, assuming a continuation of existing projects and required services into the next fiscal year leaves us with approximately 2.11 FTE or full-time equivalent planners available for assignment to new projects. And for this portion of the discussion, let me direct you to tables 2 and 3 of the work program. And I have those as listed as pages 14 and 15, so hopefully your document is the same. Upon initiation of the work program, staff compiled a list of potential projects from a variety of sources, and some of those projects are outstanding action items from previously adopted community plans, the ones that Mr. Johnson mentioned earlier. The lighting standards item, for example, developed out of action items that were contained in a number of community plans.
It's tables 2 and 3 in that work program, the bound document that was getting sent to you.
Yeah, I think some may be looking at the PowerPoint. It's actually the bound document. So some of those calls for lighting came from either a desire for dark skies or simply improved design of lighting facilities and fixtures. Other items on our list result from changing or recently adopted legislation which has implications for land use policy in the county, such as AB 1470, which is the tasting room law, which went into effect January 1st. And finally, other items such as the medical marijuana ordinance are responses to developing community issues and concerns. We've shown as potential short-term projects what we consider the highest priority projects because they're either time sensitive, they're necessary to respond to developing issues or mandates, or they implement one or more of the county's strategic plan goals. So that was the criteria for making our short-term list. And as you can see here, the total FTE requirement of 6.54 would be to implement every one of the lists on our short list, every one of the projects on our short list, and that exceeds our available FTE. But there are a number of projects on there that could be combined, as well as some that could be combined with projects from the midterm list.
Commissioner Gottsdenker.
Well, okay, we have now something on the list that actually talks about Montecito. Could somebody tell me what the Montecito design guidelines? I mean, we've got a budget issue of $129,705. What are we doing here? What is that for?
This item arose out of a request from the Montecito Association, I believe primarily, to update the existing design guidelines to clarify some items and simply look at the guidelines to make sure that they were responding to developing issues, or that they were the best design guidelines that, or excuse me, the design guidelines that would guide the best development in the community. So what we did was we took those desires and developed a cost estimate for those based on our past experience of developing design guidelines and taking them through the process.
Well, what's interesting to me about this is that we've got a, line item of $130,000 appropriately, and when those design guidelines were first put into place, they were written and designed by the community, and what it cost to produce them was significantly less than this line item because the community did the work. Now, I think, as far as I know, one of the items that the community has looked at, and several of the Commissioner Overall and myself were on the committee that worked on this, was the issue of basements and FARs. All of the work has been done on that. Essentially, the county was presented with a document that said, hey, we see that this could work, and that was when the request went in. But $130,000? I mean, it kind of puts in question a lot of line items here for me, because I can't see how, you've got $15,000 here allotted for a consultant. What consultant, when the Montecito Association and Mr. Overall and myself, we acted as the consultants. We're not going to see that. So this is an issue that, as far as Montecito is concerned, I don't understand how we come up with that money for that line item on a project that was presented and pretty much intact, wholly complete when it was given and the request was made. And we did the work so that we weren't going to, load money into the budget. That's always been Montecito's way of doing things, was to do the work ourselves so that we didn't cost the county money. And apparently we've just now cost the county $130,000, and I don't understand it.
You don't need to respond. I just wanted to know if you were.
Sure. Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Gosling, I certainly understand where you're coming from. I know that the Montecito Association has done a lot of work already. We're familiar with some of that work. We just got done working with the Summerlin community on updating their design guidelines. And as we peeled back the onion, at face value, as we started, there were a couple issues that the community wanted to address. As we got into it more and more, those issues, more changes were desired. Certainly, if it's issues dealing with basements and floor area ratios, and there are minor changes to the design guidelines that do not require a lot of public process and minor review and not significant text amendments, it might be less. We took what we thought to be a very conservative estimate, and looking at what the Montecito Association had outlined in terms of a scope of work, and came up with what we thought would be that conservative estimate to get it done. Certainly, if it costs less, then by all means, then it costs less. Whether or not we need a consultant to come in and help us with graphics to articulate and draw up the new basement definitions, or any sort of graphics that represent floor area ratio, we can decide when we get into the project whether or not that's warranted or not. We're not committed to spend this money, but nonetheless, this was a budget and a starting point.
Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Johnson, I think the concern from this side, represent only Montecito at this point, is that when you have what seems to me to be an unrealistically expensive project, it may not get in the pipe, it may not be approved to be undertaken. You've got, 2 full-time employees and 6 employees needed to do it, so it might be bumped out of here. When the work was done on this primarily by the Montecito Association, but with input, as Ms. Gottsneger said, by herself and by me. It was to be a very, very narrowly focused issue. We were aware of the fact, Ms. Black had made us abundantly aware of the fact that there wasn't a lot of money floating around to do the work that was necessary to turn this into a modification. And so we did a lot of the work, and we kept it very simple because it was almost a one project, although it applies broadly across the community. It was almost one project that brought it to head in the hillside area. So my concern is that we're looking at it here with a budget that may mean it doesn't get done, and yet it's a very important project from the standpoint of our MBAR and the Planning Commission and the architects who work in our community. This is a very important item because there is confusion about it. We've had numerous cases where it's caused controversy and a couple of appeals. So I guess the question is, how do we revisit the cost estimate? What needs to happen in order to look at it afresh and maybe say it's not nearly this expensive and it's something that we could then justify in your list of priorities? And I saw what the county planning commission recommended. So what's available to us in that?
And Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Overall, maybe what I can suggest is sitting down with the folks who've done the large portion of the work. If we can really rein in the scope of the work, by all means, maybe we can make some adjustments. That's what I'm suggesting is that with you two commissioners, and we see where we can rein in some of the work. I do want to let you know that it will require some changes to the Land Use Development Code, that we do have to prepare environmental review. These changes are subject to Coastal Commission review. So there are factors at play that may be an affront to common sense that drive some of the costs up.
But the point is well made that in the event that in the final moment that seems expensive and the budget won't work, there are people here that have already done the work and can probably take another step or two and get it done because it is important to us.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Derek said. I mean, there's one thing to draft the actual language that you propose. There's another, it's a whole nother matter to take it through the public hearing process. And I recall when we discussed this earlier, I warned you that this isn't as easy as it might seem to you because we don't know how the community is going to react. It may engender comments and concerns and changes, and there is a process we have to go through to get it finally adopted, including the Coastal Commission, which is not a fast, easy, or inexpensive process, even on what seemed to be the simplest of matters. So there's just a certain amount of cost, and that's why I was reluctant to tell you I could do it in the first place some time ago.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I would prefer leaving it in the format that the staff has prepared. I mean, they're using the same yardstick to measure all these things, and the help that, to the commissioners have provided are phenomenal. It's wonderful, but I think I would want to stay with the 129,705 if that's a number for whatever that, because like it said by our planner here, that Ms. Black, that this, we don't know what the cost will be, and if it does appear at the time that you undertake it that it's going to be larger than that, and we don't have enough money for it, it may get passed up in favor of another one. So I think leaving things as they are would be my favorite.
Very good. You can proceed.
Thank you. Just briefly, give you an orientation to the mid and long year project list that we put together. For the first time this year, you saw a comprehensive update to the county's general plan on the list of potential projects, and this proposed comprehensive update is in response to a letter that the county received this past summer from the state attorney general, in which the AG's office expressed concern over the age and continued adequacy of the general plan's mandatory elements and suggested that a comprehensive update should be completed. The county did respond to that letter alerting the AG's office to the fact that we do update our general plan through our community plans process. And so while the elements themselves, on the face of them, may appear to be out of date, there are other documents which do address conditions, changing conditions. So we haven't heard a response back to that letter, but it may come up again, so we have gone ahead and costed out what we believe an estimate to do that update if it's necessary. The rural region plans appear again in this year's work program. The majority are in the long-term projects category. Last year, the community expressed concern over the development of community plans because for the rural areas, and so the commission may find that the rural region plans are not necessary if, on the other hand, we do a comprehensive general plan update.
Well, maybe before you leave that table, just one thing you could note on the potential new projects, the longer term list. You see a couple. There's 3 community plans in the long term: Montecito Community Plan, and Orcutt Community Plan, and Toro Community Plan. Those ones are ones that are probably, we've now updated essentially all the other community plans in the county. The community plans typically have a 15 to 20 year time horizon. I haven't heard an expressed interest from Montecito about revisiting the community plan, but nonetheless, when the time does come, we've put it on the list, and certainly when we come back to your commission, if that's something that you want to move up the list, we can certainly express that to the board.
Thank you.
And then finally, as a reminder, this is the recommendation that we're asking from the commission today. And I know a couple of you have looked at the County Planning Commission recommendations, but I did include those for your information if you wanted to see those. So that concludes the staff presentation. We're happy to answer any additional questions or take any comments that you have.
Any questions for Ms. Parker? Thank you very much. This would be a time for public comment. And I invite anyone who has comments to come forward, fill out a slip. I have a speaker slip, Victoria Green from the Montecito Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and thank you to staff for the work that you do on putting together this work program. I wanted to comment on a few items. First, I think something you've already discussed a little bit, and it's the item that's identified as the Montecito Design Guidelines. I do believe that this grew out of some work that we were involved with in addressing some very specific issues. I think that we did flesh those issues out and really narrowly scope what we wanted to have looked at, and it in the end, what needs to happen are some amendments to the Montecito Land Use Development Code and some changes to text on 2 pages in the architectural guidelines. So I think that all I have is this cut sheet that I got online with respect to what's included in the work program, but I think that what's been scoped here is more than what we were looking for, and I would kind of caution you against endorsing it, at this scale. I don't think we saw the need for updating the format and the graphics of the guidelines. I think we really wanted to stay narrow and address the issue of floor area ratio, and there's specific language proposed there, and some how basements figure into that as well. So it was intended as something very focused. With respect to the need for consultants, I know we have an architect on our board who was thinking he was going to be drawing up the graphics that would help to explain some of these things. So I think we can save some money there. And I hope that when this goes to the Board of Supervisors, it can be with the understanding that ideally the cost will be much less. And I do understand staff's point. There's process that needs to occur for this to happen, but it doesn't seem that there's the need for a lot of original work, and I would think that the actual cost would be more in line with what I see on another item of interest, which is the vacation rental Land Use Development Code amendments, which you didn't have any discussion of today, but I think you might want to take a look at that and think about whether that's something you want to support moving forward or not. I think there are two aspects to this. One is the vacation rentals that occur now in our way of thinking without, in conflict with the existing code, and we think are zoning violations, but the county hasn't been enforcing them. And also this desire to create a system so that then revenues in the form of bed taxes could be collected. So I think it's something that would be very controversial in the community and, maybe warrants some consideration on your part as to whether it's the kind of effort that you want to see go forward, and if it were to go forward, in what format.
Ms. Green, could you elaborate on that issue, if you're prepared to, what it entails?
Well, I'm not sure what, you have in your book a page that describes,
Right.
I think, what's intended for the item. They've identified it as something requiring 0.35 full-time equivalents, and so total cost of about $70,000, about a little more than half of what they identified for the guidelines work. I would think the guidelines work would be more in line with that 70,000 figure, given it's just a matter of getting through the process. Probably not a lot of controversy, but some community meetings around that, whereas this is something that also would require amendment to the coastal program, the coastal zoning ordinance and coastal commission approval.
What page are you looking at?
I don't have page numbers, I just have what I got online. I didn't get a copy of the work program. It looks like this.
It's in the document under the potential projects short-term, and I want to guess it's about 6 projects back, 6 sheets back from the tab.
Excuse me, Ms. Green, go ahead.
So I just think, it is an issue that the Montecito community's had concerns about in the past. My board doesn't have a position on whether something like this should go forward, if it goes forward, in what format. But I just think that it's something you might want to look at and think about, whether it's the kind of thing you want to move forward, and if so, kind of in what form. Would you like to see a world where vacation rentals are allowed and people could obtain the required permits to rent their homes year-round for vacation purposes? Or would you prefer a world where that doesn't happen? And it seems like this ordinance, what's proposed here, would allow that to happen.
Aren't we in a world where it is happening?
Yes, we are.
That's the world I thought we were in. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to ask, when is the bottom line date when we can actually submit comments to long-range planning on this? I myself am willing to be responsible for the fact that I didn't do my homework in relationship to this item, and to now start going through page by page with what's being proposed is, I think, inappropriate as far as the timing of the day. Like with this ordinance, I mean, I just didn't read the materials. I'm sorry. I thought it was going to be a quick, this is what we're doing, and that I didn't realize that, so when is the last time that I could make written comments to long-range planning with regards to this material?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Godstanker, we had set up about an hour and a half for today's hearing, and we're going, as I mentioned, we're going to the board on the 23rd. If there's any follow-up conversations that you want to have, we can have those. I don't know when your next commission meeting is. I think it's after.
We need to do it on the record, too.
Mr. Chair, if you want to take formal action as a commission, I think the answer is you need to do that today. If you would like to provide individual comments to long-range planning staff, anybody can do that anytime up to the day of the hearing, but if you want to take action or make recommendations as a body, it needs to be today.
But the specifics of, for instance, the vacation rental LUDC amendments, we would have input as it later. We would...
Chairman Phillips, that's correct. If the board decides that with the limited resource that's available for next year, the 2.11, that's something we should tackle. And certainly it has countywide implications, and we would want to work both with the Planning Commission and the Montecito Planning Commission to review those proposed ordinance amendments.
There's a lot of this going on in Montecito, so it's something we're going to want to be involved in.
And Chairman Phillips, we've seen this, throughout the state, where particularly Carmel by the Sea, Monterey, different communities have said, well, a lot of these homes were designed for residential uses. They've evolved to be vacation rentals. They have different demands on them. And so what are we doing about that? And Hawaii, for example, has a pretty robust program for vacation rentals.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Green.
I guess the final point I wanted to make was that, one of the items in here is work on lighting standards and regulations, and I just wanted to be sure your commission knew, if you didn't already, that the association has been interested in the issue, particularly, of outdoor lighting. And we'd been doing some subcommittee work for a while on trying to come up with some recommendations to improve the kind of lighting that's going in landscape areas to minimize spillover and that kind of thing. So there is interest in the Montecito community in tightening the lighting regulations, which at this point are pretty minimal. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing those issues up. Commissioner Overall.
Commissioner Overall, you're doing two things to your mic. Okay, now speak.
What?
You were pressing the bar, so you were
Oh, I'm sorry.
counteracting.
Okay. Where do you stand in the lighting recommendations? I mean, do you have any sense of when that will be ready?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, no, I don't. We had done some work. It kind of fell by the wayside, to be honest, and I think that effort with our new land use committee in place for this year is going to get moving again. We were pretty close to, I think, having some kind of general recommendation and approach together. But, I think if a fire was lit under our feet, that would probably only be less, maybe 4 months away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
So, Chairman Phillips and members of the commission, if you want to take if you want to forward individual comments, as Ms. Black suggested, or if you as a commission want to forward a recommendation, your recommendation could be to, as we've suggested, if we go to the previous slide, to review, and then the second item, which would be direct staff to forward a recommendation to continue work on our current projects. When we summarize those, required services and operations management, and then any additional projects that you would suggest. It sounds like there is some interest in the Montecito design guidelines. We can certainly take a look at those budget numbers in light of today's comments and what we've learned from Ms. Green, to see if we can make some prudent adjustments in those budget estimates.
Let me ask you this. Did the County Planning Commission recommend less than you had recommended, or did they simply adopt your position?
Chairman Phillips, members of the commission, we came forward and our recommendation was to continue required services in our operations management, which is those tables provide that information, and then continue work on the ongoing projects. And the Planning Commission made the following recommendations, which are up on the screen right now, to occupy the remaining 2.11 FTE.
But those were on your list to begin with.
They came out of our list to begin with.
Is this to be read as a priority, weighted listing?
No, the Planning Commission did not express any form of priority.
Did they add new projects?
They did not add any projects that we did not scope out. For example, there weren't any projects that came from the commission at the meeting.
And it's in the form of a motion?
That's correct.
Commissioner.
I have a comment before a motion. I would like to propose that the commission consider recommending that we move the vacation rental study amendments from the short term to the more immediate term. I think that Montecito needs some regulation of rentals, both in terms of the traffic and the other issues that are arising out of the ongoing rentals. So that is a request to the commission.
Well, it's already in short term. I don't think, is there an immediate term?
So,
There is one?
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Barroso, if your recommendation is to forward that project as a recommended project, and then I would make that exact motion that you recommend that the Board of Supervisors consider the vacation rental LUDC amendments as part of the 2010-2011 work program.
To pull that out and make a special motion. Then
Correct.
I will do that with the motion as you stated, incorporate your statement into the motion.
Mr. Chair, if I could suggest that you decide if there are any other projects that you want the board to include in the work for this coming fiscal year.
You know, I have to echo Ms. Gottstanker's view. I didn't know we were going to have this input, and I thought we were just listening to your progress report. This is kind of a big issue, and if we lose this opportunity, we lose maybe the ability to weight projects in the future. So how do you want to proceed?
I would suggest that we trail it to the end of the day and individually take time over lunch to look at it.
Yeah,
if
let's
we
do that.
choose.
Okay. Okay. Good. How would we do that?
Mr. Chair, you can just
we just did it?
indicate that that's your
Okay.
intention.
Let's do that.
We do have, are you ready to take a break for lunch? Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to suggest we do have Susan Curtis here, and she is ready for the next item. If you want to wait until after lunch, that's fine. It's a briefing on the census.
How long is it? Do you know?
I think it's scheduled for 20 minutes. I don't know if it'll take the entire 20 minutes, or
What's your pleasure?
you want to take a break now?
Let's go to lunch. We'll be back in an hour and we'll continue. Thank you.
If we go out to eat, it's hard to get an hour.
Item number 4 on the standard agenda. Is it 4? Yes, the census issue. And Mr. Villalobos, would you read this into the record for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing at the request of the Office of Long Range Planning to receive a briefing on the Santa Barbara County 2010 census.
And brief would be a great operative word.
Thank you, Chairman Phillips. We'll run through the presentation today. Just want to brief the commission on the county census outreach efforts. Just a couple facts that I'd want to share with you is that the census is a mandated requirement under the Constitution. It's been conducted since 1790. It's the largest peacetime mobilization effort of the federal government. This time around, local governments across the state and across the country are taking a more active role in census outreach because local governments and states receive about $400 billion in federal funding that's based upon the per capita formula that's based upon the census. This time around, for the census, it's going to be very important for the state of California. It's one of the first times that the state actually might lose representation in Congress as a result of an undercount. Back in 2000, the state of Utah lost a congressional seat by about 800 people in undercount, which certainly is within the statistical margin of error that you would find. So also in 2000, the state of California spent about $24 million on outreach, and this time around they're spending $2 million. So that's really placed a big burden on local government to do a lot of the outreach. Ms. Susan Curtis from my office today is going to give a very brief presentation. We're going to run through really kind of some of the highlights, and then at the end, if you have any questions, we can answer those. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Phillips and members of the Commission. Today, staff would recommend that the Commission receive and accept the 2010 Census Report and direct staff to continue census outreach in Santa Barbara County. The goal of the census is quite simple. Every 10 years, count everyone in our nation where they live, defining who we are. On April 1st, Census Day, Santa Barbara County will have a new portrait of who we are, where we live, and what our community needs may be in the future. This census, there are a couple of firsts. First, they've reduced the census questionnaire to 10 minutes and 10 questions, and they're sending that to everyone in the nation. They also have bilingual English and Spanish questionnaires that they're sending out to about 13 million households in predominantly Spanish-speaking neighborhoods, with the hope that provision of that form will increase response rates. Individuals should not be concerned about confidentiality. All answers are protected by law. All the information is confidential for 72 years. Not even the President of the United States can access individual responses. As Derek stated, this is mandated by the Constitution. This is the 23rd Census of the United States. The census is important, as Derek indicated, because it allocates $400 billion. Now, that's per year to states throughout the nation. So all the states are going to vie for that money based on their census information. In 2000, there was an estimated undercount of about 2% in our state. Now, depending on the source, each Californian undercounted represents $1,000 to $3,000 in funding. So over the last 10 years, our state has lost anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 per Californian not counted. And this funding is used locally for programs like WIC, Head Start, our public transportation, emergency, and public services. In 2010, they estimate our state could lose $3 to $5 billion as a result of an undercount. On a side note, our office, Long Range Planning, we use census data continually in our community and regional planning efforts. So it's not just funding, but it's data that's integral to planning communities. The Census Bureau identifies hard-to-count communities based on factors according to housing, poverty, population, and language spoken at home. In California, the populations you see listed there represent our hardest-to-count communities, and they're going to represent the biggest challenge to us in getting information out and encouraging folks to return their census forms. So for that reason, what we're doing is we're reaching out to trusted messengers. Those would be community, faith-based, school, and civic organizations that have a trusted voice with some of the populations you see listed here. And they also have a relationship. And using this relationship, we're hoping that they can alleviate fears about filling out the census form and motivate individuals to participate. I'd like to note that university students, such as those at UCSB or SBCC, may be hard to count for no other reason than lack of awareness and the fact that this may be the first census that they've participated in away from their parents. So where are these hard-to-count populations in Santa Barbara County? Using the 2000 Census Questionnaire response and return rates, we've mapped those for the county, and we're using them to focus our outreach to maximize our efforts. Now, the pink areas you see on the map, they represent the areas that had the lowest response rates during the last census cycle. The second lowest are the blue areas, and the shades of green represent areas having much stronger response rates. So you can see that Isla Vista is our most populous area in the county, is also our largest undercounted. This information can be used to capitalize our opportunities and focus our outreach. How we're doing this is basically identifying trusted messengers and places of public congregation. This map illustrates how we're going to identify and reach out to and establish relationships with trusted messenger organizations, and also post information, might be at fraternities, sororities, and laundromats. We can do the same for Kuiyama, and we can use that information as a baseline to start our outreach and maximize our efforts. I should say we've already started our outreach and we're well into it.
So what have we done? Well, we developed a county census plan to address our hard-to-count populations, and it really leverages the messages and timing of the National Census Campaign. We're also collaborating with all 8 cities and throughout the county to achieve common goals and reduce duplication of effort. And we're working to serve as an information bridge between the Census Bureau and the community. And we're also trying to identify and create a network of organizations that we can really use as a catalyst for information. What are some of the ways we're doing this? Well, we've produced English and Spanish customized posters that use National Census messaging customized with local information and images. Now, these posters are being displayed throughout all county facilities, in our parks, our public health clinics, our animal shelters. We've given them to all directors and asked them to post them wherever they have a wall where the public and or staff might congregate. How does this translate into low cost or no cost outreach? Because our goal is really to do low cost and no cost. Well, in January, the County Public Health Department had a H1N1 flu clinic at Earl Warren Showgrounds. We put up 20 posters. 1,800 flu patients went through that, flu shot patients went through that clinic, and that cost the county a total of $12 for the printing of those items. Here's an example of just having our information posted in an area where there's a high visitor rate. It's an animal shelter, and they've posted posters, and they'll continue to do so as we provide them. Metropolitan Transit District, Santa Maria Area Transit, City of Lompoc Transit, and San Ynez Valley Transit have all generously donated display space for census posters. Combined, these transit services provide 35,000 passenger trips per day throughout the county. And the posters on display in these buses cost the county a total of $495 to print. This is low-cost outreach in action. So the Census Bureau timeline. The National Census Campaign was launched January 18th. It's costing the government about $133 million for television, outdoor internet advertising. You're going to see advertising at the Olympics. You're going to see them on primetime television stations. They had them at the Super Bowl. And they're focusing 50% of their advertising towards media for minority and ethnic audiences, or a lot of that hard-to-count population I had up on the screen earlier. Mid-March, everyone's going to start receiving their census forms. And they're going to prompt individuals to return those right away, because Census Day is the official census day. And once that day passes, the Census Bureau is going to start compiling information about addresses on those households that did not return their census forms. And they're going to use that to submit additional census forms. And if need be, they're going to send out what's called census enumerators. That's going to start between April and May. And they're going to send those folks out to households to follow up on the families that didn't return their questionnaires. Now in December 2010, with the hope that they've covered everyone and got them to return their questionnaires, they'll send that information to the president for apportionment. In March 2010, the Census Bureau is going to deliver that information for the districting to the states, and then from April to November 2011, that local redistricting process begins, or it's completed, I should say. Okay, next steps. Well, we have just finished customizing some radio and television public service announcements using our local elected officials, community and faith-based leaders. And we're going to play those on public access, cable television, and our SBC TV. We've also got a 30-second PSA currently running in North County at movie theaters. We're going to put them all in as well in South County movie theaters. We are going to continue our focused outreach. One of the things we're doing is we're working with UCSB, with a student association out there. We're also working with community organizations in Isla Vista. And we're going to do a Census Day event on April 9th. And what we're going to, that's going to be called Count Me IV. It's going to be on Pardell Road. And we're going to feature the regional census van, which you see there. It's an interactive kiosk. We're going to have activities and a panoramic photo of all the IV residents coming together to be counted. We're doing that after April, because April 1st, we were able to get the van, and also we want to make sure all those residents, those students, turn in those census cards if they didn't do them by April 1st. We're going to continue working with our partners like the Agricultural Advisory Committee. We are working with the superintendents of schools. We're doing a presentation on Monday, try to get all the schools involved in the Census in Schools program, and we're going to continue working with our cities and the Census Bureau to collaborate on outreach throughout the county. To conclude, Staff has reported on census outreach to date and our plans for future outreach that align with the national census campaign. Staff recommends that the Commission receive and accept our 2010 census report and direct staff to continue census outreach in Santa Barbara County. We'd be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Apparently not. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we need to motion to recommend, or do we just?
Mr. Chair, I would just recommend that they just check to see if there's any public comment, and if not, then I would suggest you do take whatever motion you feel is appropriate. We've offered one on the screen.
Receive and accept the 2010 census report and direct staff to continue census outreach in Santa Barbara County. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, before you...
Public comment.
Please.
Excellent.
Just if
This
there
is
are
an
any-
opportunity for the public to comment on the census presentation. Should you wish to, just come forward. We'll get a speaker slip. And see, everyone's illegal out there, and they don't want to get involved with you guys. No, I'm kidding. How do you do that? How do you assure someone that is illegal in place, has a lot to lose by sharing information that could be used against them? I would guess these significant folks in the community, these trusted people, are probably better than your posters, huh? Yeah.
Chair Phelps, you've hit the nail right on the head. That's exactly what we're doing. I mean, we want to count everyone regardless of their immigration status. That's the federal government's approach to conducting the census. And so they have really worked with, faith-based community, different people that are trusted to talk about the confidentiality of the information that they provide the Census Bureau. Ms. Curtis indicated the information is confidential for 79 years. Not even the president can get access to that information.
Yeah.
And that's one of the key things that we're honing in.
Great. Good luck. Seeing no public comment, I will close that opportunity and motion to receive and accept as I stated. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just to clean up, did we need to make a similar motion accepting the work program report?
You will, Mr.
Oh, we're
Chair and
still
Commissioner
trailing
Bussinger,
that.
but you've trailed
Okay.
that.
We now move to our let's see, why are you not in place here? Yeah, I have nothing in it. I guess because you are here. You are the one. Good to see you again. All things Westmont will be discussed.
The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a report on the status of the Westmont College Master Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Pleased to be here before your commission this afternoon. I don't have too much to report as far as the status of Phase 1 construction goes with Westmont College. I wanted to update you on the monthly traffic counts, as that is of utmost importance to your commission and the community. As you recall, the cap that was placed by your commission on the school is a rolling cumulative average of 3,718 average daily trips during the typical school day. And Westmont's rolling average as of through January was 3,014. So they continue to sort of hover around that 3,000 mark, about 700 trips below the cap that was instituted. For all other days, meaning weekdays or weekends and holidays, the cap was 2,650, and their cumulative average to date is 1,599. So they're roughly 1,000 below the cap for all other days. As far as construction activity goes, they have been slowed down a bit in the last month by the rain and the holidays. They don't work on the state holidays. But activities along the roadway include primarily landscaping at this point and just cleaning around at the edges. The perimeter roadway is in place. The focus right now is on the Adams Art Center and the Winter Hall Science and Math. Those two buildings have their rough shape in place, and at this point they're going through doing all the utility installation, plumbing, air conditioning, heating, mechanical and electrical. They're starting to do the plastering along the outside and starting in on some of the detail work and the roofing. So primarily the structure is there, now it's just a matter of putting in all the pieces. The track surfacing is still ongoing. That has also had some delays due to the weather. And other than that, again, most of the focus has been on those two larger buildings within the project. And at this point, from what I hear from the school, is they're hoping to complete work associated with Phase 1 hopefully by the end of this year, if not trailing into the beginning of 2011. But they are on target to essentially finish up within approximately 2.5 years of the Phase 1, which would trigger that 5-year quiet period before any future construction activities.
Thank you. Commissioner.
I just had a question on the pathway. Any reporting on that, of the condition of it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Idelson, if you're referring to the trail along the west side of the campus by that drainage, since we discussed that item with your commission, I believe it was maybe 2 hearings ago, haven't received any updated information on that. I know they are working on landscaping in that area along in between the road, perimeter road, and that drainage, and that is ongoing. And I know they've planted a number of trees and some understory as well.
Commissioner.
Here
you go.
What I can do is report on the physical, my observation of the physical existence of that path, and due to the rains and the amount of landscaping and all of the things that are going on, there are sections of those, and especially the section that was of most concern that's nearest to some of the East Mountain Drive neighbors, it's pretty much non-existent right now. I think one would say that it is definitely returned to its natural state. You know, because some of the dead trees have kind of fallen and haven't been cleared yet, and so it's no longer like a pathway, which I think was what we expressed, is that it really shouldn't be raked and cleared, and they have actually complied with that, and it just is kind of, it's passable, but with some difficulty.
Mr. Tuttle, let me ask you this. A piece of the funding is now missing from the Westmont plan. Apparently it didn't affect Stage 1 at all. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, no, that is not true. Phase 1, if you recall, used to total approximately 165,000 square feet of development, including the chapel, auditorium, and the residence halls. And because of their loss of approximately $75 million in private funding that was rescinded, they are pulling out and no longer building the chapel and the residence halls as part of this initial phase. And so those 2 buildings are going to have to get bumped into a future phase. And that 5-year quiet period should give them the opportunity to bring in the funding necessary to build those. But if one other point of interest in that regard is that each future phase is limited to a total of 60,000 square feet of development. Because some of these larger buildings and the residence hall complex are getting pushed into those later phases might only end up being 1 or 2 buildings at a time. So the extent the extent and breadth of the future phases will be much less significant than the current initial phase.
Is it contemplated in the permit process that once you have a permit to build X. If you want to build less than X, you can just elect what to leave out? Is that how it would work? In that we don't see it again and say, well, that residence hall is really important to the community because they're sitting in Starbucks and they would be in the residence hall if it was built. Remember that discussion? But we don't get to see this again and redo this now that it's a different project, I suppose.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, your approval and the board's approval on appeal was of the project as a whole. It was providing authorization for them to proceed and obtain the necessary zoning clearances and building permits to move forward with their construction. If for some reason they chose 20 years down the road or 15 years down the road that they just didn't have the money or didn't have the ability to construct one of those buildings, it wouldn't automatically come back to you, no.
I see.
There are certain instances where if they're putting in less than what was approved, then it does raise an issue, like if they want to put in less landscaping or if they don't want to put in the necessary public infrastructure for access and things like that, where that tends to cause more of a problem. But if they just select not to build one of their buildings, that's typically not something that we have much say in.
I see. Commissioner.
Did not the approval include the phasing conditions, however?
The Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, overall, the approval was for the overall project as well as more specifically what was contemplated in Phase 1, and then the details of future phases was sort of left open as far as what structures could be built in future phases. It was just that no more than 60,000 square feet per each individual phase. But the way it was worded was for Phase 1 was not the Westmont shall construct these buildings. It was Westmont may construct these buildings as part of the initial phase. So it didn't hold them to the fire in that regard.
So for subsequent phases, there is no requirement for them to come back and say, we want to build these. There's a limitation on total square footage, but there's no requirement to come back and get an approval for what is in that phase, if I understood you correctly.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, overall, there's no requirement that they come back to your commission for approval. As long as each new structure complies with the square footage and general design that was approved by your commission, then it can proceed at a staff level. There is the requirement before the second phase begins that the project as a whole sort of comes back to you. We look through the condition language and how things operated as far as construction during the initial phase, and if there's anything that we want to tweak, there's an opportunity to do that at that point. If for some reason we find that the mitigation measures or the conditions of approval weren't really doing the job as far as addressing neighbor complaints and nuisance issues associated with construction.
And that'll happen before Phase 2 begins? That'll
happen before Phase 2.
So our jurisdiction would attach should we see that not that a building isn't being built, but that the landscaping is not happening because of lack of funds. That would be something we'd be interested in and legitimately. Yeah.
And as far as the landscaping goes, they've bonded for all the landscaping, both for installation and maintenance. So if we see that they haven't installed the landscaping, then we have a fairly significant bond that we can hold it and use to do the job. And certainly we won't release that bond until the landscaping is installed per plan.
How are the cement pours working out? Have you been getting phone calls? Has Sycamore Canyon been stopped or anything? We were concerned about those days.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, have gotten any calls regarding the concrete pours. So while it might cause some delays on those particular days, haven't received any complaints.
Anyway.
And as far as I know, the pours for at least this initial phase are done with. All those large foundation pours are over. So
wonderful. Any questions of Mr. Tuttle? Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you next month.
Yeah. Ms. Major. Mr. Villalobos, would you read Agenda 7 into the record, please? 6? 6. Oh, we have to...
So, Mr. Chair, David will read item number 6 in the agenda, and then we'll just ask for a motion to drop.
I see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Tom Meany, architect for the owners Victor and Wendy Coleman. Consider the following. 09 City 816, application filed on April 28, 2009. 09 VAR 3, application filed on April 28, 2009. And to accept exemption pursuant to Section 15303 of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to, how do you put it legally, drop it from the agenda? Let's do that.
Mr. Chairman, I move that this item be dropped from today's agenda.
And a second? I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving to agenda item number 7, Mr. Villalobos. We're moving now, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a request of Steve Fort, agent for the applicant, Christopher Kong, to consider case number 09 RMM 3, application filed on August 18, 2009, and to determine that the addendum to Environmental Impact Report 93 EIR 3, together with the original EIR and prior addenda, are adequate for this project pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. Ex parte communications site visits to disclose. I've seen the site. I've been to the site. I haven't spoken to anyone about it, however. Anything else?
I spoke to Mr. Fort and posed a couple questions, but I assume that that'll come out in the review.
We had seen this last month as well. Was it was in December? Yeah. Okay. Ms. Major, I think it's to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I will be presenting the Concord recorded map modification continued from December 16th. The project is located at 1385 and 1389 Oak Creek Canyon Road in the Resource Management Zone and is part of the Oak Creek Canyon subdivision. The project site is shown here. The proposed project includes reconfiguration of the existing development envelope on each property. Specifically, the proposed project would add a new area to the Lot 4 development envelope, which would allow direct access to Oak Creek Canyon Road from Lot 4, would abandon a drainage crossing between the two properties, thereby allowing greater protection of riparian resources, would preserve a 25-foot setback from the top of bank of on-site creeks, would establish a setback from on-site wetland vegetation, and decrease Lot 4 from 0.84 to 0.7 acres, and decrease Lot 5 from 1.36 to 1.21 acres. This slide that's up right now shows the subject properties. And now this dashed line shows the properties as they were approved in 2003 and the boundaries of the development envelopes as they were in 2003. In red on the slide now we see the proposed areas to be abandoned and the proposed areas to be added are shown in blue. These are the areas as presented at the December 16th hearing. Now finally these areas in green show the changes that have been made since the last hearing to now. The applicant has proposed a number of revisions. Those revisions include that at the top of Lot 4, a portion of the area that was previously proposed to be abandoned would now be retained as a part of the envelope, and this area is approximately 1,322 square feet in size. At the bottom of the lot, the proposed southern extension of the envelope has been reduced from 4,651 square feet to to 2,974 square feet. The previously proposed southern extension was located 20 feet from the property line and would now be located 50 feet from the property line. Additionally, the applicant has proposed that this area that would be extended to the south be designated as a accessory structure development area. And what this would do is that it would limit construction in the area to an 800 square foot accessory structure. Therefore, they couldn't build, the residence down in that area. The proposed revised project would continue to be consistent with all applicable policy and ordinance requirements of the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan, would be consistent with the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, and CEQA Section 15164 would continue to apply. Therefore, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for the project, including CEQA findings, determine that the addendum together with the original EIR and prior addenda are adequate, and approve the project subject to conditions. That will conclude my presentation.
Ms. Mosier, the accessory structure area, that isn't something that the county insisted on. It was probably offered by the applicant. We don't have accessory structure areas, do we?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. The applicant, it was brought up at the last hearing that there was some concern that perhaps the entire residence could be built down there. And so the applicant, their intention is to only build an accessory structure in that area. And so they were willing to place a condition on the project that would limit that development in that area.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Masier, when you say accessory structure, because in the ordinances we've got accessory structures, then we've got guest houses, and it's always a little questionable to me, what the use. But when we say accessory structure, that means they could put a guest house down there.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Godsinger, that's correct. They could put a guest house, a pool house,
okay,
any of those
that's
types
fine. Yes,
of
yeah,
structures.
it's just, it's always a definition thing for me.
Any questions of Ms. Mosier?
Oh, I have another question. Do you know what the purpose of retaining the open building envelope to the west of Lot 4 and the east of Lot 5? You go back to your little map, you can see what I'm talking about. See that right along the property line there, to the west of the red on Lot 4, we've got that area right there. What's the purpose of having that part of the building envelope? You're not going to be able to access it from a road or anything. Do you understand my question, or you don't? Maybe this is a question for the applicant.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Godsinger, I think I don't quite understand which area you're referring to. Is it one of the shaded areas?
That area. This area. That is retained as development envelope, right?
Yes.
And then we've got the creek. So we've taken stuff out of the creek, but what's the purpose of that? Because my understanding is that why we were doing all of this reconfiguration was so that the driveway for Lot 5 was going to come down on Lot 5 and the driveway up there, and they were no longer going to share this shared driveway.
I'll let the applicant answer as
yeah,
well. But
that's fine.
I believe that because of the slopes on Lot 5, they need to have a longer distance for a proposed driveway to curve around.
Oh, so the proposed driveway for Lot 5 is still going to go on to Lot 4?
It would not go onto the development envelope for Lot 4, but it would go on to the parcel over the property line, which is why in the conditions there's easements reserved over the property for access.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? It's Mayshore, not, it's a, that A, Mayshore, huh? Okay, I've got it. Thank you. Why don't you come on up? Oh, you have a question, I'm sorry.
Actually,
1 second, I'll be with you, and
I actually have
Commissioner
several
Over.
questions. Ms. Mayshore, on, if I can read it, page A2 of the staff report, of the findings. Number one, there's some language in here. It starts out on the second line, when development envelope on each parcel were originally created, etc. And then it goes down, it says, based upon additional site surveys and engineering design review, it is now apparent that access can be taken directly off Oak Creek Canyon Road. I have two questions, actually one statement that I think is correct and a question. The statement is, I think when they did the previous modification, I think that's when the access was moved to come across Lot 5. The very original subdivision, I believe access to Lot 4 came off of Oak Creek Canyon. At least it was in their sales brochure to start with. But that's, in a way, that's kind of beside the point for the moment. What I'm really focused on is the additional site surveys and the engineering design review. Unless I missed it, which is entirely possible, I didn't see anything in here that supports that conclusion. Quite the contrary, in this packet of material that you were kind enough to send us, it looks like it's very steep. And the concern that I have here is we're going from a parcel where it has access over Lot 5 to where either we're going to have, short of the fire department giving us evidence that they will accept a road design, we've got a problem. Or we may end up having to make enormous compromises because there's no other way to get access to this property. That's one of the, if I'm reading correctly, let me see if I can find the language for you. On B2, I think it is. Yeah, under condition 43, it says retaining wall height, which I assume also would apply to an access driveway that it's limited to 8 feet. And then it comes down, it says, unless such height restriction would preclude reasonable development. That's a condition, that's a qualifier in there that you could drive a truck through. And I have no objection to what they want to do here. I want to make sure that we know what the consequences of this are, and I haven't been able to determine so far by looking at these plans. So between you and Mr. Fort, maybe you can reassure me, but that's my only concern at this point.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, overall, if I could, I'd like to start on the fire access issue. This project was reviewed a couple of times by the fire department. It was first reviewed when both the recorded map modification and the development plan requests were in together. It went to a meeting and they reviewed the proposed plans for construction that were also included in your packet, as well as the recorded map modification. At that time, they applied conditions relating to the material that they would accept for a driveway and relating to fire clearance. After the development plan was withdrawn, I met again with Kirk Johnson to go over the project and received a letter from him reaffirming the same requirements, which were and which are included as conditions on the project, which were to require a concrete driveway due to slopes in excess of 15% in the access area, and to require fire clearance again at the point that they did come in with a specific development proposal. with regard to the calculation of slopes and the retaining wall height. I'll put up a slide from last time. This slide on the right-hand side shows a portion of the development envelope to be added, and the previously proposed driveway as a part of the development plan. And within that area, the maximum proposed retaining wall height was 3 feet. So, and maybe Mr. Fort can speak to this, but I believe that this was a partially engineered plan, and they did go in and do new slope analysis prior to submitting this project to us. So the slope information that we have should be up to date.
I have to say, I'm not totally reassured by that, but let's hear from the applicant, and we.
Thank you, Chair Phillips and Commissioners, for hearing us today. My name is Steve Fort. I'm with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting, and I think I'm going to hit on those questions as I go through here, and I believe I'll be fairly brief as well as soon as I load up here. But I would reiterate Ms. Mayshaw's response to Commissioner Godstanker that indeed that driveway for Lot 5 was proposed to swing over via easement and cut back to Lot 5 there. So that's why that area is being retained. And it would swing over and stay away from the drainage area that's proposed, or that exists there. And just to touch on, again, on Ms. Mayshaw's comments about the previous development plan proposal, there was, with that submittal that again has been withdrawn, we did work with a local civil engineer, Lanieri, and he had done some preliminary designs of that driveway, and indeed it would have involved retaining walls with a maximum height of approximately 3 feet as it winded off of Oak Creek Canyon Road there. Okay, we'll get started here. Again, the highlights that we made some revisions since December when we were here last. We're proposing this 50-foot setback from the existing southern boundary of the property. We're proposing now, we've brought up our proposed development envelope boundary 50 feet from that southern boundary. We've reduced the area to be added at that southern end. And as we discussed, we have offered, we would designate that area at the south end to limit development in that area to an 800 square foot accessory structure, whether that be a guest house or an artist studio or a cabana. Again, just to very briefly go over the map, the orange areas are areas to be removed from the development envelope, and yellow areas are the areas to be added. Again, we're showing that that 50-foot setback from the southern property line. I just wanted to again give an aerial view of the proposed development envelopes and their approximate location to the south of Oak Creek Canyon Road. Just showing that we are pulled back even further again from the southern boundary, which is approximately right in here, the southern property line. And I just wanted to show the development envelopes in the context of the neighborhood. These two proposed development envelopes here. There is another development envelope here. I believe it's probably Lot 6. I'm not sure of the number. And there is this project over here, which has been completed, I believe, in the last year or so. Again, just to show you the context and how we sit in the neighborhood here. We were just discussing this. This on the right is the previously proposed and withdrawn development plan, kind of an overview of the grading. And I just wanted to show that upper area and what was proposed by the previous civil engineer, that he was proposing that there'd be somewhat of a cut here with a fill down in this area to kind of level that off and provide adequate access. And again, as we talked about, the walls in this area were approximately 3 feet maximum height. And this is just a view looking back up at what is now kind of a turnout or a T turnaround here on Oak Creek Canyon Road. Again, the fire department has looked at it. They're okay with what has been proposed, or what was proposed in the past. They're okay with the map. They have conditioned, if you do so, approve the project that for material maximum slope, and I think that was it. Also, the vegetation clearing. So they have taken a look at the map, and again, a future applicant will come back with a development plan for their proposal for the driveway. It'll be looked at by the fire department, MBAR, Montecito Association, and you folks as well. I just wanted to, in terms of the visual impact of coming off the road, I just wanted to point out, we don't feel that that impact would be any worse than perhaps spanning that drainage with a bridge. And these are some examples of a bridge on the road up there at Oak Creek Canyon, and a bridge for what I think is a service entrance on one of the projects. So I just wanted to point out and make the point to consider that a bridge spanning that drainage might also have a significant, or could have a visual impact. And we don't think a driveway coming off the top of Oak Creek Canyon Road would be any more adverse than what a bridge might be. Again, very briefly, there are about 60 conditions of approval that would carry over, or do carry over, to any development proposed on this project in the future from the existing from the existing Oak Creek Canyon map approval, subdivision approval. We talked about the 8-foot high retaining walls. There's, again, 60 conditions on retaining walls, landscaping, color, and really, what I really want to point out again is condition 38 involves landscaping on the southern side of any proposed development, and that these, all the landscape plans need to provide sufficient screening on the southern perimeter. Applicants in the future are required to show how that is going to grow out over a period of time for MBAR and for P&D to review. And again, performance and installation bonds are required to ensure that anybody installs and maintains any landscaping proposed in the future. So we feel like those 60 conditions of approval are really, will really give you guys another look at it when someone comes in with a development plan. And I just want to kind of keep reiterating that we don't have anything proposed here. Someone will be back with a development plan for a house at some point in the future. Montecito Association, MBAR, P&D, you folks will have a chance to look at that. This is a view southwest from pretty much the exact spot, as I measured it, where the southern boundary of the development envelope is proposed. Again, that's the southern boundary. There'd be landscaping required, so I don't believe that it would be feasible or reasonable for anyone to propose a structure right on that boundary, but this is from right at the point of where that boundary is proposed, looking southwest. And you can see there is some green space and some trees existing there beyond what would be required of a future applicant. And this is just looking directly south from that same point, again showing the existing landscaping, an area that could also be additionally landscaped. Again, no development proposed. We're not proposing any changes to the conditions of approval that apply to Oak Creek Canyon. We're actually proposing a few of our own regarding that accessory development envelope and the restrictions we're asking for down there. Based on previous grading analysis, we think that, or we believe that reconfiguring the driveway could possibly lower the grading required as opposed to a bridge across the drainage by as much as 46%. Again, we have the setbacks for the wetland area that have been identified, 25-foot top of bank setbacks, and we think, well, we calculate we're reducing the average slope of the development envelopes by about 2%. And with that, I would thank you, and I'm available for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. There will be questions. Mr. Overall.
Mr. Fort, you indicated that the fire department was, with the development plan that has now been withdrawn, you indicated that the fire department was okay with it and that they had offered conditions. I mean, I read that correspondence, and I know what the conditions are. What I am uncomfortable with, and I still haven't had anybody address it, this one thing says that the additional site surveys and engineering design review says that will work. What I want to know is, did the fire department actually look at the calculations on an engineered access driveway and say, yes, that one will work? Because, somewhere in here we've got we have the slope, and I mean, it's really steep. And what
22%, which is normally not approvable by the fire department. So
The fire department's, well, I'm sorry, were you going to chime in? Or?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, the fire department reviewed the development plan, which includes the plan that Mr. Fort was showing, including the fill quantity, the cut quantity, and the retaining walls. And based on that review, it was their determination that it was a 15% slope. So we're not talking about just measuring the slope straight on the plans. We're talking about measuring the slope after the cut and fill has been placed on the site in a particular location. So what the fire department reviewed was what would be out there in the end as engineered design based upon a specific development plan proposal. And I can measure those slopes again, but the fire department looked at the actual engineered plans from the applicant's engineer.
That's not this? Is that different from this?
I'm not sure which plan that is.
What I'm indicating is that on sheet C4, which seems to be C4 seems to be the upper sheet of the development plan, and then there's it's like the part that has the upper driveway. Are you saying that this is or is not the engineered plan that the fire department reviewed?
If I might interject, Chair Phillips and Commissioner Gottsnker, and overall, if that is indeed the Van Sand plan, that would have been a plan from the previous development plan submittal that was reviewed by the fire department and was in process with P&D.
Right. So then the slopes are not 15%. They're on this plan. They're 22%.
Yes, I would agree with that. And I would also refer you to the fire department's letter that I think is in your packet, where they talk about the materials and the slope, and they do speak to that slope. I believe it says the maximum slope they would accept would be 2 to 8, which I believe is a 25% slope.
Okay.
In
let me see.
the October 2009 letter?
Yeah, excuse me, I just don't remember seeing a fire department letter because I looked for one.
I think it's October 2009.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottsnker, it is at the back of the conditions of approval of the staff report that was presented at the December 16th hearing. So if you go to attachment B of the staff report from your December 16th hearing, that is page, and then you go to the very end of those. The first sheet behind all of those conditions is the Montecito Fire District letter.
There's some copies of it.
It says the driveway shall be a concrete surface due to the grade of the driveway exceeding 15%. The driveway shall be a 14-foot wide minimum, and the transitions in grade shall not exceed 2 feet in elevation in every 8 feet of run.
That's 25 feet.
Yeah.
Percent.
guess the question is whether that.
It reads, I guess the problem for me is that letter reads more like a condition to be met, you know. See, you're saying it needs to be 14 feet wide, and if it exceeds 15%, it has to be concrete. Well, we know on these drawings it's 22%. So a future property owner can then assume that they can do 22% because as long as they do it concrete, they can do it at any percent above 15?
The letter, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Godsinker, the letter also says transitions in grade shall not exceed 2 feet in elevation in every 8 feet of run, which I believe is 25%.
Yeah, that would be 25%, yeah. Okay.
But that is a transition. How long, what's the distance of a transition considered?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, overall, I couldn't answer that question. I would think that would mean that it shouldn't exceed. If you look at the plan, this engineered plan, it has little arrows. At the top it says 13%, and then a little ways down it says 22%. That would be my interpretation of a change in grade, but I don't know specifically what they were referring to.
Ms. Mason, I think you're accurate in that the fire department calculates that given the length of a truck. So if you're coming uphill at a certain grade and then all of a sudden you have to go that way, much steeper, that zone in there is the transition, and they want to make sure that transition is that their truck's not going to drag out, or going the other way, they're not going to be able to make the transition. So, okay. So I think to answer Mr. Overall's question is that, yes, the fire department is going to allow up to 25%, as long as it's concrete.
Commissioner Idelson.
Okay, I have confidence that the that the fire department will put in the requirements necessary, and as they have, and they're pretty particular usually before you get the drive approved or a permit. But what I want to ask is it appeared to me that quite a bit of grading had been done on the lot, and I wanted to know just, do you have those values as far as how many yards have been moved that you're working with it? Because when you showed that picture, and then when I was up there looking at it, it appeared that stuff had been sloughed off to the downhill side. Am I wrong?
Chair Phillips and Commissioner Idelson, I am not aware of any grading that's gone on Lot 4 or 5.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any, at least in the recent future since I've been on the project.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Idelson, I was not indicating that the fire department would not continue to do their job as far as applying the appropriate conditions. I was asking the questions that I was asking to clarify whether I thought it was appropriate to cause a driveway of that steepness in the hillsides that's going to cause an extraordinary amount of grading. So it had nothing to do with the fire department. You know, I was just concerned with the amount of grading that it's going to take to get in a driveway with those kinds of grades.
Any other questions for Mr. Ford? There may be more, but right now there isn't, and I thank you. We will move to public comment. Should there be any interest in speaking, bring up a slip and you will be first. Thank you very much. Robert Sen.
Hi, my name is Robert Sen, and I'm the architect that's been involved with this project for I think at least 3 years, and I thought I could help answer some of those last questions you guys had. both of these lots were previously accessed across Lot 5. That driveway was previously approved in the last, 2 RMMs ago, and it was approved at 22%. That number, since we thought, okay, it was approved before, was kind of the upper threshold we put on the new Lot 4 driveway, and in fact, the Lot 5 driveway is also still at 22%. The curb onto the Lot 4 property was also always there. So the Lot 5 driveway, with the exception of not connecting to a bridge, is nearly identical to what it was. So that just gives you a little bit of history. I did meet out there with the fire department twice. They were fully aware of the slopes. They said due to the smaller trucks Montecito has, they're able to take these steeper grades, because in the county, you could never go 22%, but in Montecito, they have trucks that are capable of that and actually quite a bit more. Regarding any grading that was done out there, there was some dirt sloughed off the road, and the reason for that was when we were in the development plan phase, the planner, I think previous to Ms. Mayshort, requested soils reports on both properties. The only way to access those lots was to slough some dirt off so they get their truck down, and that was something we did have approved by the previous planner. And just in general, I would really encourage you to approve this. I think it's a real win for the county. The resources are much more protected than the existing envelope, which really took no account of the resources that are there. And I really think the owners have given up a lot. They've been squeezed on the right and left, so the setbacks from the creeks are even further than what they were. And the area added to the south just mildly helps get back some of the area they've lost. They're still looking at a loss of developable area, even with that portion on the south. And as far as the small amount of cut on the north in that portion, as surprising as it is, Commissioner Gottstanker, the grading for that new Lot 4 driveway isn't really very much. I believe there is a number for it on the plans. But you can see by looking at the topo lines up on Lot 4, it's actually quite a bit flatter than Lot 5. And once you get past that little hammerhead, which is being removed, because right now it slopes back towards the hill, we're going to slope it down 5%. Once you get across that hammerhead, that driveway comes down almost on grade, just with that one little 3-foot wall on the one side. So anyway, in short, I really encourage you to approve this. I'd hate to see it revert back to the currently approved envelope, because I think this is just a real win-win for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. The next speaker is John Maenza.
Is it possible to show the video? Chairman, Commissioners, thank you very much for considering this again. I really appreciate it. I'm coming to you not only as the neighbor at 1478 East Mountain Drive, but also as a design professional and an experienced developer in the community. Excuse my rudimentary MapQuest photograph with my drawing on it, but it represents something that I'd like you to consider carefully. It's really the last in December's manifestation of how far down the developable envelope was proposed, with the existing Lot 3 and Lot 5 developable envelopes. And the thing that's so striking to me when I look at this, and when I look back at this property from, say, the Upper Village, is the buffer zone between the property line, illustrated in red, east to west, and the existing development envelopes. That buffer zone is now being proposed to be developed. And although I completely sympathize and understand with the complexities and difficulties that this lot has had from the very beginning, I would argue that under the current planning ordinance, it may not even be a lot now because of the setbacks that are required from creeks. It's very simple. What I would like to ask you to consider are two things. The vertical elevational difference between the upper portion of Lot 4 and the proposed developable area at the bottom of Lot 4. What is that? I'm sorry, I don't know, but what is that vertical? Maybe the gentleman could help us with that. Because even though we're pulling away from the creeks and making the environmental impact to this site supposedly better, according to the planning ordinance, the actual physical reality of building down on the southern portion of that lot would not only visually, we would lose the buffer zone that currently is there, but also it would impact the site in the most dramatic way. It would require more grading and steeper roads to get down to that portion of the lot. And I believe it's arguable that it would impact the site more, even though we've supposedly reduced the impact to this site. The second thing that I'd like you to consider is, well, those two things, the buffer zone and the vertical height difference between the upper portion of the lot and the area below where they're proposing to develop a guest house. And, you know, finally, since there is no project proposed for this lot, currently, I would suggest that the applicant ask you to approve the driveway. I mean, it's already accessible from the road. Approve that portion and everything else, but leave the southern portion, the southern setback of the developable envelope in the approved 2003 location, and approve everything else. I would hope that the applicant would at least present that as an option to you, because everything else about the applicant's plan for future development, whoever it is, makes sense. It just, when I look at this, it doesn't make sense to me to have that developable envelope creep down that far south of the lot just to gain back lost developable area that perhaps should never have been proposed to begin with. And in 21st century technology and architecture and design, a beautiful home can be built on a lot of that size. The house on Lot 3 is under construction now. And it's, as you can see, much higher up in the lot. And I'm very concerned about the steepness of the lot and the actual physical reality of its development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question?
No, I was just going to answer the question. It was roughly calculated of about 100 feet in elevation, by the way, from the topos that we've got, you know. I think so. And the other thing I would do to address your comments is that this, you know, they have pulled it back from the time of your drawings back. They've pulled it back 50 feet there, you know. And I think that the development of the lot and the driveway really is going to be, that all we're really doing today is kind of drawing a perimeter around what can be developed. And until a development plan is presented to us, many of the issues that you're concerned about will be dealt with by this commission at the time that, because a development plan has to come to us, you know. And, you know, it's interesting when you brought that up, because I was reading the materials very closely to make sure that we were not approving the development plan that was in the material that was given to us, because I wouldn't approve that. I couldn't approve that. So just to see if I can alleviate some of your concerns, that what you've seen in those drawings in the previous development plans, not what's going to be there. Okay?
Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period. And we are in deliberation. Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to abstain from voting on this. I was not present for when it was first considered in December and have not been able to view the entire tape, although I did view part of it. So I will abstain from voting.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Overall.
I somewhat reluctantly will support this. I still have concerns about that upper part, and I think when it comes before us in a development plan, the landscaping mitigations are going to be, well, I'm glad I'm not trying to build on it. I would like to add one condition to it, or like the commission to consider one condition. I would not like to see the driveway extended down to the guest house. I know it wasn't on the plan that we looked at, but I think we ought to limit the length of the driveway so that it does not go below the main building. I think if you start to add driveway down there, you're going to do more scarring on the hillside than we already have. So that would be my one request, that we add to it. And other than that, I can support it.
How would people get to the guest house? Walk?
They'd have to walk. I mean, this is really a sensitive. In my opinion, that's why I said when I looked at the old development plan, I went, whoa. I mean, that doesn't work for me for a hillside lot, and that's this visible. And given that I do site planning professionally, there's all ways I could imagine this long, thin lot being developed, whereas Mr. Overall's concern is that driveway, and I understand what his condition is, because one of the first things that came to mind in the old development plan is that driveway came all the way down to the front of the house, not to the back of the house, the upside hill, which made the amount of grading and retaining, I mean, it was massive development and didn't even, in my opinion, would not have even complied with the design standards that Oak Creek Canyon has in place. I mean, they have their own design standards in place. So, I don't know if we can get at that by conditioning a building envelope that way, is my concern with what that condition was, which is why I didn't jump in second, because I don't think we can do that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you can condition this in any way you think is appropriate, but I think it's important for you to remember that you will have development plan review authority over this, and the more you condition it, the more you're really tying your own hands, which you may find awkward later on down the road. So just a little cautionary note. We did increase the permit review, and you now review these, so you have a lot of authority in the future in reviewing these projects.
I guess I can support this as well, and I'm not sure what the basis for the condition is, Commissioner, overall. Is it scarring, or is it the height of it? The steepness?
If Ms. Gottstinker can be kind enough to look at the elevation there, my recollection from December is that there's a substantial drop in elevation from the primary building pad to the guest house. So it's just more scarring coming down the hillside.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Okay, but this driveway is in the final set of plans, will be there for our approval, right?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Idelson, yes, I mean, access is certainly a part of the development plan review and approval process. But so it's up to the commission on whether you want to make it clear what you would and wouldn't consider today, or if you just want to consider it as a package.
the finished floor of the house to the finished floor of the guest house. There's that much climb.
Is it going to be visible, do you think? All right. I don't want to unreasonably burden the applicant, but if I don't see it myself, but I don't necessarily see with the eyes you are seeing with, so. Yes, sir.
How about just raising it as a concern within the motion and not make any other restrictions to it? Any of my colleagues in favor of that?
Mr. Idelson, you may or may not be aware of it, that these two lots have been on the market for some period of time. And I think, both in fairness, to a potential buyer, if they know what they're getting, it's better. I mean, we've had this discussion, but this discussion probably won't appear in sales information, and I'm not trying to put hardship on the current owners, but if it is the sentiment that we really don't want another 70 feet elevation drop in, paved over 14 feet wide coming down there, I think now's the time to say it, put it in writing where it gets revealed. So,
is it understood that this precludes the guest house from being built? Is that?
No.
You don't think it will?
No, or a cabana or whatever. It's just you don't have a road to it.
We just don't want to,
All right.
I think maybe the better way, Mr. Overall, Commissioner Overall, whoever you are, would maybe to inside the condition to kind of determine an elevation for which would, I think, would give whoever a future applicant is some indication that no driveway development shall occur below X number of elevation.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gottstinker, since this envelope will be only for accessory structures, I think it's clearer to just indicate that the driveway shall not extend into the envelope for accessory structures.
Okay.
I think that's, and it's a nice, tidy nexus to the request.
Okay. With that, I'll second the motion.
There is a motion to approve with an additional condition and seconded. The condition is to not permit a driveway into the accessory structure building envelope. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? And for the record, Commissioner Burrows is abstaining. And the motion passes. Anything else we need, Council? No?
So,
Director?
Mr. Chair, maybe I can just clarify that your motion included, all of the recommendations that we had indicated, plus that minor modification to the development envelope condition.
That stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Okay. We are moving to our agenda item number 8.
We're going to my neighborhood.
Lower Hyde Road. Okay. And Mr. Villalobos, would you be kind enough to read this into the record for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What are we doing?
The following is the request. On the request of Benjamin Lucas to consider case number 09VAR4, application filed on October 5th, 2009, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15305A of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. Ex parte communications, site visits, anything to disclose? Nothing. I'll ask Mr. Overall when he's back. Commissioner?
Well, I don't know whether okay, ex parte, yes. I have had numerous ex parte communications. This is actually in the heart of my neighborhood. I have dealt with the fire department and the property owners and the neighbors and anybody else that lives within 500 feet of this project, or maybe even more, so, that's that.
And at the end of the hearing, I'll try to remember to remind you, share with us things that you know and we don't. You don't know what it is yet. But,
well, I may, there's a lot of information that I'm actually prepared to share with the rest of commissioners as to why variances. This is the first one that this commission is going to see, but there's probably going to be a history of them. I mean, this will be the first one in, but there will be more that will be needed, and there's a history that is driving these variances.
Okay, we'll hear about that. Thank you very much. Commissioner.
I did not visit the property, and I did have a fairly lengthy conversation with Commissioner Gottstecker, so I've had the benefit of her perspective on the neighborhood.
Wonderful. Thank you. Staff presentation. Ms. Major, you're up again.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
Mayshore.
This is I'll be presenting the Stamos Variance Project. The project is located at 209 East Mountain Drive and is zoned single-family rural residential. It is kind of off of that lower Hyde Road, which comes off of East Mountain Drive. The project is shown on this slide as outlined in blue. In 1968, a 1,169 square foot residence and 560 square foot guest house were permitted on site. In 2008, all structures on site were destroyed in the Tea Fire. The proposed project is to allow the construction of a residence 40 feet from road center line and 10 feet from road right-of-way, rather than the required 50 feet from center line and 20 feet from right-of-way. The shaded area in blue on this slide shows the area of proposed encroachment of the structure. And on the right side, you can see the existing pavement of the road that's there now. It doesn't extend the full width of the easement area. Montecito Land Use and Development Code requires that in order to approve a variance, it must be found that special circumstances apply that would deprive the property of privileges enjoyed by neighboring properties, and that the granting of the variance would not constitute a grant of special privileges inconsistent with limitations on neighboring properties, and also that the variance would not conflict with the comprehensive plan or Montecito Land Use and Development Code. The proposed project is consistent with these requirements because special circumstances apply to the property, including a sensitive habitat area, an area of steep slopes, and also adjacent properties have historically enjoyed reduced setbacks, as further discussed in the staff report. It's also worth noting that the previous residents on this property extended not only within the front setback, but over the property line onto adjacent properties. So this represents improvement in the final completion. In summary, the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan, is compliant with the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15305A. Therefore, staff recommends that you make the required findings for the project, including CEQA findings, determine the project to be exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Sections 15305A, and approve the project subject to conditions. That will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Mayshore? Yeah? No questions? Very good. We will proceed to what? Applicant presentation. Is the applicant present?
Yeah. You guys don't have to say anything more if you don't want to.
Hello, Commissioners and Mr. Phillips. I thank you today for hearing this. It's quite a difficult task up in the T-Fire area with fire restrictions, road widening. We've seemed to accomplish most of these tasks, and there are about 5 homes ready to proceed in that local region. The road is widened. Everything is set forth to go ahead, and everything we're asking for is consistent, like Ms. Mayshore said, with the standards of the road. The next door neighbors both enjoy that comfort right now of the 10-foot setback.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. Anyone wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I close the public comment period. We are in deliberation. Commissioner, can you tell me more about this?
If you wish to hear more about it, I was waiting for the deliberation numbers because I was going to ask you, Mr. Chair, if there were no deliberations. I was just going to move forward with a motion to approve.
All right. Well, let me.
And if you want more information about how this all came to be, which has really come out even more and more for me, even for me, as long as I've lived there. As far as how these lots got developed and why now we're having to deal with bringing them. Well, let me just say this. The lots on Upper and Lower Hyde Road were developed by the plat map process in 1946. In those years, the County of Santa Barbara didn't have building codes. They didn't come into being until 1956. The state subdivision map act was not in place. So back in 1946, all you had to do was go in and do a little hand-drawn drawing of where the lots were going to be. In fact, you didn't even really have to have them surveyed back then. And subsequent in dealing with, and I found all this out in dealing with the Upper Hyde Road, because we actually now have gone back and traced all the deeds back to when those lots were originally created in 1946 and brought them forward in history. And some of those houses that were built on Upper Hyde Road and Lower Hyde Road were built before the building code came into being. So they just got built because there was no requirement that and so all of this zoning and all of the regulations that have developed over the last 60 years is an overlay on something that's existing. And so now all these property owners are just in the process of trying to clean up what they had every expectation was cleaned up before, but they didn't really know. And so with all of that said, I would like to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation and approve the variance and send these property owners on their way.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Overall seconded, I believe. And all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
That was one of the briefest things you've ever said.
Mr. Chair, can we take a bit of a break?
We
please?
sure can. 5 minutes. At standard agenda item, number 9. And Mr. Villalobos, if you would read this item into the record, we'll know what we're doing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Eric Peterson on behalf of the Santa Barbara Cemetery Association to consider case number 09CDH36 and 09AMD7, applications filed on October 1st, 2009, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15301E1 of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. Any ex parte visits or communications with people living or otherwise? Good one. Yeah, good one. Yeah. Oh, okay. Apparently not. Okay. Staff presentation, Ms. Harris. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I'm pleased to be here presenting the Santa Barbara Cemetery Mausoleum addition, or new structure, as you will. The project is located in the urban area, still within the Montecito Community Plan. Everybody thinks it's in the city, but it's actually in the county jurisdiction in Montecito. It's in the urban area. It's land use designation is cemetery with a zoning designation of 20R1 residential. It is located in the coastal zone and within the appeal jurisdiction, as the property is adjacent to the ocean, between the ocean and the first public road. There are no other overlays or other site-specific constraints where the development is proposed. And the cemetery has been on this site since 1867, so it's been here a long time. The little inset I created here shows a close-up of the area of the property where the new mausoleum structure would be added. And what you see here, this complex of buildings includes the chapel and other offices and support structures of the cemetery. There used to be a crematorium there, actually, but that was converted, I believe, to office space some years ago. And over here on this side are the series of mausoleum structures that have been built over the years. And this proposed mausoleum would be located right here in this area. It would be attached to the mausoleum structure just north of it through a raised, constructed walkway. And this site plan shows the overall footprint of the proposed structure. You can see here, this is the footprint of the existing mausoleum and the raised walkway that's going to connect the structures, and this shows the footprint of the mausoleum structure. Crypts and niches would be located in the center of the structure, and then this would be a covered arcade that goes around it. I should also note that all of these slides here in your packet as attachment G, and they're part of the exhibit, the full-size plans that would be approved with action by your commission. The proposed project would amend 2 of the conditional use permits that have been approved for this property. The first is 68 CP 31, which was approved in the late 60s. It validated the long-standing historic use of the site as a cemetery, and stated that the use was consistent and is consistent with the Montecito zoning ordinance. It also included in that approval all of the existing uses and structures that were on the site to that date. In 1983, there was an additional conditional use permit granted that permitted the addition of a mausoleum, which is the structure that's just to the north that this one would attach to. And this slide shows 2 of the elevations, the south elevation and the west elevation. These are the 2 that would be most visible to the public, to people who pass along Cabrillo Boulevard along at that end of the property. And the height of the structure is proposed to be 26 feet from existing grade. This does meet the Article 2 height calculations because it is proposed to have a 4 and 12 pitch roof. The architecture is similar and in keeping with the style of the adjacent structures on the site. Here are a couple of additional elevations of the other 2 sides of the structure. And the proposed project is consistent with the local coastal plan, the Montecito community plan, and the coastal zoning ordinance. It has received positive comments and approval from the Montecito BAR. Please note that the policy consistency analysis in your staff report does reference conditions of approval that are specifically the numbered conditions of the CUP amendment. The coastal development permit that's being processed concurrently has the same conditions of approval. It's just they're numbered differently to correspond with other CDP-specific conditions. The project can be found exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines because this exemption allows the permitting of public or private structures that involve negligible or no expansion of use. For example, structures that are smaller than 2,500 square feet. This structure would be approximately 1,900 square feet, and that would represent less than 50% of the existing floor area. And this additional structure would represent 9% of the existing floor area on the cemetery property. The project also includes conditions for tree protection measures, as there are several oak trees and Monterey cypress trees in the area nearby, as well as water quality protection measures because of the Andre Clark Bird Refuge is across the street, and this would protect any water during construction from entering, any polluted water from entering that site. And finally, staff would like to recommend that you make the required findings for the project, including the CEQA findings, that you determine the project exempt from CEQA, approve the CUP amendment, and approve the coastal development permit, all as included in the attachments of your staff report, attachments A, B, C, and D. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Is it that the director approved this, Article 2 changed requiring Planning Commission approval, somewhere in between?
Essentially, in a nutshell, the CUP amendment is still a director's level decision, but the change to the coastal zoning ordinance requires that the concurrent CDP go to a public hearing, and we can't waive the public hearing. So since we process these concurrently and the CDP falls within your decision-making authority, we moved the CUP amendment to your decision-making authority as well. So it had received approval, the CUP amendment alone, and expired prior to the follow-up permits being obtained.
From Cabrillo, can you see other mausoleums?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you can.
You can. Do you know how many? I don't recall seeing any.
There are, if I can, I have the air photo. Oops, too far. You see.
Where would you see it? There?
You would actually not really see it from the main stem of Cabrillo, and this one might be a little bit better. This is the main stem of Cabrillo Boulevard, but there is this little offshoot that comes over here for turning on to Channel Drive, and that's the area where it would be visible. What you have is this. These two structures, although this may really be more than one structure, these were built over time several decades ago, and then the most recent addition here, where the tallest portion of the building is at this location, and then this is a columbarium garden. So at this point, the structure is a lower profile here, but here you have full height structure similar to this one.
You don't have any photos of how it fits in, or any mock-ups or anything?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any photos taken from the ground looking at those structures.
Will this building look different than the others? Will the next, when this is built, will someone say, wow, what is that? You know, is that?
These buildings have been designed to fit in with the existing architecture that's on the site. And I think the design of this building is probably a little bit nicer, and because it is in a more visible location, and MBAR is very pleased with the design of the project.
Okay. Question, sir?
Yeah, I just had one question. I was looking at the cut and fill here, and I think maybe I've answered it to myself. I look at the steps. It appears then from the grade level would be that dotted line. I'm looking at the proposed project thing there. And then it looks like you have about 4 or 5 more steps, so that the floor of the mausoleum would be up, whatever it would be, somewhere around that 140 yards of fill, which, so I think I don't even think I have a question, come to think of it.
Any other questions of Ms. Harris? No? We will invite the applicant to present.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Leo Peterson of Peterson Architects, now retired except for this one project, which seems to be following me. The cemetery, as you may know, is a nonprofit community association that provides a community service. And the cemetery has been involved in this process for one reason or another for about 5 years, trying to get through the various steps and having a few missteps. So we are anxious to get approval and proceed. Ms. Harris's presentation was very thorough. I don't have any more to say about that, but I'm available to answer your questions. I might perhaps answer the one question about visibility. It's true that the building will be visible from Cabrillo Boulevard. although you may recall the cemetery is heavily landscaped and there's quite a large hedge along that property line. So it's only apparent visually from time to time as you drive along there. And we think that we've carried out the architecture of the original buildings, but improved them somewhat. We're very proud of this building. The architectural board was very commending of it. That's really all I have to say, except to ask for your positive consideration.
Will there be, I know you're a private outfit, but is there going to be much more coming? Will there be many more buildings on the site?
We do have thoughts of that, but way, way in the future. This will give the cemetery enough inventory, I'm guessing, for 20 years or more. Randy Thwing is the manager of the cemetery. He's here today. We did, some years ago, I was actually on the board of the cemetery for many years, and we did a master plan of growth because we were concerned with how much space we had and how long we would be able to serve the community. So we actually laid out the whole cemetery, the grounds and the buildings. I think we figured we had enough space after we did that exercise for 85 years. And there were buildings planned, this being the major one, and this one, I think at the present rate, correct me if I'm wrong, Randy, could probably do for another 20 years.
Okay.
And this also would be, I think, the largest building we would anticipate.
Okay. Were there story poles? Did you have any story poles up on this?
We did not. No, we weren't asked and did not. No. It's actually, because it's slightly downhill from the existing building, the roof line is a little bit lower.
It is?
The floor level is some 3 feet lower than the existing building, so the roof line is commensurately lower.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Peterson? Yes, Mr. Idelson.
Make a motion to approve project.
I'll second.
Have we done public comment yet? Let's do that first. We are in the public comment moment. If there's any comment, please come forward. Seeing none, I close public comment. We're in deliberation. Mr. Idelson, you have the floor.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this project. I think it was very well thought through, and I think it'll be an addition to the community.
So,
I'll second.
Mr. Chair, so your motion would include the staff recommendations on page 2 of the staff report? And the second?
I include that.
We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if we could just take maybe 5 minutes while we get
Sure.
that next item set up, we'll be ready to go.
And standard agenda item number 10, NextG Networks application for a wireless telecommunications facility permit. Ms. let's see, Mr. Villalobos, I'm always jumping over your role. Could you read this into the record for us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a request. It's a hearing on the request of Sharon James on behalf of the applicant NextG Networks to consider case number 09CDH30, application filed on August 5th, 2009, and acknowledge that the California Public Utilities Commission is the appropriate agency for CEQA compliance on this project, and the California Public Utilities Commission filed a notice of exemption on July 2nd, 2009, pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act sections 15061B3, 15301B, 15301C, 15302C, and 15304F.
Thank you. Commissioners, any ex parte communications as to this particular pole, this site, this permit issue? Okay. I think we've all driven by this. Staff presentation, Ms. Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Good afternoon, members of the public. My name is Megan Lowry. I'm the project planner for this NextG Cellular Antenna Project ESB 18, located on San Leandro Lane. To begin with, to orient you, the project is located on San Leandro Lane. It is within the Montecito Community Plan and within a designated scenic corridor, and is located within the Coastal Commission appeals jurisdiction. This particular project requires a coastal development permit, but however, it's located in the Coastal Commission appeals jurisdiction, therefore requires a public hearing by the zoning administrator. However, in Montecito, Montecito Planning Commission acts on behalf of the zoning administrator, and we are here before you today to consider this project.
Ms. Lowry, let me interrupt you at this point because I think it works well. On page 13, you say that we don't have jurisdiction because you've determined it to be a Tier 1 permit.
We do have jurisdiction.
Nor is a Tier 1 permit under the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair, this is a slightly different permitting context as opposed to the appeals that you saw most recently. So this is a permit for a facility located within the appeals jurisdiction of the coastal zone, and as such, it requires a coastal development permit with a hearing. Those are normally heard by the zoning administrator, but because in Montecito you sit as both the zoning administrator and the planning commission, you're hearing this permit. So this is not an appeal. This is a decision on the permit.
So we have the zoning administrator hats on and not the
Correct.
planning commission hat, and therefore, okay. Thank you.
It's
Go
kind
ahead.
of the same hat, but you basically sit as the zoning administrator.
With that, we'll proceed. Here is a picture of San Leandro Lane, looking down the street, and this is a picture of the pole that the proposed project would be located on. The proposed project includes one Omni-Whip antenna of 26 inches in length and one equipment box that would be approximately 2 feet tall, 6 inches in depth, and 6 inches in width. Identified on the right is the proposed antenna in the photo simulation provided by the applicant, as well as identification of where the antenna equipment box would be located. The pole itself is 70 feet in height. The antenna would be located at approximately 32 feet in height, and the equipment box would be located at approximately 12 feet in height. The proposed project meets the small facility criteria described in the Tier 1 project description in the telecommunications ordinance. This basically is a size restriction on the type of facility equipment that's allowed as a Tier 1 facility. So it's not just any small equipment, but specific restrictions as far as height, and then also the size of the box that must be under a cubic foot. Because the equipment is would be all located on the existing pole, there is no ground footprint for the proposed project, and it utilizes an existing utility pole on San Leandro Lane. Therefore, the proposed project wouldn't add any new additional vertical features in the proposed location area. And as we described below, all the facility components meet the Tier 1 facility requirements. The project is being proposed by NextG Networks to provide cellular coverage in the residential area. The service would be provided by Metro PCS and is intended to service the residential area itself. The facility would be operating between 1700 and 2170 megahertz and would have an effective radiated power at 48.6 watts. The emissions report submitted as part of the project confirmed that the facility would operate at 0.3% of the applicable FCC emissions limit, and therefore is well in compliance with the FCC regulations. Telecommunication facilities are allowed use in all zone districts, including residential. especially Tier 1 facilities. And facilities like this are required to comply with federal requirements. The proposed project has been found to be in compliance with all federal requirements in addition to the county requirements. As far as issues, project issues, the main issue is aesthetics, as you may be well aware. This is a difficult project because a telecommunications facility isn't always in line with the aesthetic ideal of a community, especially in residential areas where there's limited, tight development, residential houses, apartments, limited vertical elements existing within the proposed coverage area in which the carrier is trying to provide their service. In response to that, this proposed project has utilized existing infrastructure existing in the community and has reduced the equipment to comply with the Tier 1 facility size limitations. And lastly, as part of the project, the equipment would be required to paint the pole, paint to match the pole. As you may have noticed if you've driven the site, the pole was recently replaced by Southern California Edison. This picture is the wood pole that stood as the project began, has since been replaced with a metal pole. And as such, staff would recommend that any paint requirements referring to the brown coloring be changed for gray to match the current pole. In conclusion, staff would request your commission make the required findings as amended as part of the errata memo you received today, accept the exemption as prepared by the CPUC, approve the project subject to conditions also amended in the errata memo you received today. Staff's available for questions. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. Questions of Ms. Lowry? Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. I have two questions. Why was the pole painted? I mean, why was the metal pole put up, and why was the wooden pole replaced?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I'm not sure exactly why the pole was replaced, but our understanding is the woodpecker damage on the pole. In that area, there's a series of poles that have been damaged pretty highly by the woodpeckers, so we believe that is the intention, but we'd have to confirm.
Right. This is one of the small facilities, the smallest, I believe. What is the comparative size between this and the ones that we considered last meeting?
Identical.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it's the same size exactly as the previous antennas that you saw on appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Lowry? Can you review with us how the tier considerations are made and who makes them? Which tier to operate under? Is it done at your desk, for instance, or is it done somewhere else?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the project tiers are applied as the project description is molded by the applicant. They submit an application with what they intend or are proposing to construct, and we apply how we process it by applying the tiers. So if their project doesn't meet certain requirements, then it requires a different permit path.
So the applicant says, we're making application and we believe we belong in Tier 1. And then you decide whether that's appropriate.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's done department-wide? Is it on the director level, or?
The application intake is done in a series, so they can series of ways. They can either apply for a consultation and have a consultation with staff and try and figure out in advance which tier or permit they would require to process their type of project. Usually that is the case, that they'll come in and try and figure out that in advance. They have to figure out what type of permit is required and what tier is applied in order for them to submit an application. Once the application is submitted, we confirm that it's the appropriate tier or not, and if it is, then we continue processing that application.
Ms. Black.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want you to understand that the decisions that are made at the planner's desk are reviewed by their supervisors, and the staff reports are actually reviewed and signed by the deputy director, and before an item comes to your commission, both county council and I have reviewed it as well.
So this is different than an over-the-counter
it's
call,
not
huh?
It is not an over-the-counter call.
I see.
But I just wanted you to understand it.
Thank you.
Really
Yes.
went through the entire structure of the department and county counsel's office.
Was there a debate as to what tier would be appropriate? Did anyone say, gee, maybe this isn't just one pole, maybe it's many poles?
No, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there was no debate since the ordinance clearly allows for this type of use. The applicant did apply for a consultation earlier on in the process, and we considered all options of the ordinance and included county council in that review as well. And we came to the conclusion amongst all of our review that this was the appropriate level of processing.
Isn't it true that under Tier 1, the community doesn't have the benefit of citing alternatives being suggested?
Mr. Chair, really the only point in which we do a citing alternative analysis is either if an EIR is proposed, because we think there's a significant impact, or if your commission or another decision maker were to deny the permits and request that we look for the significant, address the significant gap coverage in an alternative location that might address the carrier's need in a different way.
And under Tier 4, an EIR would be done?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair.
Not necessarily?
An EIR would only occur if we determine that a significant environmental impact that we could not clearly say could be mitigated would result. So most Tier 4 projects, we do not do EIRs. We do not prepare an EIR.
Thank you. Commissioner Overall.
I guess I have a question. Are we going to have an applicant presentation or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I guess we
I wanted to know because if we weren't, I was going to go ahead and ask questions.
Any questions of staff? No? We asked the applicant if, here he is, to present.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Paul O'Boyle. I'm outside counsel for NextG. I'm really here not to make a presentation, but more to respond to any questions. I think a lot of the issues you've already dealt with very recently on the appeals about, I think there was about 7 of them about a month or 2 ago. So I think you're pretty well versed, but if you have specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them. At least attempt to.
I do have a question. Is this the first community you've done the distributed system in?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have you agreed to a higher level of review in other communities?
What we do is what's required by the code, and each jurisdiction has its own planning process. To be quite frank with you, Santa Barbara is one of the most, not restrictive, but most comprehensive ordinances there are, as far as the siting and everything else that's involved with this.
Have you ever, because of community request, changed the siting of your systems to accommodate community concerns? Have you provided that flexibility in any other jurisdiction?
I would have to say that, just from speaking, these two people, my coworkers here, have done extensive work with Montecito Housing Association, as well as the Hope Ranch Association. We go to community planning groups all the time. Do we modify site locations? To the best of our ability, we do. It has taken place.
Good for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner. Mr. O'Boyle, I believe there's a question for you.
Yes.
One of the things that troubled me at the last set of hearings, and again today, is I'm having this problem of understanding how NextG fits into some of the definitions. So let me try and say what's on my mind, and then I want to hear your response to it. You are not a carrier, if I understand it correctly. You represent Metro.
In this particular case, Metro PCS, yes.
And so when we look at a project, and one of the requirements is that there is a gap in service, it seems relatively clear to me that since you have a technology that you are deploying, it's by definition you have a gap in service if that technology is not deployed. Now that doesn't necessarily, where I'm headed with this, it doesn't seem to me that necessarily indicates that your customer would have a gap in service. And so I'm having trouble understanding why you are permitted. I think it's under the California Public Utilities Commission or whatever it was, why you're exempted from that. I mean, we don't have to the best of my knowledge, we don't have a gap analysis that's been done. Somewhere in there was an implied question.
Well, actually, there's several questions in there, and I'll do my best to explain them.
Okay.
There is a lot of confusion where people aren't real familiar with the technology. It's a DAS, digital antenna system. It's different than traditional cell sites, the Verizons, the AT&Ts of the world. Those carriers, as you call them, they actually buy spectrum from the FCC, and they paid a lot of money for them. And they broadcast, they propagate their signal, and as long as you're on their system, it'll all work. What's happening is they come to us when they're having problems either because of topography, there's holes, it's hard to get to reach places, or if there's zoning issues. NextG is a public utility. It has a certificate of public convenience from the CPUC. So we're a public utility. We're completely different. We don't have any licenses whatsoever with the FCC. I think the way I've explained it to other people and kind of a light has gone on, it's a fiber optic system is really what it is. It's buried in the ground. It just so happens that most of our clients are wireless telecommunications companies. So the question is, how do we interface with our clients? And the way we do that is we pop up these nodes like you're seeing today. They have a propagation of about a quarter mile, 1,500 feet, I think, to 2,000 square feet. So they come to us, and all we really provide is we're a transportation, a carrier's carrier. We transport their signal or backhaul it till we get to their switching station. So our company, as a public utility, we have the ability to support all the carriers. We have basically, it's open fiber, so we can carry the whole entire spectrum. Again, like I said, we do not have any licenses. So to answer your question, if there's a gap, they wouldn't be coming to us unless there was a gap. We're really the solution for these people, because either through topography they can't get in there, or for zoning purposes they cannot. Whereas being a public utility regulated by the state, we have the access to the public right-of-way.
Then as a follow-on question, how do we know that there's a gap? And we haven't, to the best of my knowledge, we've not seen any kind of gap analysis. And whether the tower, projects into an area or not, and whether your technology is required to fill that gap, I don't believe we have anything that we've seen that...
I think there's two questions there. Whether, one, does Metro PCS have a gap there? That's the first question.
Right.
The question is whether we have a gap. Since we're not there, that's obvious that we have a gap.
You have a gap because you're not there. But
that's right.
The question is, does Metro PCS have a gap?
And my understanding is they do, or they wouldn't have come to us. I don't have the documentation that I could go, okay, here are their macro sites from the water tank down the street to the government building to whatever, and this is where the hole lies. Metro PCS. Oh, yeah, Heidi actually knows more about this than I do.
I apologize. I'm Heidi Payne with NextG. I just wanted to briefly answer the question regarding the gap analysis. A gap analysis had been provided regarding the Metro PCS coverage, what's currently in the area, and then what's projected based on our current design. That's proposed as one of these nodes in front of you.
But you're not in the area. You're not.
No, it's the Metro PCS's current coverage, which you're right, they are not currently in the area.
So
they're coming into
they
the
can't
area.
have a gap, which is Mr. Overall's point. You can potentially, you will have a gap if NextG doesn't provide the handoff.
Well, they might, Michael, is what I'm saying. We've seen, obviously there are other cell service providers. Now, maybe they have gaps or maybe they don't, I don't know. But there are other technologies available that are providing service, and we're asked to approve a different technology on the basis that it's filling a significant gap, significant not being defined, and I just don't get it. Without the analysis, I don't know how we can justify that.
I think what Heidi's saying is actually the Metro PCS actually did provide coverage maps showing that there was a hole in this particular area where we're trying to cover.
So if you co-located and broadcast in, that wouldn't solve your problem? Not your problem, your client's problem?
I'm a little confused by the terminology you're saying. When you co-locate, where and
well, there's
with who?
there's a place around here where everyone's zooming in and zapping in and not on telephone poles and providing what the community feels is pretty good service.
Well, actually, there's a difference in that. Again, the technology, the carriers broadcast at much higher frequencies, as was alluded to in the presentation. NextG's EMF or emissions is 0.3% of the allowable propagation of the FCC. We all have to comply with that, but the power is much significantly less. So if we were to locate, as you're saying, at a location off-site, our range of our facility is only about 1,500 to 2,000 feet, where the carriers that you're asking us to co-locate with have a much broader girth that they broadcast over. So our technology would never be able to do that.
Yeah, I think where the confusion is we're making a judgment about, I think we're being asked to make a judgment about whether or not your technology is needed in this community. And it does present some problems. It may very well present some benefits. But the question is, absent a gap analysis, which perhaps you have, but I don't know how that gap analysis squares with Verizon and AT&T and other folks who provide service in the area, and that's what I'm struggling with. I'm not concerned about, for the moment, I'm not concerned about NextG. I'm concerned about Metro's gap.
Mr. Chair, if I can just interrupt for a second. Commissioner Overall, we did receive a gap analysis, and it was for Metro PCS's gap, which is what we're looking at in this particular case. We're not looking at a gap in NextG's service, because as you correctly indicated, and that's the only carrier that's proposing to use this system at this point.
Is it a hypothetical gap, a proposed gap? Because I'm told over and over they're not operating here.
Metro PCS?
Yes.
I'll ask Megan to address that. I mean, you can look at it as 0 gap or 100% gap if they're not operating.
Well, that's a silly discussion, then, isn't it?
Well,
I mean,
I'm just
yeah,
saying, if you're putting in
So
a whole
the-
new system, you have to
you have a
do a
big gap
different analysis.
before you're here. Yeah.
Correct.
Never mind. Thanks.
Well, isn't the question from our standpoint, you have a gap analysis that apparently Metro PCS has provided you that says they can't provide coverage in certain areas, and they're relying on the NextG technology to fill that gap. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Then the question that I'm trying to get to is, have you evaluated the technology that other carriers are using who apparently do not have a significant gap?
Well, I think there's Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, I think there's an assumption in the question you just posed, which is that the other carriers don't have a significant gap. We have lots of applications in right now for lots of different facilities, and people use different technologies. This particular technology is the technology our ordinance encourages. In other words, we don't encourage, by ordinance, I mean, it's pretty easy to see, large towers. We encourage these smaller facilities, and that's why they're permitted at a Tier 1 level. So, yes, other people might choose to do towers under Tier 2, 3, 4, but what our ordinance encourages is for people to do this Tier 1 type of development.
But I'm not trying to be argumentative here. I'm trying to understand. We also have ordinances that are designed to protect our roadways and the roadway scape in our community. And if we don't look at them, I mean, which one of those takes priority? The encouragement of this kind of technology or the roadscape? I mean, and we don't have an analysis that tells us what the alternative technology would look like. If it could be located where it already exists, we're no worse off than where we were. So it just feels like there's a real absence of information here and for us to make a really intelligent decision.
Ms. Lowry, is this correct? That NextG's technology is unique, standalone, and that Metro wants to use this technology as opposed to other technologies. And because they're not here, they have a gap. And if NextG doesn't get the differential poles, they will necessarily have a gap. Is that true? They never intended, they don't broadcast anywhere, right?
NextG?
Metro.
Metro.
They're not here. They're not up in Gibraltar Peak with the others, and they're not. They want to use this, and in order to use this, these whip antennas have to be at certain distances, or they will have a gap. Is that it?
That is correct. The coverage objective for here, they're using this technology to fill in the residential area. It doesn't mean that in other locations such as North County, they haven't used different technologies. Metro PCS has different facilities. But to cover this area, the residential area of Montecito, they're proposing this technology to reach their coverage objective.
And before NextG's technology, we could have said, and maybe before the ordinance that you've mentioned, we could have said, go co-locate with those other guys. Jump on the tower, broadcast in, but now we can't because there's new technology, I think. And they want to use that technology, and our ordinance supports it.
Mr. Chair, I think that's slightly misstated in the sense that this technology has always been considered and included, and they have the option of using any technology they want. The reason why they're using this is because our ordinance specifically encourages it, one, and now it is technologically feasible to do so because they can contract with NextG. But the ability for them to use, they can use any technology they want. They're going this way because it was encouraged by ordinance.
And we have different leverage with these telecommunication companies depending on the technology they use. The co-location is something. You can't set up your own tower. You have to go where the other ones are. That argument's gone because the technology is different. I understand that.
Mr. Chair, for each tier of development, there are different development standards.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what you're referring to as leverage, I mean, yes, there are different development standards depending on which tier they're.
Yeah, I guess, the 90, is it the Telecommunication Act of 96, is it? They envisioned communities' problems with this, and they said, get together, put up these big towers, stay together, don't have them all over the place. That's gone now on this issue because it's different.
Well,
it's not broadcast, it's handoff.
Mr. Chair, I think the Telecommunications Act encouraged a number of different solutions, and this is certainly one of them. I mean, it's co-located on existing poles. It requires no infrastructure except a little antenna and the very small equipment box, which is different than the co-located towers where somebody actually had to build a structure and then put antennas on, and they have much bigger equipment cabinets. So it's just a different approach and a more preferred approach, at least as our ordinance is written now.
Probably not preferred for the people on San Leandro, but that's debatable.
It's preferred under our ordinance. I'm not trying to make a value judgment. I'm just saying under our ordinance it's preferred.
Let me recognize this woman. Are you with NextG?
I'm Sharon James with NextG. I'm the Director of Government Affairs.
Thank you, Ms.
And I just wanted to add just a little bit of clarification. NextG is building fiber networks throughout the United States. We've built them extensively on the east coast of the United States, throughout 5 boroughs of New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. We've built extensively in San Diego, Los Angeles. We've built them in San Francisco. I mean, it goes on. Major cities, it is many times preferable to the large tower sites that you're referencing because in communities, really, like Santa Barbara or like Montecito, it's preferred over that large macro cell site or large tower. They're not as visible. I'm just telling you that we've built them in communities like Palos Verdes and in exclusive communities in San Francisco. I mean, it is many times preferred because they are less visually obtrusive. We are a carrier's carrier. We're licensed, as Paul said, by the CPUC, and we build these networks for any of the wireless carriers who contract with us. So we're building this network for Metro PCS. Metro PCS is a new wireless carrier. They're just like Verizon or AT&T or any of the other wireless carriers that you might do business with, and they're coming to this community. So the issue of the gap that we reviewed with the county planning department as we went through this process is just what you said. They don't exist here today, so there is a gap, but they do have rights as a telecommunications carrier under the federal guidelines to be able to operate and to establish business in these communities. And they do co-locate, as we said. They are co-located on utility poles. That definition of co-location, I don't believe, if you
Applies to a utility pole?
necessarily means you have to co-locate on the large tower. Co-location is defined to co-locate on an existing structure.
I agree with you that I can certainly understand why you are in demand in a number of areas, but in a community that is defined by its attempt to stay rural, I think most people would rather have you outside beaming in. So that's where, and reasonable people will disagree, I know, but I think that's where we are. So, any questions?
I do have a follow-up question. As you may know, Gibraltar Peak has many towers, for many uses. Was that something that you considered, or is that not compatible with your technology?
Well, Metro PCS has a design for, let's say, Santa Barbara County. And as Megan or Ann pointed out, there are some applications, I believe, on file for tower sites in parts of Santa Barbara County. Whether they consider Gibraltar Peak for those tower sites, I really can't answer your question because we're only dealing with the area that they chose to cover with a fiber network instead of a tower.
Okay, I do have one other.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, I can tell you there isn't a carrier in the South Coast that covers their entire area by a cell tower on Gibraltar Peak.
Okay, thank you.
One doesn't cut it.
One tower?
One tower will not.
But there
No,
are many
but one
towers
tower
there.
for the entire South Coast doesn't, I don't think there's one carrier that has one tower on the South
But
Coast.
no one else
'Cause
is
they
on
have to have
utility
line-
poles.
They have to have line of sight to get to them, and there are other carriers on telephone poles.
And
Fake
I-
Christmas tree types or on telephone poles, looking like the whip antenna? Larger.
And I do have one other question.
Go ahead.
At a recent meeting, we considered 7 of your applications. I'm wondering why this is presented to us as a separate application and why it wasn't part of the larger package.
Because it's in the coastal zone.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify again, Commissioner Burrows, this was not an appeal of a staff-issued permit. This is a permit that,
Yes.
because of its location in the coastal zone, is under your jurisdiction.
Thank you, absolutely, I understand now. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Where are we here? Public comment. Let's open that up. Any people wishing to speak on the matter? I have a number of speaker slips. Let me start with Cindy Feinberg. Mr. O'Boyle, Mr. Powell.
Hi, I just wanted to again thank everyone for all their hard work and concern. Sometimes it seems like we're all working against each other, and I think that we're all really working for a common good. We just have to figure out how to get there where everyone's happy with it. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm going to bring up the whole issue of the gap again. I'm going to be on NextG side here for a second, but the way the gap works, just to clarify it, I'm just going to say it in a nutshell. There was another recent amendment to the FCC Act that was passed on November 18th of this year, and they basically said that anyone who doesn't have coverage in an area has a gap. Is that correct, Megan? Pretty much. So I think that's what we're dealing with. Any carrier that doesn't already have service in our area has a gap, period. Doesn't matter what kind of technology. And so therefore NextG has a gap. The next service that comes in, NextPath and 3G and I don't know all the other ones, well, they're going to have a gap too if they're not already here. And that actually presents part of the problem for our community. It's not just about NextG as far as I'm concerned. It's about how do we have control of our community? Because as Megan and everyone is saying, I mean, it's one after another. I mean, cell phones aren't going away here, and BlackBerries and now the smartphones and I don't know what, wireless technology. But so we need to figure out a way to deal with this. And we have a unique problem in our community of Montecito being, as Chairman Phillips said, we're very proud of our rural character. People literally move from around the world. I'm traveling and I just fell in love with Montecito and I moved here. So when you start putting up these boxes and you start putting up these antennas, okay, well maybe one antenna isn't so bad. Let me, give you the benefit of the doubt. But then when we add one after another, and then we can put 5 up. And then we put, I don't know how many boxes on a pole, and then we put another pole up. And that's the question we really have, is, then we don't have control anymore. So what we're saying is really the heart of this issue for us is aesthetics. It's about our community. And what's the best way to provide service to allow, carriers to come in, but have everyone happy. And I just don't think we've gotten to that answer yet. I think that, the DOS system is just not perfect for our community. I mean, I'm not going to say, but I think there's probably other communities in our area that really have serious gaps and topographies and issue, and you probably are the perfect system for them. But that hasn't been the problem in the past for us. So, getting back to a lot of great questions raised by the commission here today, is there another way to do it where you're kind of outside beaming in and you're co-locating? I think that's what we really need to look at. I'm not going to rehash everything we said at the last meeting, but so those are my real concerns. And maybe, we have a discussion with next year and we just figure this all out, how we can, work together. So anyways, but the bottom line is we have, as a community, are just concerned about, what we've taken years, to really protect our, rural aesthetics, and we just don't want to lose that.
Thank you, Ms. Feinberg. The next speaker is John Powell. Mr. Powell, welcome.
Chairman Phillips, members of the commission. My name is John Powell. What is of major concern with these antennas here, and what's at stake, is community control, as Cindy said. And what we have is a situation in which that has been usurped by the process. So our existing ordinance has usurped our control over the aesthetics of our community. And so because of the way the ordinance is set up, it's routing these antennas, which are part of a network, and it's routing them as individual permits. So it's calling a million snowflakes, each a snowflake instead of a snowstorm, which is what we've got here, is a snowstorm of antennas. Now, these antennas can't work independently of each other. So to pull a permit for something that doesn't work without the other 39 permits associated with it is a little bit nonsensical from an ordinance standpoint. We've framed this thing to permit things that don't work independently, but to be permitted independently. Now, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And so when we're looking at this from that perspective, we're saying, this is weird. We're looking at these permits as individual things, but what we're really looking at is a big network. So already we're at a disadvantage, but the reality is these antennas represent an aesthetic threat to our community, because once one goes in, they can put another and another and another, and we can't discriminate amongst carriers once they've established a foothold with this technology in our community. And so what we've tried to do in the community is to stop this now, and hopefully the commission can request that this ordinance be updated and be brought into a sense of order with the aesthetics of the community, because we need to reestablish community control. So once we allow this network to be established in our community, every other cell company that wants to sell new service, new coverage in our community is going to necessarily have a gap, and they're going to have the right to establish their own boxes and their own antennas, and our neighborhood is going to be blanketed with antennas and utility boxes, and we won't be able to control it. And so what we need to do is to block this now, reestablish control by adjusting the ordinance to treat these as a network, because that's what they are. And, we have to do this individually because that's the way these permits are coming through, but we need to hold the line here as a community to maintain community control over the aesthetics and repel corporate control, outside corporate control over our community aesthetics. And that's what's at stake here. And so we hope that, as you did in the last hearing about these antennas, you give really strong support for the community, and we really appreciated that. And we're hoping that you will continue in that support and uphold the community control over our aesthetics. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Peter Van Dynwyk.
Peter Van Dynwyk, Montecito Association, and back again.
Welcome, welcome.
Gee, I was glad to hear the fiber optics are undergrounded. Better check. All I can say at the outset is thank goodness for the Montecito Planning Commission. It's amazing how little is understood, I think, by we'll just say the outer world, at how important our aesthetic sense is, how uniquely anchored it is in the things that make up our community that make it so unique. I go right to the roads, and unfortunately the right-of-ways are exactly where thousands upon thousands of feet of fiber optic cable is being strung from pole to pole. And I've got to say that we're losing the battle. I'd like to read this because it's interesting in Goal LUM2 in the Montecito Community Plan. It's interesting how two words are hooked together in the same sentence. Preserve roads as important aesthetic elements that help to define the semi-rural character of the community. It ties together exactly what we think is important to the roads. And we're dealing now with fiber optic cables. We're dealing with boxes glommed onto our poles. We're dealing with antenna, by the way, some of which are out into traffic up above. And frankly, we're losing the battle. And that's the disheartening part. The Montecito Association just reaffirmed its long-standing position that we should eliminate overhead utilities. We're now taking steps in the opposite direction. I heard some depressing testimony today that we're looking to the future of less and less of what we have had all these years and what we have dedicated, at least the association, what we've dedicated our goals to. I might add that in the LUM 2.3 in the Montecito Community Plan, it says priority for undergrounding of utilities should be given to the following roadways. There's an assumption made in the Montecito Community Plan that utilities will be undergrounded. As I say, we're losing the battle. My hope is that we can turn the corner. A few little odds and ends on this project in particular here. The comprehensive plan has some problems with this if you look at it too, because San Leandro has some dedicated trails. And those trails have a head of the trail there, a trailhead, there we go. And it happens to be adjacent to the pole where that antenna will be located. And the irony of that is almost astounding when you think about it. So, in summary, please deny the project. At some point, we're going to hit a tipping point in the community where some of the things that we hold dearest to our essence of Montecito will begin to lose in this overall equation. So please, do what you've been doing so well, ask the wonderful questions, and we're right behind you on that, and I think, thank God for the Montecito Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Seeing none, I will close the public comment. You do. I'm sorry. Yes, you do have a...
I just wanted to clarify some of the issues that were brought up because I think there's still some misinformation out there. It is a fiber optic network, and that's already been approved. All the fiber has been approved. A lot of it's been installed. What we're here to talk about strictly today is the antenna. Now, people may have issues about the network and how it works. These nodes do work independently. The fiber's already in the ground, so that's something I thought should be really important. The other carriers, they don't necessarily have the same access to the right-of-way as we do, because we're a public utility regulated by the CPUC, and we have a certificate of public convenience and necessity. The AT&Ts of the world and things like that, they do not. I think staff's already pointed out that when they do go in the right-of-way, they go in for much larger facilities. In meeting the aesthetics, we're doing exactly what the code encourages. And so, frankly, on this particular site, I don't know, it's 85 feet from the nearest residence. It's a 26-inch whip antenna, a very small box, less than 1 square foot of components. It's basically what the code calls for. And so, from next year's perspective, I don't know what more we can do than what we have already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I could just make one comment in an attempt to address a public comment that you just received, and that is there's a development standard that applies, and I think it's probably in the staff report somewhere, but the development standard addresses 2 issues that I heard, and it says an antenna mounted on an existing operational utility pole is allowed, or an existing structure. The important part is no more than 2 antennas shall be located on a single utility pole or similar structure unless it is determined that there will not be a negative visual impact. So somebody had indicated that we could have 5 or more of these, and I just wanted to point out that that's a specific development standard. And then it goes on to state that if at a later date the utility poles are proposed for removal as part of the undergrounding of the utility lines, the permit for the facility shall be null and void. And I think we pointed that out previously. It is definitely in the conditions of approval for all of these facilities that we're looking at. But I just wanted you to be aware of those 2.
2 antennas, 2
components.
boxes, and that's it. And
Unless,
do you think the federal
unless it's determined that there will not be a negative visual impact for more?
Well,
which, is either our determination or on appeal by the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors.
And the FCC will permit a community to say, we'll let 2 go up, but no more? I doubt it. Don't you?
Well, I'm just telling you what our ordinance says. We're operating
Right.
under the confines of our ordinance. We're advising you under the confines of our ordinance. And those are the 2 provisions that I just thought were
in our
helpful for you
ordinance.
to know.
I see. Commissioner Burrows.
When was our ordinance adopted? I have heard that, but I don't remember.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, our initial telecommunications ordinance was adopted in 1997 and has been subsequently revised several times. The most 2 revisions in 2005 were the most recent revisions, but it's been revised several times since 1997.
Thank you. And may I continue?
You may.
I think that some of the speakers here today have spoken so well to what I see as the real problem, is Montecito continuing to lose control over our very space. We've worked so hard to keep Montecito semi-rural, and now we have these things, it seems, almost at every meeting. I don't know what can be done. I don't know if our ordinance can be amended to give us more input on the location of these. But if we continue, I can see in 10 or 15 years, as you drive along San Leandro or San Ysidro Road, these things will be sparkling in the sun like snowflakes, as someone said. It's a real problem.
Okay, we have closed public comment, and we are in deliberation. But, yeah, we were almost there. We are there. What are the options? We approve or deny. Let me open this up. I was hoping with a higher level of peer review we would have, not we, but collective we would have more say, and the community would have more say as to siting. It may be that this pole is a terrible choice and this one isn't so bad. I'm not sure that's going to make a difference, and the aesthetic objection is still with us, and we can make that and we have to have precise findings, and it has to be in writing, and it will not be easily done. But we have a couple hours, and if we want to do it now, we could try it, I guess. Or we approve this and we let history take care of itself. That's just an opening statement. Commissioner?
Well, there was something you said, Mr. Chairman, about peer review, and then I actually heard it from one of the appellants, this idea of and the overriding idea of having control over the aesthetics of our community. You know, has that, I mean, I don't know, has that even been investigated? As far as I know, the locations of the whip antennas were proposed by NextG. Now, has there been any conversation between the appellants and NextG and the county as to which poles are the best poles to put these on?
No.
I mean, I don't know, there might be a pole buried in the middle of a freaking eucalyptus grove where nobody's going to see it. You know, do I care if I can't see it? You know?
And service will work, and there will
service
be no
will
gap.
work. So I think that maybe that's something that should be put out here, given it looks like these are going to keep coming. I mean, I don't know how many more we've got in the production report, but it looks like we've got more, you know. That maybe we ought to just stop the action here and sit down and figure out, okay, where do we go from here before we just keep going through the process of them coming, us there, going to the Board of Supervisors, everybody being constrained by the process that we're in. Maybe we need to think outside the box and come up with some other process of dealing with our telecommunications.
Well, I was hoping last month that by asking for a Tier 4 review, we would have the flexibility, the community would have the flexibility to site with the least visual impact. It's not a denial of service, it's a cooperative siting of service.
So,
Go ahead, Diane. Excuse me, Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair, I guess I have a couple of thoughts. First of all, have we required NextG look at alternatives for any of the sites they've proposed? Yes. There are a number that we have not approved because we've identified issues with them and have asked NextG to explore options. We have not done that on every single site because some of them, in our judgment, we thought were okay. So I just wanted that to be clear. We're not just approving every single site that comes in here and not reviewing at all. That being said, if the commission believes there's a better site in this general location, I mean, we're happy to hear about that. But, you know, from our assessment, this seemed like a decent site on this particular
Would
case.
NextG cooperate with that review, with that analysis?
They have been.
With community input?
Mr. Chair, they have been. I mean, when we've identified sites that we had some concerns about or we had received substantial, any really community concern about, they have been willing to look at different placements. I think they've been cooperative.
Ms. Black, with all due respect, there is a proposed site at the very intersection of our most public street, where parades go, where children play, where our park is. I don't see any effort by the applicant to accomplish this.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm telling you the process we've been through. We did not ask them to look for an alternative site in this particular case. We didn't think this was a case that warranted that.
Perhaps you're right. Here. Yes.
So, you know, we've been trying to work with the carrier. The second point I wanted to make is I don't think we can take a timeout on our own without the cooperation of NextG. So I appreciate the commission wanting to sort of get a better handle on this, but we're operating under some pretty constrained timelines that most recently came through the courts. So, you know, it sounds great. Let's take a timeout. Let's figure out how we should really do this. we just don't have that ability to force a timeout to do this.
And I think that was
Third-
envisioned in the ordinance when it was
Third-
passed, by the way. I mean,
No
it-
timeout.
No timeout, very little involvement. Let's keep the
Well,
planning commissions
dep-
away from it.
Depending on the level of review. I mean, the ordinance is structured so that minor, what was considered to be minor improvements were reviewed at a lower level. Larger improvements were reviewed at a higher level. The third point I wanted to make is we are committed to some ordinance amendments. We have a work plan put together, very draft. We're hoping to get those done relatively soon. We committed to the board to do that. So I didn't want the commission to think we're stuck with where we're at forever. But we are still going to be limited by federal law.
Yes.
So, we are where we are. We need to sort of decide how we're going to approach it. Anne is, we're prepared to offer you a written finding to support denial today if that's where you want to go. But I think, first you should talk about your objections to this particular site, and then we'll do what we can to structure a finding that will represent that.
Thank you. Interesting input. Commissioner Burrows first, and then Commissioner Overall.
Thank you. It seems it might be a good idea to appoint a citizen advisory committee which would review sites in Montecito, advisory to the planning staff and to the planning commission, maybe working with the Montecito Association. Is there any reason why this wouldn't work so that sites could be evaluated by the people they most impact? Not binding, but advisory.
We're out of time already on the federal shot clock issue, unfortunately.
Mr. Chair, with all
But
due
a good
respect,
idea, though.
that's what the public notice process is about. And I think Next G has been going to the Montecito Association. I think they should be encouraged to continue to go to the Montecito Association. You already have a pretty structured way to get input. And frankly, I'm not sure we can facilitate that and get through our process in the time limits that we have.
I'm going to ask, yes, go ahead.
Do you have, I'll wait for Ms. Black, do you have any anticipated date for when the work will come back on the modifications to the ordinances? If you had to guess? I didn't say that a long-range work program.
So I can tell you what my goal is. I can't tell you what my commitment is at this point because we've not come up with a proposed schedule yet. We're still trying to frame what we would bring forward. But to meet the board's intention of doing the very targeted ordinance amendments that they had recommended at the hearing about a month ago, I'm hoping that we'll get them to the commission within 4 months.
Do you know what the language is now?
No, not
So-
precisely,
so-
but I know what the issues are, and I briefed the board, your commission, on the direction the board gave, which was to look at additional noticing, to look at collapsing Tier 1 and Tier 2 permits so that they all have some sort of a public hearing. And then they also requested that we make some changes to our application submittal requirements, so it's a bit clearer what the submittal information is. That's what we're proposing to address. And then we're also proposing to address some regulatory cleanup items to conform with federal law.
Then I guess I would make two recommendations to our commission. I think between now and whenever that happens, we have the opportunity to provide whatever input we can to the people who are working on it, which I think would be advisable for us to do. Maybe we appoint a subcommittee of the commission to look at that. I mean, you're already working on it, but we might have some things to come up with. And then I think in terms of the review process, to the extent that we have particular roadways in Montecito that are sensitive or have priority, that between this commission and the Montecito Association and anybody else in the community that wants to do it, that we prepare a list to give to P&D of, look, when you've got a request on this roadway, San Ysidro or whatever it happens to be, we want you to give really special attention to it because it may not be a scenic highway to everybody else, but it's a scenic highway to us. So I think that might be useful, and I think between now and then we slog along with what we've got.
Would we be stopped once we grant these permits in the future? Would we be discriminating against other carriers, the very concern the FCC has? Very possibly.
Mr. Chair, I think all of your decisions are really case-by-case decisions, so I'm not sure why you would think you would be discriminating against others in the future. I mean, you have to adopt specific findings for each and every permit that you make a decision on.
Well, let's use San Leandro.
Yeah, that's what I-
NICSG
let's
is
get back to
permitted to do this. The box goes up, the whip antenna. 2 years from now, someone else comes in, same technology, same look. We say no, because now we love San Leandro more than we did when NICSG came, and you can't do it. Never survive.
Mr. Chair, I guess the one fact that might be intervening between those two is we will be making some amendments to the ordinances, and those may have some effect on your decision-making process. But I still think it's, case by case and fact specific.
Do I have the ability to ask NICSG a question after I've...
You're the chair.
Good. I'm not sure who should answer this question, but I'd like to ask a question of you all. I don't know what your time period is or your time frame, but would it be possible within your company to, within a week, to delay what you're doing a week and have the Montecito community say, this pole is fine, this one we'd like to move, then you say, no, we need that distance, it has to be that one, or yes, in fact, we can, and we will now locate there. I think your council has said you've done it before. Would it be possible to do it this time?
Oh, let me say this. I just want to correct something that was said earlier. We did, about a year ago, meet with the Montecito Owners Association, and we did a presentation of our network and our technology, and it was received positively. So we moved forward, and I did have contact with people on an occasional basis, the Owners Association. So even though I know the community is opposed to this technology, I didn't hear that directly from the Owners Association until these meetings commenced. In Hope Ranch, when we went to them with our presentation, they said, no way. They didn't like a couple of things we were doing, and we have worked with Hope Ranch, and we did get agreement in Hope Ranch for the location of every node by doing just what you're suggesting. We're a long ways down the road now on this project. However, you have appealed 7 of our approvals. So there is going to be some work going on there. You may know that we've appealed that to the Board of Supervisors. But I suspect that in the end there will be some further discussion on the location of these sites. I believe that there is also an opportunity on some of those appealed sites to discuss an alternative before the board meeting and possibly have it withdrawn from that appeal. So I think it's a possibility. I won't say that we can start over because we have a contract that we need to comply with, and we have an objective to
Sure.
meet as far as when this network needs to be turned on. And from this perspective of our customer, they expected this network to be on air already. You know, it's been challenging to work in Santa Barbara, so we're already behind schedule. We want to move this forward as quickly as we can. But yes, in answer to your question, it certainly is a possibility, but I can't guarantee that we would, certainly start over and start picking new sites.
Before the
We pick
appeal-
sites- Just one more thing. We pick the sites based on the coverage objective of the carrier that we're representing. So if they want to cover San Leandro, we look for a pole that will provide the maximum coverage. I want to also tell you that we looked at 24 different poles up and down San Leandro from one major intersection to another, and we had that in the office. I didn't bring it with me, and in some cases they're disqualified because they're not structurally able to carry additional weight. There's no room because of other communications or power companies on the poles, because they're damaged by woodpeckers, because it's a steel pole that in some cases SCE won't allow us to attach to. So there's a number of reasons, and we went through and we reviewed 24 different sites before we picked this site. So we don't just go out and say, let's do that one. We really don't. We review every one of those. Every one of the sites
That's
in
good to know.
Montecito has been reviewed multiple times before we select it. And we worked with the county, even when we submitted it, and they came back to us and said, we're getting complaints, maybe we can move down the street or a couple of blocks away, and we did that in every case. And we've substituted 5 alternative sites for ones we originally submitted for Montecito based on planning's recommendation. So, yes, it's a possibility we can work with you further, but we've done a pretty exhaustive search already.
Yeah, I don't think you need to respond to, I don't want this in front of my house. That isn't legitimate. But minimizing the visual impact would make a big difference, and it may not make any difference to you in the final analysis. And if we did this, it would be quickly. It would be before the Board of Supervisors hearing. Peter, would your land use committee?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm sorry. I would be opposed to the Montecito Association doing that. They're already the appellant on this case. They've
True.
already appealed it.
True.
Then
True.
then they would have to go into some legal,
I got it.
mediation in order for the Montecito Association to do that.
I got it.
But we could certainly work with planning on the sites that are in appeal, but what we're talking
Right.
about today is this one tower, right? It isn't appealed, it's just an approval or a denial.
We know, but we're trying to find our way on this. We're going to be seeing you again, I'm sure.
I
Yeah.
realize that, but I think, to your point, not working with the association's one thing, but it doesn't keep us from working with the county.
True.
However, as I said, yeah.
It should be somebody that,
Citizens.
I'm great for volunteering here as a planning commissioner, but it should be somebody that's not inside the legal appeals process already, that's working with you, maybe there's some landscape architect in town that we could call in or something. I don't know.
I don't want you to think that we can start over because we can't.
No,
I'm not expecting
we
you to
understand.
start over.
Consider-
We know
we
there's
could
time
consider
restraints. Ms. Black, hang on one second.
Mr. Chair, I think we should really focus on the permit that's before you
Sure.
today. That being said, I'm going to go to the other ones just really briefly to let you know. People talk about appeals once an appeal is filed all the time, and they come up with resolution all the time. So that's not unusual for the appellants and the applicant to address. So I just wanted to let you know that. But what we really need to figure out is, what are we going to do with this particular application? That's before you. It's not on appeal today.
I have a question. Oh,
Well, I have a question, especially with regards to this one. You said that you looked at 24 other sites along San Leandro before you settled on this one, which is, in a scenic corridor, a designated county scenic corridor, and as that is at the beginning of a trailhead. Was there no other one of any of the ones that you looked at that would satisfy your needs?
I'll let Heidi address it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we did, again, look at 24 different poles, and there were a lot of issues. There were other poles that would work for our network. The reason they were not selected is because they were directly in front of people's homes. This particular pole has a lot of vacant area around it, and we thought it would be the least intrusive pole that would work for us in that area. That was the reasoning behind it.
Thank you very much.
And I-
Commissioner Burrows.
And you are aware that it's very near Crane School. The pole that was selected is very near Crane School. There at the,
Well, and that was one of the considerations as well, because there are poles closer that would work for us, but we tried to stay as balanced away from residences, the school. But yes, we did note that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. What is our pleasure today? Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion to deny this and to send it back to the planning staff. And the denial will be based on, I don't believe sufficient consideration was given to the alternative sites. And I would request that there be a higher level of review in regard to the aesthetics on San Leandro Lane, the fact that it is located near the trailhead and across the street and up a bit from Crane School.
Motion made to deny the permit. Is there a second? And if not, is there discussion on the motion?
I'll second it.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, I think
yes.
what I have to say might just inform your discussion a little bit. So part of Commissioner Burrows' motion was that staff come back. What we will do if your commission chooses to deny this permit today is we will ask you to trail. So I'm going to ask you to take a straw vote because I don't want to go work on a finding if you're not going to go in that direction. But we will ask you to trail. And so that we can incorporate
An analysis?
the additional information that Commissioner Burrows put in her motion into a finding so that you have a written finding to adopt.
Oh.
We simply can't come back in a month and
I see.
and
Yes, of
delay
course.
the process. So that's what we would do. But I'd like to hear if that's the direction the commission would like to go
May I-
before I send staff off
Yeah,
to
I got it.
do
I'm
that.
sorry. I wanted to ask, trailing in what sense?
Just to trail it to the end of your agenda. You have a couple more items. Yeah, we'll come
And
back.
there'll be written findings made.
Right.
That is a motion and a second. Any discussion on that direction? Mr. Overall.
I guess I won't support the motion, not because I'm not sympathetic, but I think there's a point at which we're beating our heads against the wall, and I think this technology is going to go into the community. I think we have to figure out, and I am very appreciative of the comments made by NextG and their willingness to, to discuss with us the problem cases. I think there's work to be done on the part of the community, and if we have problems with a pole, people need to come up with alternatives. NextG obviously did some work on that. Whether it was adequate, I don't know, but it sounds like there are problems. So I just think we need to, at some point, we need to recognize that our hands are tied. Now, after the Board of Supervisors, 4 months down the road, adopts some changes, maybe the process will be a little different. But in the interim, I think we need to give whatever input we can to P&D about the sensitive areas of our community, and then do the best to be as cooperative as we can with technology that's headed our way.
I'm afraid I agree with you, Mr. Overall. I think our ordinance created this company and this technology, and this ordinance came from somewhere else, I'm sure, and it's all over the country. I don't see any particular objection to San Leandro. I'm impressed with the testimony that efforts were made to cite it appropriately and just not anywhere. There will be other polls that I will strenuously object to. but that would be for different reasons. So I probably will, I most likely will oppose the motion. Commissioner, any thoughts? No? Nope. Commissioner? No. So we have a motion made and seconded. Ms. Black.
Well, Mr. Chair, I've heard two people are not supporting this motion.
We're going to
So
vote. Yeah.
well, I don't want you to take a final vote, because if you do vote and you approve the motion, you need to have that written finding in front of you. So maybe I could ask you to take a straw vote, and then if
Oh, I
the
see.
motion passes, we'll come back with the findings language.
Contemporaneously, we need to.
Yes.
All right, straw vote, all in favor of the motion to deny, say aye. All opposed?
No.
No. The motion would fail, should it be real, 3-2.
You can go ahead and finalize that motion, and then if somebody wants to submit an alternate motion, that would, I think, be fine.
Say that
So
again.
why don't you take an actual vote on that motion, since it's going to fail? And then if somebody wants to, if a commissioner would like to propose an alternative motion,
Why
that
would there
be-
be an alternative motion?
because you haven't approved it either.
Oh, I see, I see. It was, yeah. I moved.
It's been a long day.
I
So
moved to.
You need to take a final vote on that
All
question.
right, we did, yes. All right, so this time it's real. Cameras ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Motion to deny the permit. All in favor? All opposed? Aye. 3-2, it fails. Motion to approve the permit with all the niceties that council will insist that I. Staff recommendation.
Mr. Chair, it would be the staff recommendation in your February 24th staff report, your staff report for the hearing today, as amended by the memo dated today.
I am going to adopt that language in my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Wait a minute, Michael, I have a question.
Yes.
If we wanted to, I'm looking for the appropriate time to add to our approval, appointing some people to work with NextG going forward. Is that, it doesn't feel like it belongs in this motion, but.
Mr. Chair, no, it does not.
Can it happen
Mr.
outside
Chair,
the hearing?
Commissioner, overall.
It might be.
I would say informally. I don't know that your commission can formally
Yeah.
appoint people
Maybe
to
we
work
can
with the
accomplish
department.
this outside. And Claire, Commissioner Gatz, thank you. Your point about the Montecito Association is well taken. We'll have to look beyond there. What did we just do? Did we pass it? Did we?
No,
wait.
I interrupted.
All right, motion to approve adopting.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to make the motion?
Yes.
I had a
I think we had it. We had it. We adopted.
It was made and seconded. I think all you need to do is take a vote.
Second, we have a question on the motion. Ms. Burrows.
It's really outside the motion.
Well, then let's wait.
Okay.
I'll forget, and we won't get this done. All in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. The motion carries 4-1. With the change, Ms. Burrows came to the bright side. And your point?
My question speaks to Commissioner Gottsdanger's opinion that I agree with, that the Montecito Association should not be involved as a body in regard to reviewing these sites. But that's not to say that members of the board as individuals could not be involved.
I think they're a party. The board members probably would be. I don't know about land use. Maybe not. Maybe so. Committees of the yeah.
Mr. Chair, my strong recommendation is do not try to appoint a formal official group to work with us. If you want to suggest a couple of people, great, but I'm not even sure you have that authority.
Right. I don't think the intent was to appoint someone now, but conceptually so that citizens could be involved in the review.
Well, we'll do that outside of the hearing. And we appreciate NextG's patience and intended cooperation. Thank you. All right, let's take 2 minutes and stretch, and we'll be back.
we're also proposing to address some regulatory cleanup items to conform with federal law.
Then I guess I would make two recommendations to our commission. I think between now and whenever that happens, we have the opportunity to provide whatever input we can to the people who are working on it, which I think would be advisable for us to do. Maybe we appoint a subcommittee of the commission to look at that. I mean, you're already working on it, but we might have some things to come up with. And then I think in terms of the review process, to the extent that we have particular roadways in Montecito that are sensitive or have priority, that between this commission and the Montecito Association and anybody else in the community that wants to do it, that we prepare a list to give to P&D of, look, when you've got a request on this roadway, San Ysidro or whatever it happens to be, we want you to give really special attention to it because it may not be a scenic highway to everybody else, but it's a scenic highway to us. So I think that might be useful, and I think between now and then we slog along with what we've got.
Would we be stopped once we grant these permits in the future? Would we be discriminating against other carriers, the very concern the FCC has? Very possibly.
Mr. Chair, I think all of your decisions are really case-by-case decisions, so I'm not sure why you would think you would be discriminating against others in the future. I mean, you have to adopt specific findings for each and every permit that you make a decision on.
Well, let's use San Leandro.
Yeah, that's what I-
NICSG
let's
is
get back to
permitted to do this. The box goes up, the whip antenna. 2 years from now, someone else comes in, same technology, same look. We say no, because now we love San Leandro more than we did when NICSG came, and you can't do it. Never survive.
Mr. Chair, I guess the one fact that might be intervening between those two is we will be making some amendments to the ordinances, and those may have some effect on your decision-making process. But I still think it's, case by case and fact specific.
Do I have the ability to ask NICSG a question after I've...
You're the chair.
Good. I'm not sure who should answer this question, but I'd like to ask a question of you all. I don't know what your time period is or your time frame, but would it be possible within your company to, within a week, to delay what you're doing a week and have the Montecito community say, this pole is fine, this one we'd like to move, then you say, no, we need that distance, it has to be that one, or yes, in fact, we can, and we will now locate there. I think your council has said you've done it before. Would it be possible to do it this time?
Oh, let me say this. I just want to correct something that was said earlier. We did, about a year ago, meet with the Montecito Owners Association, and we did a presentation of our network and our technology, and it was received positively. So we moved forward, and I did have contact with people on an occasional basis, the Owners Association. So even though I know the community is opposed to this technology, I didn't hear that directly from the Owners Association until these meetings commenced. In Hope Ranch, when we went to them with our presentation, they said, no way. They didn't like a couple of things we were doing, and we have worked with Hope Ranch, and we did get agreement in Hope Ranch for the location of every node by doing just what you're suggesting. We're a long ways down the road now on this project. However, you have appealed 7 of our approvals. So there is going to be some work going on there. You may know that we've appealed that to the Board of Supervisors. But I suspect that in the end there will be some further discussion on the location of these sites. I believe that there is also an opportunity on some of those appealed sites to discuss an alternative before the board meeting and possibly have it withdrawn from that appeal. So I think it's a possibility. I won't say that we can start over because we have a contract that we need to comply with, and we have an objective to
Sure.
meet as far as when this network needs to be turned on. And from this perspective of our customer, they expected this network to be on air already. You know, it's been challenging to work in Santa Barbara, so we're already behind schedule. We want to move this forward as quickly as we can. But yes, in answer to your question, it certainly is a possibility, but I can't guarantee that we would, certainly start over and start picking new sites.
Before the
We pick
appeal-
sites- Just one more thing. We pick the sites based on the coverage objective of the carrier that we're representing. So if they want to cover San Leandro, we look for a pole that will provide the maximum coverage. I want to also tell you that we looked at 24 different poles up and down San Leandro from one major intersection to another, and we had that in the office. I didn't bring it with me, and in some cases they're disqualified because they're not structurally able to carry additional weight. There's no room because of other communications or power companies on the poles, because they're damaged by woodpeckers, because it's a steel pole that in some cases SCE won't allow us to attach to. So there's a number of reasons, and we went through and we reviewed 24 different sites before we picked this site. So we don't just go out and say, let's do that one. We really don't. We review every one of those. Every one of the sites
That's
in
good to know.
Montecito has been reviewed multiple times before we select it. And we worked with the county, even when we submitted it, and they came back to us and said, we're getting complaints, maybe we can move down the street or a couple of blocks away, and we did that in every case. And we've substituted 5 alternative sites for ones we originally submitted for Montecito based on planning's recommendation. So, yes, it's a possibility we can work with you further, but we've done a pretty exhaustive search already.
Yeah, I don't think you need to respond to, I don't want this in front of my house. That isn't legitimate. But minimizing the visual impact would make a big difference, and it may not make any difference to you in the final analysis. And if we did this, it would be quickly, it would be before the Board of Supervisors hearing. Peter, would your land use committee?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm sorry. I would be opposed to the Montecito Association doing that. They're already the appellant on this case. They've
True.
already appealed it.
True.
Then
True.
then they would have to go into some legal,
I got it.
mediation in order for the Montecito Association to do that.
I got it.
But we could certainly work with planning on the sites that are in appeal, but what we're talking
Great.
about today is this one tower, right? It isn't appealed, it's just an approval or a denial.
We know, but we're trying to find our way on this. We're going to be seeing you again, I'm sure.
I
Yeah.
realize that, but I think, to your point, not working with the association's one thing, but it doesn't keep us from working with the county.
True.
However, as I said, yeah.
It should be somebody that,
Citizens.
I'm great for volunteering here as a planning commissioner, but it should be somebody that's not inside the legal appeals process already, that's working with you, maybe there's some landscape architect in town that we could call in or something. I don't know.
I don't want you to think that we can start over because we can't.
No,
saying
I'm not
we're
expecting
we
you to
understand.
start over.
And we know
we
there's
could
time
consider
restraints. Ms. Black, hang on one second.
Mr. Chair, I think we should really focus on the permit that's before you
Sure.
today. That being said, I'm going to go to the other ones just really briefly to let you know. People talk about appeals once an appeal is filed all the time, and they come up with resolution all the time. So that's not unusual for the appellants and the applicant to address. So I just wanted to let you know that. But what we really need to figure out is, what are we going to do with this particular application? That's before you. It's not on appeal today.
I have a question.
Well, I have a question, especially with regards to this one. You said that you looked at 24 other sites along San Leandro before you settled on this one, which is, you know, in a scenic corridor, a designated county scenic corridor, and as that is at the beginning of a trailhead. Was there no other one of any of the ones that you looked at that would satisfy your needs?
I'll let Heidi address it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we did, again, look at 24 different poles, and there were a lot of issues. There were other poles that would work for our network. The reason they were not selected is because they were directly in front of people's homes. This particular pole has a lot of vacant area around it, and we thought it would be the least intrusive pole that would work for us in that area. That was the reasoning behind it.
Thank you very much.
And
Commissioner Burrows.
And you are aware that it's very near Crane School. The pole that was selected is very near Crane School. There at the,
Well, and that was one of the considerations as well, because there are poles closer that would work for us, but we tried to stay as balanced away from residences, the school. But yes, we did note that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. What is our pleasure today? Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion to deny this and to send it back to the planning staff. And the denial will be based on, I don't believe sufficient consideration was given to the alternative sites. And I would request that there be a higher level of review in regard to the aesthetics on San Leandro Lane, the fact that it is located near the trailhead and across the street and up a bit from Crane School.
Motion made to deny the permit. Is there a second? And if not, is there discussion on the motion?
I'll second it.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, I think
yes.
what I have to say might just inform your discussion a little bit. So part of Commissioner Burrows' motion was that staff come back. What we will do if your commission chooses to deny this permit today is we will ask you to trail. So I'm going to ask you to take a straw vote because I don't want to go work on a finding if you're not going to go in that direction. But we will ask you to trail. And so that we can incorporate
An analysis?
the additional information that Commissioner Burrows put in her motion into a finding so that you have a written finding to adopt.
Oh.
We simply can't come back in a month and
I see.
and
Yes, of
delay
course.
the process. So that's what we would do. But I'd like to hear if that's the direction the commission would like to
May
go
I-
before I send staff off
Yeah,
to
I got it.
do
I'm
that.
sorry. I wanted to ask, trailing in what sense?
Just to trail it to the end of your agenda. You have a couple more items. Yeah, we'll come
And
back.
there'll be written findings made.
Right.
That is a motion and a second. Any discussion on that direction? Mr. Overall.
I guess I won't support the motion, not because I'm not sympathetic, but I think there's a point at which we're beating our heads against the wall, and I think this technology is going to go into the community. I think we have to figure out, and I am very appreciative of the comments made by NextG and their willingness to, to discuss with us the problem cases. I think there's work to be done on the part of the community, and if we have problems with a pole, people need to come up with alternatives. NextG obviously did some work on that. Whether it was adequate, I don't know, but it sounds like there are problems. So I just think we need to, at some point, we need to recognize that our hands are tied. Now, after the Board of Supervisors, 4 months down the road, adopts some changes, maybe the process will be a little different. But in the interim, I think we need to give whatever input we can to P&D about the sensitive areas of our community, and then do the best to be as cooperative as we can with technology that's headed our way.
I'm afraid I agree with you, Mr. Overall. I think our ordinance created this company and this technology, and this ordinance came from somewhere else, I'm sure, and it's all over the country. I don't see any particular objection to San Leandro. I'm impressed with the testimony that efforts were made to cite it appropriately and just not anywhere. There will be other polls that I will strenuously object to, but that would be for different reasons. So I probably will, I most likely will oppose the motion. Commissioner, any thoughts? Nope. Nope. Commissioner? No. So we have a motion made and seconded. Ms. Black.
Well, Mr. Chair, I've heard two people are not supporting this motion.
We're going to
So
vote. Yeah.
well, I don't want you to take a final vote, because if you do vote and you approve the motion, you need to have that written finding in front of you. So maybe I could ask you to take a straw vote, and then if
Oh,
the
I
motion
see.
passes, we'll come back with the findings language.
Contemporaneously, we need to.
Yes.
All right, straw vote, all in favor of the motion to deny, say aye. All opposed?
No.
No. The motion would fail, should it be real, 3-2.
You can go ahead and finalize that motion, and then if somebody wants to submit an alternate motion, that would, I think, be fine.
Say that
So
again.
why don't you take an actual vote on that motion, since it's going to fail? And then if somebody wants to, if a commissioner would like to propose an alternative motion,
Why
that
would there
be-
be an alternative motion?
because you haven't approved it either.
Oh, I see, I see. It was, yeah. All right, I move.
It's been a long day.
I
So
move to.
You need to take a final vote on that
All
question.
right, we did, yes. All right, so this time it's real. Cameras ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Motion to deny the permit. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Aye. 3-2, it fails. Motion to approve the permit with all the niceties that council will insist that I. Staff recommendation.
Mr. Chair, it would be the staff recommendation in your February 24th staff report, your staff report for the hearing today, as amended by the memo dated today.
I am going to adopt that language in my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Wait a minute, Michael, I have a question.
Yes.
If we wanted to, I'm looking for the appropriate time to add to our approval, appointing some people to work with NextG going forward. Is that, it doesn't feel like it belongs in this motion, but.
Mr. Chair, no, it does not.
Can it happen
Mr.
outside
Chair,
the hearing?
Commissioner, overall.
It might be.
I would say informally. I don't know that your commission can formally
Yeah.
appoint people to
Maybe we
work
can
with the
accomplish
department.
this outside. And Claire, Commissioner Gatz, your point about the Montecito Association is well taken. We'll have to look beyond there. What did we just do? Did we pass it? Did we?
No,
wait.
I interrupted.
All right, motion to approve adopting.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to make the motion?
Yes.
I had a
I think we had it. We adopted.
It was
that.
made and seconded. I think all you need to do is take a vote.
Second, we have a question on the motion. Ms. Burrow.
It's really outside the motion.
Well, then let's wait.
Okay.
I'll forget, and we won't get this done. All in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. The motion carries 4-1. With the change, Ms. Burrows came to the bright side. And your point?
My question speaks to Commissioner Gotstanger's opinion that I agree with, that the Montecito Association should not be involved as a body in regard to reviewing these sites. But that's not to say that members of the board as individuals could not be involved.
I think they're a party. The board members probably would be. I don't know about land use. Maybe not. Maybe so. Committees of the yeah.
Mr. Chair, my strong recommendation is do not try to appoint a formal official group to work with us. If you want to suggest a couple of people, great, but I'm not even sure you have that authority.
Right. I don't think the intent was to appoint someone now, but conceptually so that citizens could be involved in the review.
Well, we'll do that outside of the hearing. And We appreciate NextG's patience and intended cooperation. Thank you. All right, let's take 2 minutes and stretch, and we'll be back. Our agendized hearing, and we have just completed item number 10 and 11 we passed on.
So, Mr. Chair, so I would like David to read 11 into the record, and then we'll continue it to March 24th.
Yes.
The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a briefing on state water runoff requirements for low-impact development and discussion on upcoming revisions to land use application.
Motion to move item 11, Santa Barbara County Stormwater Management Program briefing to the March 24th hearing.
A second.
Motion made and second for a continuance of item number 11. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 12. Mr. Villalobos, would you read that into the record for us?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a report on the status of T-fire rebuilds.
Thank you very much. And is that Director Black? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it is. So we really don't need to spend any time on this, and Commissioner Gottstinker may have things she wants to say. Michael Harris is here if the commission has questions of him as well. I've provided you a very brief memo giving you the status of the rebuilding process. It's under tab 12. It's 1 page. Summarizes the number of building permits we've issued, the number of building permits in review, and land use permits in review. We're certainly seeing activity. There are a couple of areas in the community that I think have had some real challenges in rebuilding, and a few of those challenges have been, I think, addressed, and we expect to see quite a few more permits over the next little bit, which will be great. But things are progressing, and I think it's going well, all things considered.
18 exempt rebuilds. The new building is in the same footprint, the same size, and they don't need to see you at all? Just go at it?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, there's basically 2 paths that people can follow in a fire rebuild situation. They can either rebuild essentially what they had in the same footprint, same basic volume of structure, so no higher, no bigger, and they can do that through an exemption. If they do that, then we essentially do no land use review, and it goes to the building department or building division, and you've got me saying building department, it's a division, building division for building permits. And
SBAR?
they do not go to the BAR,
MBAR.
Montecito BAR.
Yeah.
They really bypass the land use
Any
process.
architecture you want, anything.
Essentially, yes. Now, the Mountain Drive Community Association has encouraged people to go through their review process. They've
Good.
been really helpful in guiding people and, compatibility and landscaping and things like that, but none of that's required. So that's kind of the first, easier path. The other approach is for people to apply for a new land use permit. So they want to build something different or in a substantially different location, bigger, whatever. Then they can go through, or for those few houses that were never legally permitted, they're really just illegal residences, then they can go through the land use process, and they're subject to Montecito BAR review and full ordinance review.
Okay. Any questions of Director Black? Yes, sir.
I just want to see if I understand the numbers correctly. You say in the opening paragraph that there were 69 homes in the county that were lost. And if you deduct that from that, the 28 in the first group, 7 in the second group, and I calculated 5, assuming that the 2 exemptions down there at the bottom with building permits are also included in the building permit part of it, that leaves 29, or if you add back the ones that are not building anything, it's 34. So roughly half of the properties have not applied to do anything?
Mr. Chair, I would say more than half, because Commissioner, overall, you actually added in building permits issued for accessory structures and building permits issued for repair work, and that's not included in the 69. So 23 have building permits of the 69. An additional 6 residences are in the building permit plan check process, so they've already gone through their planning process. And then the ones that are under land use permit / exemption, those haven't entered into the building permit process, but are in the land use review process. So we've got 23 plus 6. Plus 4 plus 2. So whatever that added up to. I lost track. 23 plus 6 plus 4 plus 2. So the reason I set those aside separately is because we went through the exemption process, but they're held up because of some road issues, and I honestly don't know if those are road issues that have been resolved or recently or not resolved recently. So there's close to half, not quite half.
Well, the road issues, I can report on that, as I said earlier in the day, the road issues for 13 of the people whose permits, who have not applied for permits yet because they could not, had not up until yesterday morning, had not been able to find a mechanism for resolving the necessity for the fire department to sign off on their permits. And what got negotiated with that is that the fire department has now, we've now come up with a process whereby those at least those 13 owners at this point can move forward with applying for their permits, either a land use permit or an exempt rebuild permit, and the issuance of the fire department certificate of compliance will be issued at the time of occupancy, not at the time, so that the roads and infrastructure, the road and water system infrastructure, can be financed and built during the time that they are actively building their homes. It doesn't have to, the way it read, the way the fire department certificate of compliance reads is that it has to be done before, and that was what was hanging it up, and now that has all been negotiated, and so those, at least 13 of those people, are now free to start the process. And then the other thing that I would want to add, just for the commissioners' information, is that this is all based on permits that are in process, have been applied for, or in process in one form or another, and as of what was it? I think it was Thursday of last week, I pulled the first occupancy permit. So none of these are built and moved into yet. There's been one occupancy permit, and that was mine, and that was issued, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday of last week. Congratulations. Yeah. So that's just kind of where, and I think it's of interest to this commission, because this is under our jurisdiction. This is Montecito.
And I bet you.
And it is the land use process.
And there was no favoritism. You just did you just went through the system.
I just went through the system. That's exactly what I did.
Mr. Chair,
you were very careful about
just
that.
to be very clear, we treat all of the people rebuilding under the fire process in a very kind way.
Right.
Even Commissioner Gottstein.
Even Commissioner Gottstein.
And as Chief Wallace will continue just to say, is like, you guys can get your permits if you just do what you're told. And I go, yes, that's how I did it. I did what I was told. I crossed every T and dotted every I, and
it works faster that way.
Yeah, it really does.
So that's all I intended to report, Mr. Chair, and if
Thank you.
If you don't have any more questions, then I'd suggest we go back to the work plan item and get receive any comments from the commission that you might have, and then we'll call it a day.
I mentioned earlier that I felt, Claire, are you with us? Oh, I didn't know. I thought you were talking to someone else. I had mentioned earlier that I didn't feel prepared, and I'm feeling even less prepared now. These are very important projects, and if I was to say nothing and the fellow commissioners here followed my lead, what would happen to Montecito? Would we lose an opportunity for a great project? Or,
Well, Mr. Chair, if you say nothing, then the board won't have any input from your commission as a whole. So another approach could be to identify those projects that are associated with Montecito that you would like to move forward.
if we don't do that, are they in jeopardy?
Well, they're in jeopardy anyway because we only have 2.11 FTE, so we're not going to be able to do everything that's even on the short-term list. But I think you don't serve yourself well if you forego an opportunity to at least say, this is a project we want. I mean, the board will have to make hard decisions about which ones to fund.
Given your comments with regards to our federal communication ordinance, do we need to request that be added to the work program, or is that being added anyway?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gottsinger, that's a really good question. That's actually something that we're going to be handling in the development services part of the department, so it's not really factored into this 2.11 FTE. So we will be doing that.
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Gottsinger, under Section 3, it illuminates that the development review will be working on the communication ordinance next year.
I believe Commissioner Burrows is next.
Thank you.
I'll get you, Jack.
Under short-term projects, there is a vacation rental land use development code amendments in the Office of Long Range Planning. And it's noting in the material here, the description, that cities like Carmel and Pacific Grove have this already. One advantage to having this prioritized for us and looking to see if it might be something which would benefit Montecito is that it would allow the county to collect occupancy taxes. And it does seem to me that additional revenue is certainly something that we need. Also, in Montecito, if you read the newspapers, increasingly rentals have become a big part of the, I can't say underground, of the economy there. Montecito is a very preferred place to vacation. Rentals are very expensive, thousands of dollars a month in some cases, with guest houses going for $1,500 a month or more. I think that this should be evaluated, and a proposal, I would request that this be considered and moved to the front burner if possible.
Carmel, I was in Carmel just a couple of months ago, and the realtors told me there that it's 80% owner non-occupied. It's really a place where you have a place for 2 weeks and you're renting it out the rest of the time. That really isn't Montecito. Collecting an occupancy tax from people who rent it out for a week or so, I don't think it's going to be terribly welcome. I don't know that we have a health and safety issue. You could, but it's unlikely. I just don't know if it serves Montecito to go there. I don't think we're at that point where we're so not living here and really there is a business of renting your house that this would be applicable.
Let's see. I have a couple of questions on the medical marijuana ordinance. I'm wondering, since that's a statewide problem, what are the possibilities that the state is going to come out with guidance on how you handle that?
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Overall, as you know, as you've been briefed by by both Ms. Black and Dr. Russell. The county did yesterday just extend its moratorium for a year. So to that extent, we're not imagining at this point that the Attorney General or the state is going to do any follow-up legislation to clarify how local agencies permit dispensaries. So to that extent, this is one project we're going to have to work on. We've put it in our work program, and the Planning Commission did recognize that it'd be something that needs to be addressed.
Okay. If the chair agrees to this, I did take time to read them. I'll just go down my thoughts, and then everybody else can do
page 14?
Yes, on table 2. And I compared them with the county Planning Commission recommendations, so I'll note. On item 1, which is the San Ynez Valley design guidelines, the County Planning Commission did not recommend that. On the San Ynez and Los Olivos parking study, they did recommend that. When I looked at them, I thought, well, if you're going to do the parking study, it seems to me you probably need to know what you want the community to look like, because it may have an impact on your parking requirements. So I kind of looked at it, and since the community plan was passed in 2009, it seemed to me that both of those seemed appropriate to move forward.
Jack, we're not opining on things out of our area, are we?
Absolutely, we've got to prioritize what we recommend and what we don't.
We're recommending things in Los Olivos? In Los Olivos?
Out of this list. I mean, unless I misunderstood, I thought.
I have no idea.
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner overall, you certainly don't need to restrain your comments to just Montecito, though it might be helpful given that there might not be complete information to inform the complexities and relationships of the project. I would humbly suggest for you that you offer what you believe to be appropriate for Montecito, and any other policies that you think could be implemented county-wide that might be of specific benefit also to Montecito.
Okay. Item number 3, which is the Montecito design thing we talked at length about this morning. I think Mr. Johnson has a revised cost estimate on that, down to, what is it, 0.58 FTE?
Chairman Phillips and Commissioner overall, we did have a chance to confer with the Montecito Association during the break, and we're able to take a look at the scope of the project and revise that down significantly based upon a limited scope of work, which is 0.58 FTE and an approximate cost of $81,000.
I would highly recommend that one, because I think over a period of time, we may very well end up saving back the cost to the county just in terms of appeals that get avoided. Going on down the list for the things that relate to Montecito, item number 9, the lighting standards, it applies other places as well.
Yeah.
But I think, again, that is one of the items that affects the MBAR reviews, and I think that would be important to move forward. Item number 6, which is the vacation rental thing, I think I tend to agree with Chair Phillips on that, although his role as a realtor may qualify him uniquely. I just have a feeling that is going to create some real enforcement problems of how the hell do we collect this money and all of that. So of the 3 projects that directly impact Montecito, I would rate that down the list as the last one. And then I'll pass on my other comments, although I did look at all of them. So.
Any other observations? We don't have the ability to recommend moving from the 5 to 10 to the 2 to 3 or 3 to 5.
Chairman Phillips, you do have that discretion. We've kind of lined those up, and in the past, the Planning Commission has expressed that, we really believe this is a greater priority than what staff has identified. So for purposes of next, calendar year, next work program, would you move that down the list so it starts to get on the short term?
Yeah, well, I think that may do it. Any other thoughts? We're not moving Santa Claus back, are we? We don't have any shot at it in Upper
Really?
Village.
You don't want to
and-
move him back? Come on, I want him back. Oh, okay, here it is.
He's living happily down in Oxnard.
I saw him down there, yeah.
Does anybody remember what chart, well, you would remember, what chart is that Mission Canyon disaster thing on? Where's that?
It's page 15 and it's number 17.
Page 15, number
Disaster
17?
reconstruction plan.
Oh, there it is.
Why isn't there one for Montecito?
Well, I already talked, why wasn't there, and now I'm actually going to recommend that we might want to consider adding something like that, because, obviously it's the west side, burnt up to Cold Springs Road, up to Cold Springs Canyon. That's where the fire stopped. It's where it started, and it never went past that. But, I know the fire chief and the entire community, if they're not scared, they ought to be, because those hills above, through all other drainages, Hot Springs drainage, San Ysidro drainage, Toro Canyon drainage, they're in the same place that the T-Fire people were in. And I absolutely know that they're going to be, when they burn, in the same position that the people in my community were at, because all of those are on private water systems. There's not enough water. There's not wide enough roads. They're all going to be sitting there when they burn, and there's going to be no money allotted from the county to deal with the rebuilding of that infrastructure. And so I think that needs to be at least somewhere put into the work program to at least study it. Maybe not take any actions about it, but put some money in to actually look at what the potential is going to be in the future when the rest of those hillsides burn.
Would that be in the 3 to 5 year? Let some growth build up again before we, what do you think that would be?
I'll leave that up to them. I mean,
So Chairman Phillips and Commissioner Gottsnager, what we can do is scope out a project, so when you see this work program next year, you will have a scoped out project. The reason why there is one for Mission Canyon is they benefited, they just got done with their community plan,
Yeah.
and the planning has evolved, and we've spent a lot of time on reconstruction and disaster planning, and so this was one of the action items out of their plan.
yeah. And it's something that we obviously didn't think of in '95. So, yeah, I think it should be added somewhere in there for Montecito.
Okay, so we have 3 things. We have the Montecito Design Guidelines, the Lighting Standards and Regulation, and the Montecito Post-Disaster Reconstruction Plan. And we would like to recommend to the Board of Supervisors to, do they approve the funding and direct implementation? Or
Chairman Phillips, what the board does is look at the available resources and does either 2 things: allocates projects within the resources, or provides additional resources based upon the recommendation of the Planning Commission. I guess there's a third option. They could say, well, given tight times, we're going to postpone all of this and not initiate anything. So my recommendation to the commission would be that you recommend to the board that the board consider funding for the 2010-2011 fiscal year projects number 3 and number 9, and adding a project for the 2011-2012 fiscal year, a project to develop a reconstruction plan for the Montecito Community Plan area.
So moved. Is there a second?
Oh, good. That sounded really good.
We jump on it when we hear it done right.
Mr. Chair, so
Moved
that'll...
and seconded.
That'll just supplement the recommendation in your staff report, so it'll fill in the gaps in
and
that
adopting the recommendation of the staff report. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, okay. And I believe we are done.
You need a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're out of here.
See you March 24th.